Hey guys, sup. Oh my goodness, why is my mouse disappearing? Holy, sure, one has played too much CL Live. We need to fix that. I mean, I sure do hope this fixes it. Tried reworking it the way you suggested, but it left more problems than it solved. I mean, I can get that. I would be more of the opinion that Reliquarian is like, it is better for the mid-budget simply because it can get access to Purity of Fire without Purity of Fire Sublime, you know? Like, that is the strength. We're not needing to have that expense. They drop informations. Are these all co-streaming? Interesting. What do you mean I'm not live yet? Not like I'm going to click it, but... Oh god, no ads. Oh yeah, that reminds me to turn off my ads.
I swear it used to be thicker.
Stop wondering.
Shown
to reduce hair loss in 90% of
ads?
Rogaine.
There, done. Now ads should not. Well, I guess I could run one more set of ads before, so that we can get 2 hours of no ads. Am I going to hear on this stream any news for Absolution? I mean, we can see. All right. I'll try to run ads just before this starts so that we don't have ads for 2 hours. The 145 stream streak coming from Lit on our reveal stream. Kind of nice. Any predictions? I mean, it's Abyss, right? So they're changing how Abyss currently works. They're giving us new crafting currency. They're reworking Ghastly Eye Jewels, or just Eye Jewels in general. What else comes with Abyss? That is the main thing that comes to mind, at least. We're getting some extra Abyss items that are not just, oh, one socket is an Eye Jewel stuff. All right, let's run a quick ads and then we'll be back. Maybe. Interesting ways. All right, ads are done in 1 minute and 40. Oh yeah, before I have food here, I haven't eaten all day because I've been working on the Iris Guide. On that note, Iris Guide is actually live. For those interested for the Fire Magi. I should tell my YouTube chats, remember to get your drops from... Where's my Twitch link? The... And then we pin that. Mercenaries page. Fingers crossed. They did say, like, was it 2 seasons ago? So it's possible. Litz with the prime, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support so much. All right, ads are done. We shouldn't have to worry about ads for 2 hours now. That should be able to cover the entire live stream, hopefully, and extra. Yeah, prime not autoing is kind of annoying. If the gods really will get mercenaries back and
Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile,
Surely.
and welcome to GGG Live. We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile: Curse of the Orflame, which is coming out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter rare finisher effect by following the instructions below.
Garbo the Ephemeral.
Let's not keep you
That's what
waiting,
he's
though.
wearing.
Roll the trailer for Path of Exile: Curse of the Orflame.
The Orflame calls us to the sea,
Holy boot league.
to a lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath.
Metamorph?
A curse
Nah, can't be.
down below. With my lanterns, we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of the Orflame before the brine rot. Somewhere in the blackest depths, bounty and death await.
Holy mob from PoE 2. Holy mercenaries. Roman, you need to hold. A new ascendancy class?
Fortune
Okay.
depths of the sea.
1 out of 2. A new fucking ascendancy class as well. This is gonna be hype. This is gonna be
Today's stream
hype.
We'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile: Curse of the Orflame, where you'll comb the ocean floor discovering sunken artifacts of forgotten origins, fight the horrors of the deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters above you. We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to revamps of the existing leagues, though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The Mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast.
Huge.
Then we'll explain our new endgame system, where you'll join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Orflame.
What the fuck is
Finally,
this
we'll cover a new
ascendancy
set of
tree?
support packs,
It's
after
like
which we'll have
it
a
looks
live
like
Q&A session, where
Smith of
Ziggy Doo will
Kitava.
interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT.
I saw a lot of
So let's get
PoE2
started.
mobs in
I'll
there.
hand things over to Mark to introduce the new
From
league.
Skyfall's
I'm
octopuses
Mark
to a lot of
Roberts,
things.
Game director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Ray-class seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor
Hey,
to help
Dreadlock
her
gang.
retrieve these
Let's go.
treasures and unlock their potential. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast.
Don't bring PoE2 into this.
Use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival Corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area. Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign, Valerie or Val's reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel.
And maybe they're gonna let me, I'm gonna
Val
full stream.
introduces
It's
you
that
to the
simple.
heart and soul of her ship, quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Allflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Allflame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship, chief among them the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves
Is there
to
lag?
explore and plunder.
There shouldn't be.
While scouting the depths, in
the
order
way,
to
how's
not
the volume?
need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place Allflame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown.
This is kind of like
The first of these is strapped
Wildwood.
to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning. As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an Allflame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them, if you prefer speed over fine control. Explore and claim what you can while you can. Lost fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient.
Holy.
But hey, finders keepers, right? Beware though, as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring.
So mobility is mandatory.
You'll want to place every lantern though, as exploring to collect enough dead man sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion. Each area you
This is
chart
like
will
Eternal in
reveal a special
TLI.
modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to
It
either
is so
the
plain.
charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure.
Lol.
This modifier
07 to the
causes all
jellyfish.
monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Kalguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters.
Wait until
To name just a few.
they add more
There are
fishing
even some
clues.
ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem. In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound. Since voyages are built of 9 charts, that's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage, find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue, as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck. Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot.
I hope you can't forget it.
Now, back to all that dead man sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No, it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship at work. Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of having applied that currency to the original item. You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself.
What?
The others will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only reify a single outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like. Want to
What
see
is
a
that
few outcomes for
intangibility?
that influenced Exalted Orb?
Holy! In a coral
Perhaps
log
you've got
on a
particularly
budget.
expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of.
They know what they did here. They know what they
Do be
fucking
wary,
did
though,
there.
as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done. That's not all, however.
Even
as the
fracturing
sea floor
orbs?
hides some yet
Jesus.
undiscovered potential in the form of rare and valuable ducats.
Like 4 exalts in
These can
one.
be consumed by Vesper.
Yeah,
to
you can do
warp
a
and
mist.
twist items in ways
I
not
think.
seen in centuries, such as
If you can do it with fracturing orb, you can do it with that.
creates 4 ghostly copies of an item, each of which will keep 1 mod from the original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases.
Oh?
The Gentile's Ducat, which can solve item or gem requirement problems by changing one attribute to another,
Holy.
Brian Hook's
Attribute swap.
Ducat.
Finally.
with which you can become an emissary of the gods of Rayclast. Who knows what these aspects might do? These ducats come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast. You may
Pantheon
even find
aspects?
some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters. So that covers the new league, and for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea. Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's not all, not even close. Next up, we've got an old favourite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel.
Romand,
Mercenaries will
your
start
time is
appearing
here.
from Act 3 in San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered.
They still have unique
Here, you can see the gear
auras.
they have equipped and the skills they employ. As per the Trathan code, you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences. If you lose, you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out.
07.
Repulsed at such a poor display. Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas.
Oh
Trathan
no.
mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number
Temporary
of ways.
minions.
Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you. While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the
Oh.
same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players.
Oh no.
It is
Oh
important to
no.
note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathus League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters. Given that,
Fucking
you may
monkey
be
paw.
wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found?
Yeah.
They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new Ascendancy class,
Okay.
the Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow.
If you want a mercenary build, you have to be a
immediately lets
luminary.
them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in
You would take
Rayclast.
your age.
Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries
I am
cannot
curious
be
about
equipped
this
with
one, though.
unique items,
Wait, what?
but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques.
Okay, what about the
While the
non-passive for
legendary
that?
arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a
8%
support
more
character to
damage
their
per
mercenary,
unique.
or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty.
At least,
and
you know
Golden
what?
Glory passives
This is like a
empower
minion
your
ascendancy, so
mercenary
I'll
by
cope on
using your
it.
link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard
I'll
and
cope on it.
bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps.
Okay.
The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items. And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them.
Yeah, I think I would actually play Luminary, like unironically, as an
There's even
ascendancy.
a few
I'm actually
entirely
down for
new
it, if I'm being
mercenary
very
types.
honest. I'm
one
not
of
against
which is
it.
found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters.
Holy diver. The fuck does he
Cell
have?
Swords of Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much-needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss. When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1. The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area.
I think this is dope
subjugating
for
the souls
Abyss.
of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence.
Genuinely, I think this is a better form of
Slaying
Abyss.
these enemies will send those souls spiraling
Like,
down
I
into the
genuinely
pit,
believe so.
drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamak that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart.
Oh no.
The upshot of
It's
this
the
rework
Abyssal
is
mob from
twofold.
PoE2.
Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again. No more backtracking. However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamak have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2
The fucking
counterparts.
lightning.
To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing Abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with Abyssal sockets will remain.
Okay.
In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving Abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of Abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
Loki, these
This
minions
will
look so
also come
dope.
with a complete refresh of Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the Lightless hordes. Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items. This boss has a very unique way of accessing.
Holy. I like that
What does
design.
this eyeball do?
I like
Good
it.
luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league being reworked, Legion. Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment. Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of Timeless Jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed. No longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps. Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items. Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of timeless conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item
07
inside.
to
As we then
5
kill
ways.
monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagero's Virtuosity. But now, the Malagero's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it, in
what?
the form of a vestigial implicit modifier. As you can see, enshrouding crystals
Interesting.
allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another.
That is
Here
actually
are some more
insane.
examples of vestigial unique items. Helmets, boots, gloves, shields, and body armors.
Holy!
In addition to
70%
vestigial
space
items, we are
as
also making a number of
elemental.
small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically. No more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting.
Yeah, possibly.
Legion monsters drop fewer splinters,
Very
but at larger
possibly.
stack sizes,
Doriani or
resulting in fewer
non-Doriani.
clicks in each encounter. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed, with regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing the domain of timeless conflict to become harder but more rewarding as you kill monsters. Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols. Talismans were introduced back in 2015, but over the years, they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance. Firstly, talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast. For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker Talisman. What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans.
They're not corrupted.
Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted, making
Holy.
them far easier to craft once you find one.
Okay.
Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before.
So you
Here
can.
are a few more examples of new talismans.
So you can't anoint them.
Talisman unique items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf Talisman, which has some crazy possibilities.
Max number of specters.
So that is everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Now, that's already quite a lot of in-game content, with Mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic, and of course, everything the Curse of the Allflame League has to offer. But even with all of that, we're not done. Because what about the Atlas itself? Given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last two expansions. Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus. Cadero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our gold. If you don't like what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost more gold, but hopefully is much more valuable to you.
Surely you
If
don't
you
see
don't have
mid
enough
blood
gold
when
for
you.
the offered item, don't worry. Cadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers.
Oh.
You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers. Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest. Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas. Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb.
Holy
Some
scrying
anomalies
orb.
grant
Thank
a taste
God.
of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random
Bro, what? What is
and
going
a
on?
fully revealed heist blueprint wing with random rogue companions. This anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove where the plants have fully taken over. This strongbox seems to have a strange mechanism. Atlas
They brought it
anomalies
here.
are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue. So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters.
Okay.
Specifically, those that cast spells themselves. But first, let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors. So,
Wait, what?
after the better part of 2 decades,
let's see.
in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem into any socket. We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new and experienced players. I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match, and you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs.
That is crazy.
It's not fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary.
It will definitely
And
change
not
how
only
early
prevented
game goes.
upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation. So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them.
Okay.
So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem.
DLS?
This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome
Or just
on the map,
quality?
while not just simplifying the system away. You can also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing.
Okay, it's just
Speaking of
quality,
builds and
even
gems,
when red.
we wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that. Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other. For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage.
So
Pure
BV
lightning
got
spells
crits.
now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells.
Oh?
We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting. So we've added a new notable to the Assassin,
Bifurcates? Holy!
occultist.
Spellcasters re fucking joys.
and the Inquisitor. We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your
Look at
block
that
chance
skin, though.
and reducing the mana cost of your
Like, that
spells.
MTX is kind of dope.
In
I like
addition,
it.
when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning,
Holy.
dealing damage based on your maximum mana. One of the struggles we noticed
When you
with
are hit
certain
by an
self-cast
enemy-
archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond Demon and Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells. But at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards will be worth it. For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus.
Wait, what?
While Pact
Change
of
6
Gore is the
additional
doctor.
times?
Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do.
Lycia,
We
please
won't
be
go into
minion
the
related.
specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details.
Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse of the Allflame. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Plague and Remedis packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Plague series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword, mace, or shield with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins. The Plague Rat Pet is the result of a nefarious experiment. When a unique enemy is nearby, it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it can continue to spread disease. The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection. A diseased
That
swarm infects your
looks
weapon when
quite
using
nasty.
the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill. Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the chained being. Given the goal of spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity. Feel free to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair it with the putrefying portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator experience. Both the map device and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive, as they plummet to the ground around it. The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Remedis weapon skin changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter, or shield, with relics once used by the Order of the Remedis Knights against the Plague. The Medi Roa Pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary for healing in remote locations.
Do I understand the unique affix
Strangely,
transfer?
these Roas
Kind
seem to
of.
have a particular fondness for goblin meat. The Remedis
Lol.
Knight armor set is
People would love
bestowed
that.
upon those tasked with traveling through Rayclast to purge the sick of their diseases.
I can talk
The
about it a
matching
bit
back
once
attachment
the
cleanses the disease left behind on the ground
reveal
in
is
town
done.
areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's an important job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over.
Oh, that's
Help
nice.
By doing your
So it's
part.
kind of like 2 different
Remedis
support
Knight
packs that
weapon
are
effect funnels
linked.
the divine power of purification into your weapon. Return to the Saints' End Monastery hideout to recuperate from your purifying duties. Once a thriving center for curing ailments, this monastery has slowly wasted away while lying unused. If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to dive into the purifying waters below before washing back up at the base of the hideout. Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs are available for use in Path of Exile 2. We're looking forward to seeing which of you choose to become the Plague and spread disease across Rayclast, or those who wish to fight against it by becoming a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, will post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Curse of the Oriflame at 11 a.m. New Zealand time, 4 p.m. Pacific. With release at the end of next week,
That's 6
our
p.m. my
community team
time, I
will be
think.
posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Okay. So real quick, to answer your Romond, the unique affix transfer, it seems like it's just going to pick a random. It seems like it's going to pick a random mod on the item and transfer it. It's possible that like Breach, they still hand select the mods that can be transferred, but that would greatly limit the potential, I guess, is what I'm looking for here. It would make it so you have to check preemptively what you can and can't transfer, whereas I think every mod should be transferable. It's just the problem is just, I don't know that you can pick the resulting item. So that's the RNG in the affix transfer. Like if you transfer Doriani, I don't know how you would tell it what to, like, the unique to change it to, if that's based on the map you put in or anything like that. Did you see the Baron helmet? I didn't see the modifier the Baron got. I would like to see that. Let me see if I can find the live stream. There are a few things that really caught my attention here.
Hi.
That fucking smile. Oh wait, there's also a smile in that.
Mercenaries of
In
Traffic
this
Plane.
here, this makes a smiley face. I just realized that hovering on this, it's a fucking smiley face. It was linked. Oh shit. So wait. That's huge, I think. POE wiki. Because these are two different base types actually, because the Hallowed Monarch is Hallowed Monarch. This guy? Why did I, I'm too used to programming at this point. I pressed tab instead of clicking it. It's a Faithful Helm, whereas a Baron is something else. Faithful Helm, Close Helmet. So basically that one got switched to this. So that means it's literally just RNG what you get. Huh.
G'day Exiles, and welcome back for another Q&A.
Interesting.
3.29. We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier here than usual. We have game director Mark Roberts, along with lead game designers on Path of Exile 1, Octavian and Andrew. And Andrew, welcome. This is your first time joining us on the Q&A. It's good to have you here. You have been on some other podcasts and things in the past.
Holy Light Radio's build.
Here for the podcast. I kind of want to give people a bit of a lay of the land of like what it is that each of you, like Octavian and Andrew, work on for Path of Exile, so people can kind of understand where your expertise lies, maybe.
Yeah, so for Path of Exile 1, I've been working on it for primarily for quite a few years now. And typically I'll dip my hands into everything and related to the expansion. However, in the last few expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the league stuff.
So you need to hit a 1 in 6 to hit the right topics, and then you need to, yeah, exactly.
Things like
It's going to be complete RNG.
I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So that's a later nuke. So
a lot of what?
What do you kind of
Nukes?
focus on for people who are not familiar?
So the last few leagues, Mercenaries, Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame, I've been, sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then
If he describes it as nukes, I'm scared to see what is going to be in there.
So you can blame me if he kills you.
Minion pack.
I did a bunch of new uniques.
Man thinks he's going to see minion packs.
Some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch, because that's a pet project of mine. I really like transfigured skills. And probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, mostly the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah. I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting, was like talking about Curse of the Oriflame, where we collect chat's questions and then dive into some of the other things, Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balance crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today. But obviously the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one everyone kind of seems to want to know about from what I've seen. it's a weird one because it's such a long-standing tradition, and there is like I felt like the initial like, oh, I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like, but I'm not. I'm curious, like how did this one come about after being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So
Okay.
often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
Nice.
we're all sitting there designing like, okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? Like, I know people think we have a long plan ahead. We don't. Launch day is when we design the next set of content. And a thing that we decided is we worry the message now is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1's for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, like obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And we want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right?
Right.
That's down. Now, hopefully, you can... It'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, well, when we were discussing this in Mirage, we're like, let's actually think, why are people, you know, getting into the game and then stopping playing? Like, what are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already discussed this for PoE 2 because PoE 2 removed skill gems off gear, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of already were a bit educated in this, and we're like, but the line we drew, like some people were like, why not remove them entirely off the gear, like you did with PoE 2? But there are, I would say, I feel this way, and a number of people feel this way.
It's a key part of progression that I think it would be a shame to not have.
Fifth, sixth, whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
There were two things about the game that really caught me. And
Dropping a 5 link is way more hype than dropping a greater Jola's orb, in my opinion.
Which was, I opened the passive tree and fell in love. And I also was like, holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear. That is like, that's awesome. That's so, the innovation behind that is so cool. So not wanting to lose the skills and sockets in gear in PoE 1, I think is, you know, it's a personal line, sure.
They're not useless, but you would ideally not want them.
But also, it doesn't need to be having so many layers of friction. And so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors. And often what we're finding is that, sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure. But, or honestly, they don't even necessarily, I talk about the gear upgrades, sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades. You know, you can just, once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. But yeah, we're finding a lot of players early game who are struggling, who are trying to get those gear upgrades, just can't. And often it's because of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like, well, we want to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just like simplify it down to nothing, because we still want in-game players to have an access of itemization that's important. And so we're like, we still want the colors to come in. We still want it to be important for upgrading your gear. We want it to be a chase end-game thing players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those, and it now allows a lot of people to get into the game easier, make upgrades of their gear without going, I don't know what to do. Like my gear's been the same since level 3 because I can't replace this, or like one piece of gear or another piece of gear. And because they don't want to break their links or their skills or their support. So yeah, honestly, that's where it came about. And but the broader discussion is like, we need to get people in the door. We need to get people to stop quitting. And we need to have, like, when they get overwhelmed and they're like, I don't know what to do, it feels complicated. And this was part of that. So, you know, I wouldn't expect this to be the last change along that axis of us going, let's remove these barriers of entry. You know, in the future we want to make more. But yeah, honestly, I think, you know, generally speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive, but everyone has that, whoa, you're changing this sacred thing. And even we had it. When we were in the room, we're like, oh, are we doing this?
Are we allowed to do this?
What, do we need to... You know, like, hold on, do we need to like call a council of the founders here? Like, do we?
I don't want them to break the links, in my opinion. Like, I think I still want them to have the link system and the socket system, to be honest.
Even we were like, are we allowed? But then also, I think it is really important that we can reassess these fundamentals and actually.
Bestiary might be the go-to.
Now, hopefully, it's amazing, and hopefully, everyone finds it to have less friction and later.
Bestiary is competing with Annoyance, so that's something to keep in mind. You can't have both.
That's what we do.
I was like, so I've done a playthrough of the campaign while here, and I with this in particular because
How did mercenaries behave back then? Were they aggressive or defensive?
I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any.
They were aggressive,
but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and sort my gear around. Like ultimately,
some skills had them lag behind because they spent a while casting. Some skills had them up in the face because it's melee or something.
These kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them.
But overall, I would say they were aggressive. You couldn't switch them. The best way to switch them is to make them not able to attack. I think. That was it.
Generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes campaign smoother. I'm using a greater variety of gear. I'm upgrading my gear more often. It feels good. And the quality one surprised me a bit because that is actually like pretty. You don't usually interact with quality at all in the campaign. You're not going to get any GCPs until end game, right? But that I was actually kind of looking at the quality on my gems, and I was like, oh, this really benefits from that. I'm getting an extra spark on my spark while I'm leveling, and that so that felt like actually a pretty fun thing to engage with, and getting one socket color here and there felt like a meaningful thing. So
it worked out really nicely as an axis for still rewarding getting some of the correct colors.
Yeah.
Because quality innately is much more powerful on your active skill than it is your support gem.
Yeah.
So it's kind of okay if you only have a few of the colors, because you put your strongest skill in the you put your strongest gem in your links, which is your active skill, into the color that it matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct, but getting the other colors correct is like 5% increased damage. Whereas getting the one color you really need correct, which is quite easy to do, is potentially an extra projectile or 10% more damage or something like that.
Yeah, every time a chrome dropped, I was looking for a good base to drop that on so that I could chuck my spark gem or something else in there.
It has the added bonus of there's another currency that's like, it's not like a divine orb level ding when you drop it, but it's nice to see. You're excited to see a chromatic now and then.
Yeah, it was kind of funny that like chromatic went from being like less valuable than jewelers and fusings to being the most value out of those now.
Yeah, just to clarify, chromatics are much rarer now than they were before.
Yes.
I assumed.
How rare they are, but we've made changes to, like, for example, if you.
I think it'll be as rare as chaos or more so.
Get 7 jeweler orbs, you'll get a chromatic orb instead.
Oh, I was wondering if there was some sort of recipe. I thought you guys might keep it secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jeweler's
Our list
one.
of recipes, if it meets 2 conditions, there's always it has an order of precedence. So we moved the chromatic above the
Because
jewelers.
it's more valuable now. I see, that makes sense. Did you guys have to mess with quality at all now that there's going to be kind of 30% is just going to be somewhat wildly available now? Like, does that break anything?
No, it is basically a bit power creepy, but I think we had to make a number of changes to existing uniques that interact with socket colors, but I think the only one that really got a nerf was Diala's Malefaction. Instead of granting 30% quality to green socket gems, it's now 20%.
Okay.
But if you put a green socket gem in, it's 30%, which is what it had before. So.
And that's my follow-up question is, there's uniques that interact with socket colors. Have these sorts of things been updated? In particular, I was like wondering, like, do you guys do anything with Tabula Rasa or just kind of leave it, I imagine? I don't know.
It didn't need to change.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of just works, doesn't it?
Link, still a 6 link, yeah.
Still 6 link.
Yeah, what Skin of the Loyal and Lords, they just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
Yep.
So you still want to get the right colours, but
yeah, but it's much easier to actually.
That's a buff to Skin of the Lords by quite a bit. Holy.
We audited all of them.
Honestly, that makes Skin of the Lords actually viable, simply because you don't have to care about the socket colors anymore.
Much stronger than
you just care about the keystone.
Yeah, there's subtle changes, but in general, like the design of the uniques didn't really need to change at all, like Triad Grip and the Untouched Soul, those type of things.
Triad's Grip. That's a good one.
For me is like
that's a good one.
Like a corrupted
Triad Grip buff.
Colors for that was sometimes tricky, but now like you can use any, right? Because you can put a blue gem in a green socket. You just don't get the bonus.
Yeah, Skin of the Loyals early league is going to be far more accessible now.
Yeah, cool. Interesting. So that inadvertently kind of makes 6 links much more available early league. It seems it's like something maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but there you go.
There's so many implications of this.
Cool. wow. Volob's
Elixir, Corrupted, 6 against... Exactly!
right?
It has a lot of implications, and I'm all for it.
When you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket.
Vorich's chromatic calculator is now
based on the attribute
not the
requirements.
greatest.
Now, a Val Orb does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still reroll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of granting white sockets now,
The suspected army goes hard. Yeah.
that color socket will just
Like
be
actually, amulet that has +2 max is
requirements of the item.
So a way to get off colors or something.
an interesting
The
choice.
crafting bench probably changed. But then again, with chromes being more expensive, maybe it didn't need to.
So a chromatic orb guarantees a colored socket,
Yeah.
but we also have crafting bench options which guarantee 2 colored sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets, but for varying amounts of chromatic orbs. I can't remember the exact
And now
numbers.
that they're going to be much more valuable as well, that's that makes sense. It almost kind of fits.
Lol.
There. Oh,
That's a lot of power creep for speedrunners, yeah.
Seeing how people feel about that after they've had a chance to play around with it. But, my impressions.
Is 10% quality enough for an animate weapon, or is it just for the next breakpoints?
If there's any negative, I could probably nitpick about it. It seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing their colors come up all that often. So like armor, energy shield thing is not necessarily as distinct from an invasion thing, since you can change them around a lot more. Was that something you guys were worried about at all with this?
Not really.
You think so? Like
A little bit. I understand that it is, especially from the visuals.
Yeah.
But like the item holds itself, you know,
Yeah.
and with respect to its defense type, its mods. But yeah, I mean, I get that. Almost everyone, I was just thinking about it now, or
Even Marui Urki on like
I don't think I've seen anyone in a long time.
rallying cry setups is a lot freer now.
I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some combination of colors. So, yeah, generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that that doesn't need to be part of it. So it shouldn't need to be part of its identity.
Nice.
Even though I get that it will feel that way for sure.
Well, I know this was the main change for this expansion, but on the side, in your spare time between working on socket colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Orflame. This is a pretty unique and I think delightfully goofy mechanic. It's definitely a weird one. At first I thought, it's still
That crafting system is going to be insane. Like that currency is going to be so expensive. I'm all for it.
A little bit of a blend of other ideas, and definitely seems to very much be its own.
Like
thing.
the insane power potential of being able to see 4 outcomes from one currency orb is wild.
What, strangely, it actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was a league where, you're exploring in similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but like a league mechanic where you're exploring.
I said it. It looked like Wildwood.
It was originally going to be, I believe, like bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in like the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are, and you're like clearing spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as like an ocean themed league, because you can go look at half the monsters in the game that pre-existed, and they're on the coast or they're near the shore or they're on an island, and therefore it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just made a lot more sense to go with an ocean themed league, and from there everything just kind of exploded into being.
Yeah, a lot of that also inspiring. Like the same mechanic can often be applied to many different themes in different ways, and so a huge part of the win there, he's talking about ocean biome assets, creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? So, and PoE 2, so all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's like, okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. Makes it way easier, and then you don't have to like look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go like, okay, how can I reuse this? And then, yeah, it's nice to have full art sets of modern art because when you mix old things that aren't what we call PBR and non-PBR, when you have the old PoE1 assets intermixed with the new modern assets, they stick out like a absolute sore thumb.
Yeah.
So yeah, going in, obviously it's when you're picking a theme, it's often good to look, what art do we have? How can we use that or reuse that? Because then you get to make a hell of a lot more content for significantly less cost. So that's kind of what helped inspire it, because we also like, oh, I was like, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being made for PoE2, and that's like where I'm kind of the bridge, and I'm like,
Yeah, because you're fully on PoE1.
Yes.
Yep.
and he's like, well, what monsters? And I'm like, oh, well, let me give you that. And it was just like, massive list. I'm like, go to this area, go to this area, go to this area, go to any of these will work. Big starfish and all that stuff. And so,
Sea otters.
yeah.
I love otters. So very-
Yeah,
The otters
so,
definitely caught me by surprise.
we had a task that we hadn't finished called Demon Otter.
Yeah. You didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
Yeah.
It's not so bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you
Little-
can get one as a pet from the upcoming mystery
There you
box.
go.
I feel like.
Let me get water. Give me a quick second.
Are you just going into our issue tracker and typing otter every 3 days and like waiting for something to appear? It's like,
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter like years ago,
Control F otter.
and it stuck in my head.
He's got a script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings in the moment it goes in.
Hundreds of these things getting made per day. It's like kind of to just know to search for that is like really weird. So I don't know. I'm sus.
So, I mean, so you had some assets for it, but also like if you'd done the Wildwood Einhari.
All right, I am back. I was too hyped to support my merc, but then I saw +2 specters. Lol.
Had this like exploring the ocean.
I want to see the luminary class.
Sure.
I'm very curious about that one as the second build of the season.
Yeah, because like you go into a boat, but we're not like what makes a boat league? Does it just have to have a boat in it? Because that's a pretty low bar.
You have to be at ocean. Do you have to be?
Yeah, zombies 20% for one. So are
I
skeletons.
think it has to be moving. I think you have to. I think
Fishing.
They would say. Hold on,
Hold on, we'll get to that in a second.
Oh, you're rolling.
I think that a true boat league to some people is one that must induce seasickness. With, like,
That's your line.
Do you think it will be possible to use the new craft up mechanic repeatedly on one item? I think you can use it until
Doing that?
the current.
Like the true boat league has to have.
There was an all flame modifier on it. Until that gets to 100, I think you can use it. And I think varying currencies give you varying amounts of that
In the Deepwater
number.
Sorry, Deepwater was the
But you saw at 0 for an item.
Flame hub area on the Sovereign.
You
is
can
the
drop
move
items
to.
on the floor on the boat.
It
so,
is technically a combat area, so you could.
in theory.
Does that make sense?
Specters there if you wanted to.
Shoot projectiles out to sea.
I guess you can.
I guess.
Sorry, it was mentioned though. Like, does this also count? The same question could be
Like,
asked with fishing. Does
to answer
as
to try
fishing
to
on
answer the
ocean
question,
floor killing fish. Does that count as fishing?
this intangibility, once this gets to 100, I assume you can't use the season mechanic anymore.
Did you confer with
So
the team when you were?
you're limited by this as a thing.
I think
The more potent the currency, the more intangibility it will likely add, if you will.
So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then for sure. It's 100% cheating.
it is important.
Can only do it once. I don't think you can only do it once. I think I do it multiple times, so long as this doesn't hit 100%.
Almost delivering boat leagues.
I think once it's like 100%, you don't actually have enough.
In our goals.
You don't actually have enough to do most of the crafts anymore. Like if you get to 90% intangibility.
That's true. When I pitched the re-theme, Mark was very cautious. You know,
Like, oh, we don't want to give him too much. We got to keep him coming back for the next potential boat league. I see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's like there's this tick box of league must have boat, and then indented boat must not move.
Okay.
No. All right. Anyway.
Anyway, so this is a pretty big change from Mirage, which was in map and heavily intersected with like all of the existing mechanics. This is a complete opposite. This is a mostly out of map mechanic, and it's not.
What do you
required
find in your map?
Intersects with other mechanics.
I guess it's those map tickets or something for voyages.
Alternate between the two almost as well.
So
that is my understanding. You get 4
the
options.
Curse of the All Flame is that it's a very straightforward theme to understand. It's something that you don't really need to have a lot of grounding in the all of the minutia of Path of Exile to be able to understand. Ooh, go to ocean floor and find treasure in a submersible. That's just a cool concept, whether you are a PoE veteran or not. And it's also just kind of me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts. Like, I can't say any specifics, but we already do have a very rough plan for what 3.30 will be, and it's going to go in a completely different direction as well. So
3.3.
I just have a lot of ideas that go all over the place, and I
Good.
good.
we like to alternate these things, right?
Yeah.
Like often out of league, out of map leagues are, they have room to be a bit more immersive. They have there's a whole world there.
Yeah.
Integrating things into map constrains what they can be. Right?
Yeah.
Like having a pocket of ocean in a desert gets a bit weird, so certain things can work, certain things can't. I mean, in the same sense that kind of having a desert as mirage in an oceany biome can feel more like a forest biome can feel a bit weird.
Oh jeez.
It allows you to create a more immersive world.
Yes, it will give you 4. I think it will give you 4 options all the time. Is what I said.
Silly.
It'll always give you 4 options. Is what I said.
League mechanics, where obviously the biggest one is that the Atlas tree is this method of investment that can, lead to.
Yes, but something like Mist will add a lot of intangibility, unlike something like Exalted Orb. I think the strength of the currency determines how much intangibility it will likely add.
And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into in specifics a little bit later, but it's got multiple axes through which you can juice the content that you're doing to get, some
You don't care
voyages.
so long as you have enough to pay the cost. I don't think it might let you do it on like a 19 tangibility item. So you might have to keep it at like 0 to be able to use it with reflective mist potentially.
As invested in, so this has like some nice ways for you to be able to juice it.
And I mean, one of the other things is we have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe getting too into the weeds, but like the mods that can roll on charts, there's a whole tier of the highest tier of rewarding mods that can only show up on I-83, I-84 charts.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you are at the end game, then you get access to like even more rewarding, both charting and voyaging. And then there's some border mods that can only roll at the super high levels as well. And then, those border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which I'm getting too into the weeds now because we haven't really discussed any of that. But I like, I'm a PoE1 player at heart. I like lots of axes that all intersect and overlap and turn into a crazy encounter.
Yep. And when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is like, I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that, this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically, right? Like this is something that is for the players that are going to love it, is kind of the way that I view it. It's like some people are going to be like, oh, this is my life now, like the people who just delve every league. So I imagine then, how does that kind of like shape the design of this? Like, I imagine you're like able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy with it to try and suit that?
I wouldn't say necessarily. Honestly, the way it generally comes apart is we're just like, that sounds like a cool idea, let's go with it. We don't really even think about the like overall risk and reward. Like we just imagine a lot of like we would enjoy.
Yeah, Mirage is gone.
People would enjoy it, and yes, we definitely understand it's going to be more divisive, and that's why we make sure we alternate these types of leagues, or at least we thoroughly try to. And as said, 330 will be an in-area mechanic in map.
One of the other things that I'm definitely making sure is the case in 330 is there will not be a loading screen to do the league mechanic. I like Mirage, I like All Flame, but they have both now, to go to the hub area for All Flame, you need a loading screen because obviously it's out of map. And then Mirage needed one too, which was unfortunate.
To be clear, charts are fully tradable.
Yep.
You don't have to run them, you just stockpile them. Right, and then go, like you can do days of mapping and then go do days of charting. The crafting system's kind of crazy, powerful. You know,
Too
like
much, but we won't be nerfing
you
it.
know, a way that it can be thought about is you get in Hinakura's locks.
Yeah, it's literally like a Hinakura's
You
lock.
have to put it like that. You make me nervous.
Because that's what it is.
Please ask about intangibility.
And you know, so there is a very, very strong motivation to do it, and hopefully people were like, hell yeah, feels good doing it because of that. But we like to, even when we do out of area, in this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping flow all the time. Get the chart, move on, map, and then maybe start the next day with, let me go do a bunch of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? Like, that's fully at your leisure. You can, that's generally how people play, and it's generally how I play. At Alpha, we're seeing the same thing. It's like, just, you know, you have those people who might want to chart as they find them. You might have people who are like, okay, get to end of Act 1, do a bunch, you know, just talking about a campaign. And having the freedom to be able to do all of that is pretty critical for the out of area leagues, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like it's very
Luminary Tree
about how you engage with this. And for the map blasters then who maybe like, oh, I don't really want to go do the charting and stuff.
Okay, let's see.
It has something for you in maps as well. Like I think that's easy to miss.
I mean, obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps that are what grant the charts. And importantly, I want to
say Blister Savage Barnacle.
You know, worth engaging with, even if you didn't.
Savage Barnacle.
So
that's a cool looking show, though.
Treasure chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit
That's
when
fun.
you complete it.
That's a fun one. I like
for the rest of the instance. There's a Brine Rot Pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that gives you a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be duplicated when it drops. And there's the Crab Nest, and when you defeat the Crab Nest, whenever you kill rare and unique monsters for the rest of the instance, you spawn crabs.
You spawn crabs.
Which may not sound useful, but it's very good in Beyond maps.
It's a bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do it. And I mean, more monsters popping out of monsters is definitely some people's jam for sure. Crabs. Lots of crabs.
Oh, man, there's a crab themed unique that we're going to show hosts in a teaser that I'm really
Lol, that's actually funny.
I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people by bringing that up. It'll be soon.
I was just thinking, I got to make sure to equip the crab armor set when we play this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
35% chance to gain a flash shot when you do.
I saw some pretty cool looking uniques there, but you know, we can leave those for your team.
Can apply lightning ailments during effect.
Definitely pushing what uniques can be in Path of Exile 1. I
feel like this is dope for starting builds. I actually love ailments.
You mentioned this, like the crafting system. How does the reward structure for this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging?
Wait, did you see items?
Do certain
no.
charts have like certain reward types? Are you able to target farm specific things?
How many zones do they last?
This is another point where I wanted to make sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do. And that's the fuel for powering.
I can imagine there are people who are going to literally just be farming warrants.
So that's like the baseline. This mechanic just rewards this all the time.
What about Atlas Tree and this boat thing? What do you mean? Atlas Tree, we're not going to get access to for a while. To like
whatever we decide. So there's
a day before launch, maybe.
Of chests of currency, which I'm sure people will like.
The boat thing shouldn't be on the Atlas Tree, no.
Spawns, as you saw in the live stream, a new kind of mercenary that you can only get from that room. There's one that leads to the the new boss of the league. There's probably a bunch that I'm forgetting. There's a dozen to 2 dozen of those at least, and we do have some that might not make it into the patch, and we would put in a week later if they don't. So there might even be more coming soon after launch. And then the third thing is there's what we call a scattered object.
Isn't this insane for even
this is why I'm
AG? Because it's so big on quality of life that it's insane. Infinite attachment duration is insane. Actually,
message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable unique, or potentially I think a reflecting mist is what we showed. Essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for the rest of the instance. Tons of stuff.
Life stacking Merc plus AG dual.
Are just scattered on the ocean.
I think that would work.
The feeling of exploring to try and find stuff. You're not going completely blind though. Every lantern that you place has a little indicator on it. And that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, nearest reward you might.
And I'm pretty sure Hallowed Monarch also comes with
lantern to find a treasure chest or whatever it might be.
Yep. Yeah.
Hallowed Monarch.
Say the wild.
Comes with light radius, right?
I'm going that way.
Yeah,
This
it
one at least
does.
gives you a guidance to go. I'm
So
gonna find something if I go over here.
Yeah. Now you don't know what the something is.
that'll be 50% increased effect of link skills if you need to.
Chest with a unique in it, but it will be something that you would want. It doesn't. Technically, there are also mines on the seafloor that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent.
Merc should be able to get Doriani. Where's the unique body armor?
I was like, they better not point at those.
Yeah, you're implying there's some sort of reward to get.
No.
Yes, some sort of reward, sweet release.
As again, the comparison.
You
to what was there
can't.
is it ensures
You
that
can't equip unique chests.
You're getting something out of it. Like,
There's no unique chest
as long as you
here.
Follow it. As opposed to like place a bunch of lanterns, you're like, oh,
There is actually no unique chest here.
It's the most addicting part of the league. Like I love going in and you can do a chart in like a minute, maybe 2, depending on how fast your build is.
They're really
Holy.
Quick. And so you go in, you find 2-3 chests, and then you rush back out, and you do it again, you do it again, you do it again, and then suddenly an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours has gone by.
Yeah, and I very much noted and appreciated that you did the
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
release with the auto placing of lanterns if you want. So you can manually place them, or you can just run into the water and it
That was done
ones down.
well before release.
we're trying to do that though every league. Like, always think, okay, what are people going to ask?
I knew Doriani wouldn't live, but yeah.
And like, let's get
I didn't think they would go to that route.
But
Yeah, you can't do an
get
extent,
a
can
lot,
you? Yes, but you're definitely getting better at that though. Has it been a bit tricky to kind of get the feel of this right? Like, so you've got this thing where you're like pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for the extraction as well.
Bro, what? What is happening?
Like, it seems like a challenging thing to kind of get the feel for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing part, I do want to specify because
6 abyssal sockets.
it's something that comes up a lot in conversations I've had with journalists and people at the office and all that. The lanterns will never
27% impale chance on Ghastly Eye?
know when they are going to begin to collapse, because they only begin to collapse after you place your last lantern.
Yeah, it's not like flares and delve.
Yeah,
Like,
so
that's a
you
big
have
distinction.
you have infinite time to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in.
That's a lot of increased phase, though.
Back to the bathysphere.
Yeah, and it's not really like a rush clear speedy mechanic ultimately. Like you can,
No, I mean,
you can do it
go
fast. You can go fast, but it's not like
Like I said, people on alpha generally are doing a chart in like a minute or less.
But
pretty forgiving.
Yeah,
Which it kind of has to be, right? Like, if it is, if it's overwhelming for,
I guess it's a two-hander, so
we've
like,
probably got the balance wrong, because someone's going to come into the game.
but like you can use this for like some insane crit chance shit going on.
Rewatch
Or impale.
I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time,
No.
and yeah.
Drowning is not meant to be a
Interesting.
significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the all flame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters.
yeah.
And not
Stop breaking stream.
And that is
I mean,
generally the case whenever
it only broke that one time, and I don't know why it broke.
Also, when I've seen players playing on alpha and stuff.
For your absolution setup,
It really only ever happens if
you can bear replacing your missing Merc, then yeah, you can use it for Wrath, because back in Merc League, the auras were very, very strong, way stronger than minion auras, and your auras typically. And you can also gear them with like increased curse effect shits.
You'd have to have a serious panic, which to drown is what my perception. Like when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But it will happen, I'm sure. But I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen, I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once and then you'll learn from it. But if you're a hardcore player, I guess you'll lose one character and then.
I only drowned once, and I was like, oh, that was a bit silly. I won't do that again. That seems like something to learn from. There seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like people don't really, enjoy long backtracking. But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of a lot of the time you're placing your things in a circle, so you're not really backtracking so much. You end up where you started anyway. But with the voyages, there might be some backtracking, or maybe not, depending.
So I feel I don't want to sound like I'm overemphasizing this too much, but the charts are quite small.
Yes.
Like by the time you've placed all you get 7 lanterns once you upgrade your lantern count. By the time you've placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started, maybe a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line. So the charts are meant to be like really bite-sized encounters. So a small amount of backtracking there, but that is with monsters spawning as you're going back, and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just
you're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing around you. It's like it's an actual kind of exciting gameplay thing, and it's not even necessarily always the case. I noticed because in the Voyage sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving.
Yeah, so the voyages, they're built out of 9 different charts that you kind of stitch together, and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave. So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations, and like I said, the charts are relatively bite-sized, so that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go.
Yeah. Awesome. So this all flame crafting, how did you arrive at giving players like 4 Hinakora locks per craft as your crafting system for this league?
Well, actually, originally it was going to be similar. I want to say similar to Harvest. I don't want players to interpret that as like, similar in power level. It may or may not be. But I mean similar mechanically, as in list of specific bespoke crafts that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. You know, it is essentially Harvest, but wet. And that's not, we had actually gotten relatively far along in the development of that. And I was just like, this is lame. We shouldn't do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And so, the idea for the all flame crafting splitting into different forms came from the fact that originally we were using the terms all flame and ghost flame kind of interchangeably in development. And ghost stuff gave me the idea of what if you split into multiple ghostly versions of the item, and what would that mean?
Okay, all right.
So it kind of came theme first, mechanic second.
It's thematically real cool. Yeah, I remember when you came to me and you're like, yeah, this crafting system sucks, we need a new one, and then you had a pitch, and I was like, this is a good thing. Like, some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what, and you just you go down into a vortex.
You're in too deep,
and you're like, loss aversion kicks in, and like, to be able to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah, gone, starting again, even if you're like 3/4 into the cycle, if that's what's best, that's what's best. And most people fail at being able to do this. So it's like,
nice.
When you came to me for that, I was like, wow, okay, this is cool. I'm happy.
I did feel bad telling our lead programmer for the league, Jeremy, that, your work, we're actually going to be changing it. Though a good amount of the infrastructure was able to be kept, because it is still UI-wise very similar, where you like put in item, click craft to go. It just, changed to now you also put in a currency with the item that you want to use it on or use on it.
So the main part of it is this splitting so that you can use an exalt or something and then see 3 or 4 different potentials for that, and then choose your best one. And that's obviously very powerful, especially for some of the bigger crafts. The intangibility system is kind of the counterpoint to that, like some sort of limitation on that. How does that work exactly?
Yeah, so not every single crafting step, but many of the crafting steps you can do, for example, in Exalt, will add some amount of what we call intangibility to an item. And it's just a value that will be shown on the item and ticks up. And the intangibility in the item is equal to a chance when you do another all flame craft on that item for it to only have 1 result, which effectively means you just did the craft with no extra bonus. So basically, what it boils down to is the more you all flame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to all flame craft on that item. And there are some ways around this that clever people in QA and Alpha have found, that things like recombination, because if you take the mod you're trying to chase on the base that has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that intangibility, now you can keep going, but there's some risk in that at least. And then, Awakener's Orbs do a similar thing where it's, creating an entirely new base as the output. And there's also a Ducat, which is the new currencies that we've added that interact only with all flame crafting, that has a 50% chance to remove all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Gotta have it.
Gambling is fun.
Yeah. I guess on that note, the gambling side of things, it seems like the Val Orb won't work with this.
No, it does not.
What's the reason for that?
It's both a case of balance because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible. I would say 95%.
Apparently I was muted.
8%. I don't have the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90s% of currencies work with this. But also for me,
I don't know if you guys heard what I said about this, but this ring is not... Arcane, I was telling you how this ring is checking for local modifiers. So this ring,
well in my mind, but
it's checking for what socket color you have here. So it's not that insane. It's more niche, but like, you know,
that whole random unpredictability and turning it into like...
You're not going to get like 600 item rarity because you have a million white sockets on your gear.
The fact that you can take that whole risk out of
I don't know how long I've been muted is what that means. Thank you for the sub bottle in case, you know, I didn't say that. Or in case I was muted for that. Appreciate it and welcome. Or thank you.
With this being the case.
I don't know what I'm starting yet, but it might be defilers.
Now, however, I was like, if we had time, which we didn't, I was like, have it do something else. You put it in here and the two magics collide and who knows what happens.
Cross the beams.
The Varlorb just says it modifies unpredictably, so, you know, he won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way, but that was, you know, hopes too high kind of situation. It was too difficult.
One other, I know this isn't pertaining to a specific question you asked, but one other thing I want to make sure is getting across, because it was too in the weeds to go into in the live stream, is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same mod. Like they do not, the outputs do not care about one another.
Oh, that's good to know.
You could exalt the same mod on all the outputs. That's stupid unlikely, but it could happen.
So if that happens, don't add us. It's not broken.
that is how it is meant to work. It is doing the crafting step of the currency item on the original item X number of times.
It doesn't mod block itself effectively.
Yeah, that makes sense. For sure.
Holy, in before I waste like 5 fracturing of trying to get my +1 my +1 specters.
There is some unique stuff to it as well that can occur to items like
well, that's mostly the ducats
per empty sockets.
Kind of just think about each of them as a new bespoke individual currency.
Okay.
So there's the one that's like
with this.
Yeah, there's the one that's
you mean the King in the Mist one?
Item with an attribute roll and turn it into another attribute roll. You know, strength becomes int or whatever. So those are basically, we had a bunch of ideas for the original Harvest-esque version of the system, and some of them had been implemented and some of them were just cool ideas, and it's like, where can we keep that? Okay, we just make new currencies that drop from those.
This one specifies on any equipped item.
There you go. Transported.
It doesn't just say
there's a question from chat about
plus this on that.
Crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Varlorb and
it says on any equipped item. This one says this one doesn't say that.
Limitations. Anything that outputs more than one
it's just
does not work with all
per whatever sockets.
Because it would.
Yeah, there's nowhere to put them.
You'd need like a bunch of 2 items things.
They're not going to give you an item where you can just get like 2,000 max life by just socketing it and just a unique. They're not going to do that.
Technically.
Genuinely, it's not something they would do.
Anyone should do, but technically a scouring orb works.
Why?
If you want.
If you want, I guess.
Yeah, like that.
Sure.
Why not?
Spend some sulfur for just throw away sulfur because you're rich.
So that's good for any minion build. You mean the Sakawal's Nest on Doriani?
Maybe. You want as long as it's scoured.
If you can, yeah, it should be
side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic.
decent on a lot, but not any.
One of my favorites is the resistance swap. It's just like fantastic addition for like gear puzzle solving and for making it easy to like swap your gear with stuff you find as well. Like there's a lot less gear lock-in with the resistance swap, and I think attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other.
It'll be very difficult to get that one like Doriani on Sakawal's Nest and vice versa.
Which in that case, I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah. Yeah, there
so that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is more changing the identity of a build than it is just solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistance as that problem-solving sort of thing, for sure.
No, the attribute one is actually slightly more interesting, because what it allows you is if you have a strength body type, then you can swap it to dexterity or intelligence, which is like technically something you can't actually do.
See, I would have
at the moment.
expected it to obey the rules still, where it like.
Oh, no.
can't
Yeah, I
do
would
it.
have expected this to be that, but like that's really nice.
Like older
Yeah,
combinators.
Seal Flame doesn't care about the rules.
Aside from
Except the rules that it has.
Except for Valorbs and yeah.
I guess the one caveat is that it doesn't work with hybrid attribute rules. So it won't do anything with all attributes because there's nothing to swap it to, and it won't do anything with things like that give plus 10 strength and dexterity. It only works with giving one attribute, turning into giving one of a different type.
Yeah. So let's change topics a little bit.
Oh, you mean like Soccer Wall's nest on any item?
Going core in 329. But is it something that you'd like to go core in the future? I don't know. If
It
you-
could have a lot of use cases.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seemed
It
pretty
could.
keen when I was.
Yeah, I can see
We
it.
almost always let a league simmer. There's a few reasons for that. We like to have our, this is a more production internal thing, but we like to have our live realm be as close as possible to our internal realm.
Yep.
Right? And so if we've, let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder. So that's like the production. So that would generally, that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months it would be like, we don't really want to do that. Otherwise we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months, not as much goes wrong. But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got this to prepare, we've got all the other content coming in. So like adding that in itself just causes some problems for us where we're like, oh, now we have to, how can we figure out how we can make these changes and get them on live without having what we are committing to internally be even close to what's on live? And so that's a more like, it's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem exclusive to us internally. But yeah, like the league worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning as well, I heard you bring out was like the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's like, are we going to sign ourselves up for the maintenance here? You know, similar, like Reliquarian, but more.
I guess I do want that maintenance. I want Mirage in the game.
Nice.
But I want to do it in a way, I want to make sure that we have assessed it so that it's done in the way that is the least hampering to future development of leagues. Because if every league going forward that appears in maps needs to interact with Mirage, which it will need to, because it'll feel lame if it doesn't, then we need to make 100% sure that however we're implementing Mirage now doesn't, continue to pester us and bite us in the ass for the next, 15 leagues that we make. So I think it's very important that we.
So Mirage is going
with its implementation.
There's even the question of
to core eventually.
Get manipulated by Mirage, or will that make Mirage feel 100% mandatory? Because the active leagues in every area, and it's kind of like, it's getting into that realm of like when we had passives for the active league on the tree and they felt mandatory.
But we don't know what state Mirage will be when it comes in.
Be careful with that. So probably not, unless you can do it in a way that's flavorful and not necessarily rewarding.
By the way, is this Jests on his shirt?
There's some decisions we need to make and time to do it, of course. That's always the main constraint, time.
That's my
That's
guess.
another question of if Mirage is even like an investable mechanic on your Atlas tree. Like we could implement it similar to like the Asmeri Forest, where it's just something that randomly appears in your maps and then
it almost sounds like that might be a better idea for this one, because like it's really good news that it's going core. People seem to really like Mirage quite a lot. But it is one of those things that it seems like it has a danger of becoming like, there's an issue in PvP at the moment with like cities feel like they're mandatory. Like you have to have, like if you're going to do your juiced content, you've got to do it in this thing because it's just so much stronger. So I could see the same thing being with Mirage. It's like, oh, you're crazy.
Yeah, we're not getting Mirage back, my guy.
Another tier 7
07.
kind of issue where it's like, oh, you need to do your
Wildwood 2.0.
just wasting it.
I feel like the Asmeri Forest sort of avoids that problem because you don't know about it, and if you're investing lots of like very expensive scarabs into it, then it's not like you're gonna just keep fishing maps until you find it.
Yeah, and it's just it's just a super exciting.
People still do it.
It's
People
not
still fish.
necessarily.
Even with the expensive shit.
I suspect most people really just want to know when they're getting their shrine belt back.
Yes, and that was my follow-up questions is like, with that not going core just yet, but maybe in the future, in the meantime, there's a few things that people are pretty excited about. We'll start with Screams of Desiccated then, like the...
So, the uniques will not be going core just yet.
Holy.
There are few other bits and pieces from Mirage that will be going to core, though. Just earlier this week, I added
No screams.
support to Heist for the blueprints that have the special implicits that guarantee certain rewards at the end of blueprint wings. I think Andrew did some stuff as well.
Yeah, so in sort of we're like volatile valves are super cool. I wouldn't want to just.
Yeah.
I think what we'll do is we've currently moved them to Sanctum, so it's a way of making Sanctum more rewarding.
A bit more unique as well.
And I feel like if Mirage goes core, we will probably keep Volatile Valobs as a Sanctum exclusive reward.
Right, yeah.
The other one that we moved was
So Volatile Val is still in the game.
That was the one that enabled all the new, like, the minion harvest craft that comes from a new Atlas anomaly. I think it was in the live stream, there's like the big harvest is returned. So when you get a boss in one of those, they always drop the crystallized rankle.
Nice.
I'm down for that.
And this is letting you kind of make these things a little bit more distinct as well, which has always been a goal to give each thing their own.
I'm down for the Rancor.
Doing more and more.
I don't like that Volatile Valor is behind Sanctum. I hate that. I hate that so much. But that's my personal bias against Sanctum.
Two things, one of which is certainly more ambitious. But the idea would be that every single league that you can invest into, as opposed to ones that exclusively randomly spawn necessarily, every single league you invest into has exclusive rewards.
Yep.
That is goal one. Goal two is every single league you can invest into on the Atlas in particular has a pinnacle boss. And that's the way more ambitious. We will see if, like, so going there with Abyss now, as an example.
Make it, oh god, you must really hate me, Litz. You must really hate me.
That one, of course, is significantly more.
What did I ever do to offend you?
I would expect more leagues to get exclusive rewards, and I would expect less leagues to get bosses in the short term, but eventually that would be the ideal goal.
Awesome.
Some already have them, some. And by the way,
07 to Screams.
B series 4 spirit beasts are pinnacle boss. Like they're just some animals that are ghosts. Like it's not, because it's too dated, it's too old.
I mean, there's even some more recent leagues that don't quite live up to that. I would love to explore what a Mercenaries of Charthus pinnacle boss means.
Ooh,
no promises anytime soon, but just personally, I would love to see what that even is.
Yeah, of course. I've got ideas.
You go to Thratos and face your Emperor or something.
Refracting Fog is getting asked about for Mirage as well. Is that something that's going core in some way?
Or one of the 4 houses.
Unless you did something along those lines, Andrew, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of the other Mirage exclusive currency is cooling off for a league. So the Refracting Frog and all the Coins of Power, those type of things.
There's a waiting until kind of Mirage goes core.
Yep, and we'll reevaluate then if we want to keep them in Mirage.
07 to Delhi, what's it called?
A track record of saying things will go core, and then they, we got now we've got Mirage on the list, we've got Harbinger on the list. Then the others that are, we had Mercenaries on the list.
Toda, maybe.
Yeah, Toda was one.
Sort of. But the idea is, we were like, okay, we're getting too many things that we're saying we will eventually do. Let's actually try and do some of them. And then we're like, okay, Mercenaries.
I'm glad Mercenaries came back.
At least we're getting that done. I want people to be ready.
I don't know how I feel about the temporary nature of them.
Stuff we're never bringing back. I will at least say we are actively working on Harbinger, right? I don't want people to think that's ignored. So just before everyone, I don't know why that would come up again, but just saying, these things are coming. We're not just doing a soon TM situation.
You touched on Abyss as well, and so that's getting a pretty major rework with some nice gameplay updates there. But something that you touched on was that rewards are PoE1 structure, though. Like, they're not being copied over from PoE2.
Yes and no. So Abyssal sockets, Stygian vises, Abyssal jewels, those all still exist and exclusively come from Abyss.
Right.
However, the chests that spawn at the, like rise up out of the ground when Abyss is complete, those are more varied now. So it's no longer just like, here's a rare chest that drops stuff. It's, it's a currency chest or a scarab chest or a, weapon chest or an armor chest or a jewelry chest. Like, it's more defined each time. So you get, and that's just better, to be honest. Like, having the more defined rewards gives you those moments of, oh, I got a scarab chest. And even when it isn't the case, maybe when you're leveling, you might Act 6 or something, be excited to see a weapon chest when your weapon is kind of crappy.
And did I hear there's like a bunch of new uniques with this as well?
There are 6 and a 7th that people can find.
Some secrets.
I think
So
that-
wait, the 6 can't be found?
No, they make a 7th that people can uncover how to get. Let's put it that way.
And just to be clear, I realize this is a little bit confusing in hindsight. There is a new pinnacle boss. There are still the liches.
Yep.
They are
Okay.
still there. And they still have their drops, so it is entirely new pinnacle means new uniques, and a mysterious one.
And the Delve, this is maybe
Is there a chase there, I wonder?
specific, but the Delve Abyssal City still has the old Abyss monsters. If you're feeling nostalgic,
Oh, okay. Nice. In case you missed those. I did feel that about Breach a little bit at one point there, so that's nice to hear. People are a bit worried about things like invulnerable snakes and weird smoke cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's kind of that's the potential downside of what is like otherwise a very exciting thing. Is that going to be the case here?
I arguably spent too much time. Not arguably, definitively spent too much time on the Abyssal monsters as we ported them back, giving most of them new skills.
Yep.
Entirely. Like,
Okay, yeah. That's
I just really like making monster skills, and you know, I was like, hey, I can do this quick because it's done in, you know, bang this out in 2-3 weeks. It was not 2-3 weeks.
He came
But-
to me. You came to me one day, and you're like, "I've made a mistake. I've spent too long on the abyss monsters." I'm like, "Okay, wrap it up. Stop. Move on." Right? Like, what can we do?
But they do have new skills. So,
Great.
you know, there's no breakdancing invulnerable snake woman, which is the sentence that I get to say as part of my job.
Lol.
And but you know, now you get to learn what the new skills are that the abyssal monsters will have for you in PoE1.
That's excellent news, and that's making the games more distinct while like taking some of the good stuff from PoE2, but you know, keeping PoE1 its own thing. That's really cool.
That was kind of the original impetus, you know. That, and I do personally like working on monster skills, but I personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE2, which is a thing we should definitely do, if we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do as much as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE1.
So you might see a monster that looks familiar, but you know, it's going to do all different things.
Oh, yeah.
It's exciting.
Reuse the art, adjust the game design is generally the philosophy
Cool.
there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. So another like, I was kind of surprised about just how much like stuff was going on in this, because you also have a Legion kind of set of improvements as well, with a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of exciting and interesting. So what unique modifiers can be ported over to a new item with this new Legion unique crafting system?
Drew's territory.
Well, to clarify first, there's 5 different crystals that can drop. Each of them is associated with one of the Legion factions.
Okay.
So, for example, the Mariketh faction drops one that allows you to enshroud your unique body armor items.
Okay.
So it's only armor. So you can't do it on jewelry, you can't do it on weapons. So you have shields and gloves and helmets and boots as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think. So you can take boss uniques, like
You can't create boss uniques.
no,
No.
you can't create boss
No,
uniques.
yeah, that
You
would
go
be
from
consume
boss
boss
unique.
Yeah, you
You
wouldn't
can
want that.
take a mod from a boss unique, and it's effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item. So
Yeah.
it will randomly transform into a new core drop or unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique.
That's so cool.
Or one of their mods, yeah.
And that
What is a good unique for this though?
competes with like Val orbing.
Yeah.
This is an alternative to Val orbing.
Yeah.
Unique.
I might be jumping ahead here, but I will say, well, I'll say at the moment we've done a big pass on Val implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a little bit in crafting
So-
for sure.
It's not entirely.
Man really loves his Sakawau's list.
There'll be some combinations of these unique items that you'll be
Hmm.
really looking for.
Cool. Don't worry. We'll touch on that in a bit.
The balance of the vestigial uniques, the balance is not. It's not like 1-to-1, right? It's
Surely Dark Monarch,
We
right?
can keep it 1-to-1.
Oh yeah, of course.
We try to keep it 1-to-1, but for example, something like Comb's Heart, we aren't
Right.
sending.
Surely
1,000
Dark Monarch.
to the new item. I think
No
it's like
1,000 life lightning
I
coils.
think
That's a
it's
lot,
like
though.
yeah, it's
Yes.
like 250, I think.
250 life lightning coils, pretty good. That's
good.
kind of juicy.
I mean, I'm excited for Facebreaker with Doriani's touch.
So to be fair, this is the one mod I think so.
So it seems like this is only taking the definitive mod off the unique,
Yeah,
not just like some
it's
random.
Usually,
Like it's a pair, so you can't really do it with this one.
There's like 5 different mods there's only one specific one that will port over.
You'll kind of know.
Yeah,
lot of
there's
the
a
time.
few cases like Shaper's Touch and Three Dragons where they've got like a cycle of 3 mods
Right, yeah.
where it will randomly pick one of the 3, but generally it's just one specific mod.
Yeah, that's fun. So the flavor, the main thing, the thing that you care about typically is going to be the thing that comes over there. That is very exciting. I quite like this unique crafting stuff. It's
cool.
good to see you exploring that.
I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
The funny thing is,
So it's one mod that gets transferred?
because we figured this out pretty early on in League development. So this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this
Yeah.
is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE2 designers, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes a unique mod and puts it on another unit." It's like, what?
You
We're
stole
doing
our
that in
idea.
PoE1. But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that, you know, eventually you can...
It's the actual literal case of the great minds. Well, just
Skin of the Lords could be good, but I don't think it would take the keystone.
We're just minds.
Maybe plus the levels.
So that is like a pretty exciting new thing that you can do with Legion. But with incubators being removed, which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps, do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legion, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
Yeah.
Very few of them I felt like actually gave much like value, and I just was annoyed that every few maps I needed to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good change.
So I
for
don't
sure.
think you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons. Like another thing to note is
I need these devs
it
playing
was mentioned is
mechanics I care about.
tools are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yeah.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion
Ritual.
is a smaller
bestiary.
pool. A smaller pool of rewards means you are seeing things like currency rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because
Yeah, they're
we've
not-
removed those other rewards.
Right, they're
from
not
the
being
pool.
replaced.
Yep.
Like, instead of a random incubator that you're filtering out, it's
It
gonna be
just has
a
to
thing
be-
instead, so- Okay, that makes sense.
It's a nice side
Spectres,
benefit of this whole,
to be
you know,
specific.
ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively,
Yeah.
because it kind
Good.
of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league mechanics too. You know, like were you ever really excited to see an abyssal jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop? You won't see those anymore. And now you might be excited to find a high level abyssal jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by a 1,000 people clicking reroll on Tujin every day.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right move. It gives people their niches, their little thing to be proud of. Like, I'm supplying the Abyss jewels to the market.
When it comes to like conceptualizing this, I know like Andrew came in, he's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues. And I think the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope, you know, it's something players prefer, instead of going fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, nah, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like, you know, the whole you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to, is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me last league. I'm just cycloning through the whole Legion.
Lol.
Just going back and forth over it multiple times, being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't tracked down the last
Yeah.
monster hiding around a corner.
But we're trying to just make like quite good packages out of these upgrades, as opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with Legion, like getting rid of the icons, so you don't just have those arcade style reward icons covering your screen in domain, you know, all that.
Yep.
But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system needs it. And you know, with the burst, we're also like, new pinnacle, why not? Because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there, so you can already see we're heading in a direction towards
More to come.
Yeah.
Cool.
But
Oh, I like
I
it.
hope players enjoy the more grander reworks as opposed to like what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about, like, our idea is to just, we've got a new league, here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity and fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns, and we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start.
I don't think they need to play Reapers to figure out what's wrong with Reapers. I think they just need to read the gem. Genuinely. They just need to read the gem.
There was a weird
They need to remember it's in the game first and foremost. Then they need to read it.
unique mods. That would be kind of wild.
No, I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted.
It's true.
It's sort of like a
Sakawa's Talon moves aspect of the avian to Ralakesh's impatience, and Sakawa's Nest moves aspect
Yes.
also.
You're not crossing the streams, though. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly.
You know there are easy ways to get aspect of the avian to, right? You can just put it on any rare item.
Man, there's a long list
That's
of
not a hard thing to do.
isn't there? So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you.
The important thing is the applying to nearby allies.
On any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in Act 3. There is a change that we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign, we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh,
But
like-
if you, so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
yeah, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that in end game, would you? But like, in
It doesn't
campaign-
really work because they have to go
Yeah.
from a combat area to a combat area.
Yeah. Okay.
You can only have one temporary mercenary at a time still. So if you find a mercenary in one area and then the next area, you don't have you aren't taking a full party with you. But, yeah, undecided if that will get in time or not.
Okay. I did definitely notice that you have buffed them, like because they're
Wait.
limited things.
So this
things like
temporary
this.
mercenary can't last more than one area?
Well,
They're stronger than me.
the main
Oh,
thing
what?
with temporary mercenaries is you cannot tweak their gear.
Yeah.
And because you cannot tweak their gear, we can make them much stronger than before because we don't need to balance around you giving them 1,000 DPS axes and
that-
Doyani's prototype and whatever else.
Yeah, they seem to be
So,
powerhouses.
The
I'm
good
like,
thing
oh,
is we
man.
can balance permanent mercenaries and temporary mercenaries completely separately.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the Luminary. And I feel like this is the most interesting, unique ascendancy possibly ever.
I feel like I maybe lied last
Who? Andrew?
the last Scion class where I said
Andrew here, Octavian here,
You did.
and of course
it
Mark.
was 6 months. My bad, give or take. So sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so the Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are like it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm gonna allocate that point, or
Andrew propaganda because of
so it's
mercenaries, eh?
put some kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced. But this is like a super, I don't know, this is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries as you go long term,
Yes,
right?
it's also interesting if you're not a luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary.
Ah.
So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very
I like
valuable
all these little
mercenaries
micro
are.
markets developing.
I can't wait for someone to buy like an ultra expensive warrant because that's what the tradable thing's called,
Yep.
the warrant.
And then
they're
die.
Like, yes, I get to hire it, and then they just die.
Oh, no.
I'm like, no.
You're evil.
07.
I thoroughly love where the Scions now ended up.
Yeah.
The 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday, day before or something.
Yes,
the new set.
we've shown the new ones.
You got this, like all 3 classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, but there's still many permutations. But still,
Yeah.
very three.
Can we
very
FNF
many
Luminary?
classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety.
Can we?
It ended up just being
Permalinks is actually quite insane.
and the Luminary just is the icing on the cake there. Honestly, I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my
Yeah, I'm 50-50 at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but there's stuff.
Yeah, that's stuff.
I was going to say Andrew has adjusted over 100 skill gems for
Yeah,
this
I
patch?
think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but everything else should be in the notes.
That's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple mercenary chat questions before we move on. So, will mercenaries revive automatically if they die after changing zones, or do they need to be revived with gold still?
They still need to be revived with gold, and same system as before where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys like? I can't.
But their survivability has been No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to like put defensive gear on them. I think. I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't trust that smile. I don't trust
It
it
was, like,
at
improved the
all.
UI or something like that. I feel like it was like a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall. Exactly.
We have added extra panels so you can see more
Yeah.
information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there was
So,
like the passives and defenses and stuff.
So the defenses I think used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will
No,
show
the-
because mercenaries in the back end.
Let's just doesn't want anything that I want.
Which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know like how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, like those
You can actually
inherent.
build them a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's two things about the Luminary that I think are worth. You're talking about passive stats, and it reminded me. There's two things about the Luminary. So the first
FNF?
thing is that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has how many fixed spawns? 3.
4 areas, yeah.
Yeah. So some guaranteed ones. You're still
Yep.
and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just like I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second.
You know
thing is
what? I'm
in
going to ask about the
specific
FNF.
because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there. They level up with you, so that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain for. Well, their skills get better. Their passive, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a like high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was it was a little bit dire. Leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was like, and then since then I've done like 1 or 2.
Isn't that the zone you find the Scion
I
initially?
found one of the
How poetic.
higher end, whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous, yeah.
Yeah, I found an infamous kineticist, and it's like,
Oh, that's the big money right
yeah.
there.
And then I went into another zone, and there was one of the temporary ones. And I got those guys, and I was just like sprinting through the zone, and he's like slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like,
I don't know what mercenary I'd want to
that's
use.
pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you like get a good temporary recruit on top of your already luminarious.
I get to be a
recruited one as
support
well.
character without friends. my mercenary friends.
Absolutely. Will Triathlon and skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another chat question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer drop in heist.
That makes sense. You want
Certain mercenaries
will
have
hidden flame and flesh jewels for loot
yes.
nodes.
Thank you.
Oh. I imagine not, right?
Nah, they won't be.
07.
Most of the nodes don't work unless you have the node that enables
And
you
then
to
there's
have
that
the
one that
mercenary.
would just be completely busted.
So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those two ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but yeah, you can't get the Reliquarian or Luminary.
So which Ascendant FNF would we want to use?
Yeah, she's an edge case.
No, they can't have determined wrath. Basically, open POEDB for you. A merc would have what's a name?
Unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys have removed the Scion? Because who actually remembers that from whatever, a decade ago?
Oh, yeah.
So obviously when we announced the class...
I actually mentioned it, so I do remember it.
Are going to be like, I wanted to
So let's say Stormhand as an example. It can roll with any of these gems. These two are guaranteed, but then it's RNG what else you get. So you kind of have to farm for the skill combo you want. So like Stormhand can roll with this and this, or it can be this and this, or it can be this and this. Does that make sense? I think it's 1, 2, 3, and 4, something along those lines.
I know this is a thing that like isn't a huge
But you can have 2 auras, so I don't
everyone has done it, but like yeah, it's easy to
think of it as this way. A Stormhand is this template. It will have 4 to 5 skills, and it's going to pick from these skills to determine the 5 skills or the remaining skills aside these 2.
I don't know how long it's been.
These 2 are guaranteed.
Indeed.
So Frost Hand will have these 2, but then it can
balancing.
the
It's like
mercenary you meet might know
because
Vortex, or he might have Frostbolt, or he might have Ice Storm, or he might have Discipline, or Purity of Ice. He might have any of these ones, but like he won't have all of them, and he can't have anything from someone else.
Sat down and had a look and
Does that make
figured out,
sense?
What are the problems with hand casting? It's like, what are all the different things we can change? I mean, the general thing from my point of view is I think hand casting is like not bad in the campaign and like early campaign, but I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game, and it comes back online very, very late game because you have a lot of very unique interactions like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be like very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially.
Yep.
But also the fact that we have like hundreds, I think it was like 180 spells that were like viable, damaging spells that we could like were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's like you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells.
What are the small nodes on
based
this?
on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
So for example, like blade spells now have like 10% crit chance instead of 6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower costs than other spells, but they have higher damage.
So one ascendancy point to give you two of these.
Very good for ignite.
Yeah, I noticed you were doing more elemental distinction as well. Yeah, so like same, I saw similar kind of reasoning behind cold and lightning as well. Like lightning is faster, but higher mana cost.
Yeah, so lightning will be interesting because lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
that's like a double whammy for like how do you manage the mana on that, and then if you're doing archmage things as well, especially. I mean, that can be a good thing. It's a good thing to have the higher mana cost potentially.
Yeah, I mean, archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off current mana cost anymore. I think there are a few, in which case
no. This is 1 point, so you can use literally 1, 2 points for that, 3, 4, or 5, 6. Like you can use each one. Is there's no in between node.
And I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, yeah, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Does that make sense?
The annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity.
Yeah.
But most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though, like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buffs for a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, oh, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think there weren't a huge amount of like, to be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like for example, channeling spells because they don't have a huge amount of like different axes for scaling. We've increased like the damage growth on those, so the damage isn't like hugely different at like level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game. But we deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so you don't feel compelled to use that one spell. Please try something else.
The reign, the curse of Magma Orb is finally over.
I mean, there'll be a new curse, but hopefully we'll change it more frequently than we have with Magma Orb.
Curse of the All Flame.
So
along that line, there is the classic, meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league. But Andrew's a specialist at just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, oh, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, and they're a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, yeah, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, that's a long list. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not to say there aren't any like nerfs related to. Well, one of the things is because we're buffing a lot of the spells.
Why do
I don't want to just buff every challenge.
I have never had any issues with the Magma Orb.
Playing mines.
What's your problem?
I do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes,
that's a good thing. Otherwise, you're not even necessarily then in.
Is it like what is bad about it?
Obviously, so.
Yeah, do you think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to handcasting and channeling in particular?
Well, there is a dream, and the dream is cast while moving, but That is,
Mm.
I don't know if we'll ever see that in PoE1.
So
It requires the new rigs, I assume.
We will
No,
someday.
yeah, one day.
one day.
Caswa moving.
A long time away though. That's not like but it will come. We've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the exact same reason why there's no WASD.
Yeah, I see the question, and we've answered it before, the WASD question, but that's the same thing.
We
It's just-
understand
it
how-
kind of needs the rigging to work.
We understand how popular those things will be, and it will happen. It's just taking its time, and not due to us like not caring. There is a whole department actively working on moving towards this goal.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah. So ironically, with the discussion and like a lot of the focus being on hand casting, self casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like triggered another means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past. There has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the future at all?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane for cast on crit.
Bifurcates is
if you're familiar
insane.
with bifurcation, and I don't know if
PoE2.
it's done on the live stream, but if you're familiar with
Bifurcation is insane.
PoE2,
yeah, that
we
thing.
pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE1.
It's basically lucky crits, where for those that don't know what bifurcation is, it's like you attack and I mean
sort of just ignored.
you attack and it rolls crits. It has to not roll crits twice for you to not crit. If it rolls crits once, it will crit. And if it rolls crit twice, it's super crits. Or it crits with 2x, with double the amount of crit. But then it caps your crit chance at 50% PoE2 at least. That is how bifurcation works.
Support. We should probably touch on that. So you did the
So it effectively, at 50% crit chance, it's the same as having like 75% crit chance. Or the equivalent of 75% crit chance.
Like dot builds, maybe
it doesn't cap here too, then yeah.
A lot from the transition, you know, they had a bunch of damage now.
Oh, it doesn't cap at 50% here? Oh, in that case, it's stronger.
It's a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awaken supports were just pure damage multipliers. All the supports they used were like Awaken Burning Damage, Awaken Deadly Ailment, or not that one, but Swift Affliction or whatever. So yeah, they certainly did lose a little bit of damage at like the super endgame, but hopefully I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like, I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different, it could be support gems, there could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra.
Let me open POB real quick. I'm kind of curious what we can F and F from Scion or Luminary.
Depending on like how many different types of non-damaging dots.
With that buff? What do you mean?
A huge bonus to their like damage and.
So there's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes. As probably
This is the old one.
So the dot skills, as he mentioned.
Oh wow, this patch then.
Maybe, unless he decides not to. And we were even working on some. We're working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them. Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that.
Wow.
No promises, but they're close. We're like 80% into solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we didn't want to add something too kind of convoluted, and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental, as opposed to just.
And the free shall be a no-brainer for that setup. What about the belts?
Oh my God. Also, I don't know if people noticed, but we have the helper text system now in PoE1.
Yeah, you need the belt too.
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
Yeah.
On that note, though, we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's going to take time.
The new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
slowly
it's a lot of
updated.
Finding all the cases where it's necessary, writing all the text.
Yep,
linking
them all.
You can automate some of this once you have a keyword, which is what we call it internally.
Auto highlight.
You can go look for all the places in the game that use that word that you're trying to keyword.
Yep.
But the actual writing of each individual keyword. That
Wait, you can't give a mercenary lord skin of the lords, which means you can't give them keystones anymore.
It can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in house.
Infamous mods mercenaries are typically stronger.
Consistent.
Yeah.
So ideally you'd want the infamous counterpart, but like they're typically just
their own variation of it. So yeah, we
they come with specific items that have like new mods. That's like number one.
Almost no information, right? Like it just confuses people. So yeah, they're gonna get filled in, but you know,
I think aside the
people to be
actual like the items, infamous and non-infamous aren't so different.
Yeah, so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we were talking about the keystone.
Like in terms of skills, they're the same, I think.
Chat bringing up nearby. Did we get that nearby?
Oh
thing,
yeah, I
Andrew?
was gonna mention
The highlight, the circle.
Yeah, so I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a restart patch, like a content update, maybe a week or two after release.
Yeah.
And for that, I have a plan where I'm gonna unify all the nearby keywords.
Oh.
So nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. And then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
I just want to clarify, because people got confused about it last time. When he says restart patch, it just means a patch and where the realm goes off and then back up. Just to be clear.
Not resetting.
I saw last time people going, what do you mean there's a week one league reset?
As in, there are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. Like, so it just forces everybody off the game.
Eternal terminology leaking
It's
out.
about client server synchronous. But
that's good news. Though.
I've seen us. We refer to it as a restart patch internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, listen to it as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No,
not usually.
The new league mechanic tooltips.
So we've had the assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about. Well, we talked about custom crit, but also like elusive, not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it, it landed a little bit too weak, which is why we're...
Surely they suddenly uncap poison dots, right?
Well, it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast.
What do you mean uncap
I do know that the death
poison
mark,
dots?
the one that is applied
Do you mean in
to
PoE 2?
That has also been massively buffed, so...
Oh, cool.
Or you mean like dot cap in general? Because dot cap is a system limitation.
Yeah, because...
It would change a massive rewrite to remove dot cap.
2%. Seems like the shadow ascendancies in general.
Like it would be a massive overhaul.
We do sometimes look at PoE.
It's not a small task.
Authority on that.
We often have our we make sure we address the least played class or two. But because some of these.
It's something that I would say I might say, okay, I can see them doing if they're going for like a 4.0 type, expansion.
Yeah, related to the assassin question.
But not for a league.
A few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of times it's like, unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use a claw instead. That's going to be better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters. Okay. So one of the things with daggers is they're implicits. We just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like they are kind of weak.
Yeah.
So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
And then the changes that were related to wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So rolling caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. As attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one, since it's not the focus now, but something to look at in the future.
It's the same thing where we try and pick a package similar with the league reworks, instead of just bits and pieces all over. We're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent, but I mean, the players will then tell us what the next, like we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up, that's how we ultimately decide here's what we're doing next. So ultimately, we just keep paying attention to
Yeah.
what people think is not in the right spot, and then we go.
I'm actually
"Okay,
quite
well,
excited for the Luminary Ascendancy, Loki.
balance package, and that's kind of how we go about doing it. To be honest, so let us know is the answer.
Well, I mean, that's the next question is about defenses on ranges. Obviously, not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows.
Oh, another thing that you should be aware of, Roman, is with mercenaries.
People about this one.
So
I have some extra context on this if needed. But
the support gems they have on each skill is also kind of random. So you have to find one that has good support gems on the skill that you want, and maybe some certain combination of skills so that they behave a certain way.
So that was like nerfed in, I believe, 327, and there was
Things like that.
as well. So while probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking in their own way to make up for that. And evasion seeming kind of increasingly weak with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield. And other defensive layer options in that kind of archetype seem to be highly conditional, or they have some really big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things in other classes would be 2 points, and also highly conditional. It's like, you know, don't get hit or you don't have any defenses kind of thing. So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future, or something you've been tracking.
I mean, if the player base agrees, and then we look into it, which, I mean, you're primarily correct, yes, then that will turn into our next package, right? Like, we pay attention to it during this league, by the way. And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So, again, that is a worthy candidate for sure.
Yeah, I haven't played an evasion build in like 2 or 3 leagues.
That might be a good indicator.
Can't remember how good the defenses were. I remember the philosophy of that change was basically that like a lot of the investment in the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression back to the level that it was pre-nerf.
Yeah.
If that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah.
You'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of that kind of build, right?
Yeah.
So like pure evasion bases, or maybe quivers, something like that. If you're talking about bow builds being a problem specifically.
It could be we do it more dex. Like if you dexterity focused kind of defenses pass plus weapon distinctions. Like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always gonna be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone whose opinion I kind of trust on that topic.
I do agree that I don't think PoE1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because like if you're a slayer, it's like what's the difference between using a 2-hand sword axe or mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits,
and that's a fun thing to improve too. Like it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So
I mean, one of the benefits of having this cadence where we have the split teams with designers fully dedicated to PoE1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems. We can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
That's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, a bit down further. Thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all so you mentioned something about Val orbs, and this is connected to this. So synthesis, you mentioned something about
good mod
modifiers.
Oh yeah, we're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
I mean, to be fair, rangers are squishy.
To be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but we've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So why have synthesis implicits when you also have Val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example. So
The whole identity was you take
Holmes
multiple
binding
items-
the
maybe
belts.
you remember the league.
It was
Take multiple items
Long time.
explicit
depending on the
mods
merc.
and
It
put them
was
as implicits on something. You know, like
it
the whole idea
was
that you were taking explicit mod power into
consistent.
implicits, and then
So you'd want a melee merc for Holmes binding, so he walks up to them.
so really what it
And
just looks
applies
like is
this.
just a random amalgamation
Not a
of
ranged
modifiers
one
that
like
are
Kinetic
implicit
Blast.
items.
But yeah, it was reliable.
Synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that Synthesis had during its league forever ago. But yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation of so many different stats that are just contesting with designs, well, ultimately blocking design space.
Determ or merc probably would be good on determ merc.
Dedicate it so we can
Oh.
free up some
They can use any item based on their attributes, but this determines a lot. So
Then did immediately use.
int can use strength int and dex int items, but the item must have int.
well, I guess that's sort of like
Dex int can use
items,
dex
but those
or
items,
int
so
or
they're
both,
fairly
but cannot use
confusing.
anything that has
But
strength.
the main thing we did is
And
we
like,
took
you know,
most
that's how it
of the
goes.
Interesting, powerful.
So that's something to keep in mind for items you want to equip with them.
Yeah, so
So
they're not
you
just
can
gone.
corrupt a ring and get +1 frenzy charge.
Oh,
now,
cool.
For example.
Well, that's a potential big buff to Val Orbs. Then it seems like that's a much
Yeah.
more interesting thing.
You'll
to
see it in the
power that.
patch notes, but in doing like the Abyss changes, we've ordered all the mods on Abyss Jewels, and we've removed bad ones, buffed weak ones. Same for all the Val.
I think we got
corruption
rid of the
implicits.
increased damage versus abyssal monsters one, right?
Yeah, I think
That's gone.
I think I petitioned you to
Nice.
get rid of those like years ago, and now
Finally.
I didn't even ask you this
Come on,
time. I
man.
just removed it.
yeah, get rid of them. I don't know why I ever would have defended that. Fever dream.
Memory hole.
One of those days. Did you ask me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough caffeine? It's, you
I
know.
remember.
You can't do that. I need
Anyway,
that
it's
for a
reason.
reason.
Very long time ago.
That's the right answer.
Yes. I mean that's a very juicy buff to double corruptions.
What about anoint? You can use anoint on them.
Out of that.
It also means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was gonna say like this is the sort of change that affects like very pinnacle high end crafting because
The
like
only-
you can't get those crazy bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did, for some reason, drop synthesis items. So, for example,
Which is
Ritual and
everything but
Heist.
synthesis, let's be clear.
Yeah. So, those might be the next leagues in the future on the like, let's audit their rewards, make sure their exclusive rewards are like much more powerful.
Announcements are that
Somewhat
big.
bounces in the other direction though, because there's a lot of leagues that'll generate.
Depends on what you're going for. I mostly use them for
jackpot, right?
True.
for
So part of my follow-up
utility,
it was at some point
and for some I'd go for something like Warcry effect. So something like
that was always like one of my favorites.
this
Like,
one,
it's such a
enemies
high variance,
take
fun win.
taunted by Warcries take increased damage and increased Warcry buff effect. Or even like
that's not gonna be happening.
this
It's
one.
not a thing anymore. Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make
You know,
them
stuff like
their
that.
own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind
Because
of
remember, there's one that has Rallying Cry, and you can give it a big weapon.
Unique maps being very old.
And yes, in that point about Merc Ascendancy.
We would
Oh,
love to just, like,
I just
completely
meant
redesign all of them and
Yeah, they're
do
getting
them
so
properly.
sad.
you're spending 2 points to come out of here.
It came up as part
But
of
like
the
once you're out of here, you can literally spend 2 points to pick. Like it takes you 6 points to take all of these. There's no travel node between here and here,
and it was
so
too much of a
you can in
risk
theory do
time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
I plan on doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 3 uniques.
However, Doyani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map, have been
That's what I meant.
always drop corrupted with an implicit, and they've been massively buffed. So
Oh.
they're very high variance.
Something to also
You'll
keep in
wanna
mind for
find some-
supports mercenaries is
Awesome.
more of
So
mischief,
recently had some
or is it
of the
conquest?
Chaos Orb sinks removed.
Conquests.
Possibly causing, well, probably causing the quick spike. to
It's a
flame
source
resistance
of
to Divine Rage and
intimidates.
Mirage compared to the more typical 150-ish that we had in.
If I remember correctly.
So what are the? I'm curious. Like, is this something you guys really look at or care about too much? Or are you like, the economy's going to economy? Like, What are your thoughts about?
Or
like,
is
the
this not
impact
this
on
one?
players of this sort of change? Like, if you have an economic shift like that, is it something you care
Yeah,
about?
too much.
I mean,
Not if it's too.
That's the
like,
impression I've got in the past.
if
Is
that
like
was
you like
3,000, whatever, obviously, the magnitude.
Is it more
is-
conquest? Maybe it's a different one actually.
it's-
Ultimatum.
Not to say it isn't a thing we might want to consider. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, it's not a huge deal for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out. Like,
Glimpse of Chaos. This is the one.
yeah, there's this thing.
I
with the economy
think.
that like from your guys' perspective, I get the sense that like
Malediction.
like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to
Crush if needed.
too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you
Like,
imagine? Oh my
yeah.
lord.
I don't know, not to be contradictory or anything, but like
I think this one is one I was thinking about for damage because it can have
I don't
malediction.
personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time. You know, it's one of the main reasons that I like personally play hardcore trade over other leagues because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay. Yeah.
It is sad when the chaos orb as a drop now feels weak,
Yeah,
right?
I think
That
that's
is sad. That
That's
is
the
sad.
most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking.
As what do you mean? What do you mean?
People think
This
about
one
the
Guardian.
economy ratio, and I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied. And not
Gold
always super
costs
convincing,
for
but the most convincing part
converting.
here is that the players who are picking up chaos orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental progression towards their thing. Like that's like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one
The
myself.
fewer items that are satisfying to drop,
Yeah.
like if it only becomes here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a gray line, it's like weird, but if it does cross the line, then, or I mean, I guess it's not even really a line, it's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing for sure.
That said, we have added a
I was gonna
couple
say I'm
of
burying
new,
the lead. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them, so
Oh, only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's there's bench orb crafts for chaos orbs now. I saw.
yes, they behave. I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb where it removes the mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that, and then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a bunch of other trash.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be used, but it's an option there. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that's gonna sink a few chaos orbs. I saw that one of them was like 8 chaos or something.
We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't want chaos to become pennies, you know, which you could argue they're 1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your
You call it
definition
divine a dollar?
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar. But we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just, it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action. And sometimes there are short-term things that influence, not to say that that's what's happened here.
Yeah.
And then they just course correct next league. And sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague, because we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but Bestiary is had to have seen some changes to its beast crafting.
You had the helmet on Guardian?
Beasts are dropping specific talismans as well. Is that something you can target farm?
Is that with the hidden FNF? Speaking of hidden FNF, what was the hidden one for this?
Its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff for
so
those,
yeah, you can.
birds.
A Rex just looks like a some sort of mammal to me, but
I think
yeah,
it's
it is.
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird.
I
You
have
can
no
plus
idea.
birds. More likely, the more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the rexes. But I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine. Whatever.
I apply a curse, and Meta Guardian has +1 to curse limit, applies another curse so it doesn't override correctly. And if I then put nothing on the mercenary, can get a third course? Correct.
It's a big crafting.
So the easiest way to look at curses is it's like a stack of blocks. It's like a stack of blocks. If you don't want to overwrite a party member's teammates, or say, if you want to overwrite a party member's curse, what you want to do is on the let me just pull out paint real quick. It's the easiest way to explain it. If it ever loads, that is.
That was where this came in. We started discussing it and we were just like, is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes 2 base types of value. And I get that it's just taking away the value, but
Right.
it also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting,
So
that fossil has also been changed.
imagine each of these squares is going to be
Fractures the item now.
a,
Like the names
a curse limit. Let's say if you and your anime guardian tries to curse the same enemy,
Being a bit like, oh, no, but
do I have
2 of everything I found?
Yeah, but
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing in
dark mode? I
even
don't.
if you don't, it's like the thing you.
I don't use it enough to have dark mode sets.
1.5 times as much.
Oh, well.
whatever The difference in the cost
Anyways,
of the base splitting was like it was just
When you have curse limits of 1,
so it just became this
you
kind
guys
of
are trying to
obvious
compete for this square.
about all those you'll get
When you
numbers
give your
for yourself.
AG a curse limit of 2, he's able to put it in this second square up here.
thing is
If you give him 2 curses, he'll try to put the second one down here, overwriting yours.
sort of
So you would have 1, he has 1.
Closer to the original.
There's a Ducat.
You have 1, he has 1. It balances out. If you want your merc to now apply a curse aside these 2 curses you just mentioned, he has to have a curse limit of 3 so he can place in this stack over here, and so on and so forth. If you want him to have a 4th course, you're going to have you have to have a stack limit of 4 so that he can then place it here. Does that make sense? I think this is the easiest way I have to visualize curse limits and how it works. 1, you guys are competing for the same spot. 2, you both of you can apply 1. And keep in mind, if let's say your AG has 3 and your merc has 1, your merc and you will compete for this, but your AG will be able to place it here and here. So you'd want to, one of them has to have 2 and the other has to have 3, so they can appropriately place 1 1 in these squares. All right, let's go back to Twitch. I unmuted the fuck.
Yeah.
Like wild spirit beasts.
Okay, there we go.
And
Worth
that's
figuring
kind
it
of
out.
why the very original pitch for this.
Anathema with Combs Binding makes sense. Combs Binding isn't a curse, right?
Yeah.
I know that one. We all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel,
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, I definitely have had questions about that, especially on the quality of life.
This isn't a
things.
curse, so
I think
it doesn't
it'd be worth mentioning those now.
need curse
Some
limits.
people
But yeah, you can use Anathema's Binding and Combs Binding. Or Anathema and Combs Binding, rather.
But it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly,
actually trying to engage with the mechanic.
we've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while there,
Yeah,
and because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it, and we're like, can we really afford to spend this much time on that instead of? And there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make bestiary the focus. So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
Because if you do it in a way where you're
If you need to pick 2 uniques on determination.
having to choose between, do I fix these
Oh
problems?
yeah, you can.
You're just fixing.
You just take unique. Anathema is a ring, so you have to take rings, and the belt is a belt, so you have to take so you need these 2 nodes as a minimum.
Really matter and need to
As
be
an example.
like they are. Like, what if I just kind of dropped a life force beast juice? or something
discussed
like
this
that.
recently as well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps
Yeah.
as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes just require a red beast,
Yeah.
and he'll spawn some random other beasts alongside
Nice.
when you do an encounter.
When I imagine a
But
modernizing past, that's kind of what I imagine. Yeah.
the only problem is that is a lot of programmer work, actually.
Yeah.
Every solution we came up with was like, all right, we've done all the like 1 day tasks. Now we're in the many day to week tasks, and we're like, yeah, it's just getting so. Again, it will be a focus soon.
I wonder if that makes it a candidate for more of like a best area 2.0, like a more substantial thing, since it is going to be so much work anyway. Just untangle that. Like,
Not necessarily as an active league, though it could be, but I'd say it's currently still probability wise, it's more likely for just a rework. Similar to like Abyss and Legion this time round. It'll be here's a new league, here's a bestiary rework, insert other things here.
We've got some rapid fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch and maybe beyond that from what I've heard. Any news on sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
None of us three know about that, unfortunately. So Jonathan handles that with our more live ops and sysadmin team, so we just don't know, honestly, what's going on. Like,
I'll ask him about it then.
That is the better thing to do for sure.
I'll get on it. We talked about the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE 2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE 1 as well?
Almost all of that. Well, yes. Don't know when. Same with like price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
build
thing.
planner. Yep.
There's some complexities around it. Like we are trying to, as from the helper text thing, we just got that ported over. So we're slowly porting stuff over. But often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? It makes sense to port it. But those people are working on PoE 2, big upgrade. So we've got to find these like windows where they're like kind of between tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work. Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all trying to maneuver it over, and they don't understand the, parts of it that are lesser important and more important necessarily. And they can figure it out, but it would just take a lot more time. So we try and find these lulls between major tasks for them where they can go and port stuff back. And we just need to do some of that, really. So.
And those are the sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's ideally the outcome there. And that got me thinking about that. There's 2 features of Awaken Trade that I would keep me using it, even if you had the in-game price checking that was working just as well. And those are /hideout macro, the ability to like return to your hideout quickly. And the second one is the control scroll wheel your stash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well, the latter one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
The first one I'm less certain of, but
we had it. Well, why not? It's just a
I think in PoE 2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE 1 currently. So that might be just like a little gap.
Also,
to fix.
Similar to how we bound use town portal. Like
it could be a hotkey,
we could have
right?
a return to hideout.
That would be amazing.
Or just a go to hideout. Obviously it won't always work. Like if you're in an area where hideout doesn't work, it won't work. But
awesome.
And maybe then do one for like, / King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And
that's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Off your keyboard, just teleport to.
Yeah, we got a lot of hotkeys, but these could be optional ones, I suppose.
There's someone more.
I am gonna ask him then.
Yeah, we'll start with those ones before we add a whole ruckus of.
Oh, that'd be amazing. If the control scroll wheel's possible as well, that'd be awesome, because that's just like when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're moused over there. You don't have to mouse over to change tabs and then back and forth. That'd be awesome. Oh, great. Awesome news. The Toter event caught me by surprise. Trial of the Ancestors. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. How did that one come about? And just kind of like, just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about
we wanted to just have like a variety of different events we can run, and it was like, we don't want to just keep doing the same thing. And so it kind of was like, okay, we've had this and this. Like we even discussed at the time going, could Mercenaries be an event format? And we went through all the different options. And then I think there's been a bit of a, because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's gonna be so much work to bring it back. Turns out, wasn't that much work.
Yep.
It
Took a programmer like 1 day to revive it.
Yeah. Ended up being way quicker than we had expected. So we were like, well, let's just do it, run it as an event. I know people have been craving it, but let's actually see if it's more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But
Can you think of a better combination for a strength merc?
Just like they tried it here and they're like,
Are you trying to find this strength merc for like
but then I see other people
utility or damage?
about it today and they're like, I love this. Like, I want them to make it core. Like, this seems to some people really fall in love with this mechanic. So, is it something you want to make core at some point still?
we're on the ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing, and that way certain people play it because they love it and others won't, or yeah, I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's obviously, you don't have to do it, right? It's like, if you like that. Similar.
This was a Warcry Merc setup that I had, if I remember correctly. I made certain Merc setups, so like Warcry Merc.
So as long as it's
This didn't work.
Specialized content.
There's of course Lightning Merc.
The most of anything, I think, the most specialized.
So, you know, it has a place.
Curse Merc. All of these are using chest piece that you obviously can't have unique anymore.
Yeah, it could be scrolled down.
Max 2 uniques.
Down there.
Max 2 uniques.
Do cats increased intangibilities? There's some random chat questions we have here. So
Does he have to be strength merc? Why strength merc? Because of D-term? Why not int so you can have wrath?
There are a lot of
And then run D-term yourself.
currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So like an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal, unlike the other ones.
Those are legal.
Yeah, because they're just kind of, they are just a unique.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a replica unique, and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically two of the similar mod.
Holy.
On the same
That's kind of
item.
wild. I imagine you can't create a replica unique though, because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
You like the taunts?
You don't want to cheat that.
Getting all the boss drops and no one's even killed the bosses.
Yeah, it's no good.
The things it can create are the things you can ancient orb an item into.
Nice, that makes sense. Can you log into hideout, or so like that option that logs you back into your hideout. I think PO2 has that.
So something like this Eruptor?
No. They're logging into
D-term purity of fire is fine.
and probably for reasons people won't like. But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout,
Striker?
and see players, and be part of this universe.
So you're going for Enduring Cry. P.S. This is old Enduring Cry, so it gives you endurance charges.
But that's just where we stand on it.
And this can give you Fortify if you get it with a special support gem. So Striker was a good choice back then.
Which, but I know that's not going to be a popular take for sure.
Specifically if you rolled with...
Switch out gear in the recently teased
Where is it?
Guardian UI. The teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take
Gilded Fortifications. This one.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian is, we sort of just got that in like a week or two ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. It's, you can right click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yeah.
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground and using the skill on it to actually equip it.
Yep.
We do
Oh my god.
change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like mercenary. You can put them over. Yeah. Fair enough.
So that means
I think that's
you can still have your AG equip it on the wrong hand.
ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. Like, it's a big event to announce the big stuff for PoE 2, but is there some stuff that PoE 1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something happening there?
For sure. It's not PoE 2 con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got two main games, two titles, right? And of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE 1 and for PoE 2. And I actually saw some people...
Holy PoE 1 expansion?
I saw a few people going, last PoE 1 patch for the year. And I went, no, it's not. There is a 330. It will be before the release of PoE 2. And so... It's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
I
in
know,
the
right?
three
I was
series.
talking about this with Jonathan earlier. It's like there's been 30 expansions in
Since
the three series, right?
Yes, we will have another PoE1 expansion. Already cooking up some awesome ideas,
Excellent.
and I'm sure they'll release it. I'm sure next Saturday for us, we will be able to nail it down mostly. But yeah, some pretty cool stuff in the works, or to be in the works fully since these guys are wrapping up. But yeah, should be epic. PoE1, PoE2, big end of year for us. Like absolutely monster of an end of year for everything Path of Exile related. Yeah,
Absolutely. Excellent. That's fantastic news. Exactly what we want to hear. Well, thank you very much, all of you, Andrew, Octavian. Mike,
Patch
thanks very
patch
much.
notes aren't gonna be live for another 15 minutes, I think.
Job, you two, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome job to you, Ziggy.
Oh, thanks.
Oh yeah.
Surely they posted now.
Patch.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right. See you guys later.
GG. Yeah, it's in 17 minutes, so we have some time. In that time, we're probably going to cover some things I missed here that I think I want to try to see again, and just like finish this page, because there's so many things I want to explore with the Luminary Ascendancy as a potential, especially when it comes to AG and rolling AG and what do you say?
10 minutes till patch notes.
Why do you think it's 10 minutes? It was on the it was 17:00 Pacific that he said, so it will be on the clock, which is in 17 minutes.
And
So you're just copying. Okay. There are so many possible combinations with Luminary and AG that I am very, very curious to see what I would want. Because like at the end of the day, going for an ascendancy just for a support mercenary is not worth, I think. I would want a DPS mercenary. Though I guess granted, it depends on like what support I would really want here. You know? That matters as well. I need to also just keep in mind that I cannot give them unique chests, because like in my head just now I'm like, what if I give them Rigwald's Hunt, for example? But like that's a chest, you can't give them that. W Ascendance part reveal. That was crazy. Like actually. All right, real quick. For the rated Matthew.
Actually dropped the patch notes, but thank you for the raid, Mr. Path of Exile. That is fairly kind.
All
A
right.
lot of green stuff happening.
Now that that's done,
Dump on head.
let's close that. Let's turn ads potentially back on so we don't get pre-rolls. I think that will probably want, yeah, ads will start in a minute. So what we're going to do is we're going to run a 3-minute ad. I'm going to do some stuff IRL. And then when the ads are done, we can start going over certain, we can finish this page first and foremost, because we do need to finish the page. And then we can talk about what on earth we just saw, because that was actually a lot. And I actually missed the part about these spellcaster skills, I guess. So I need to actually go back and rewatch that particular section. But anyways, give me a second.
Waiting for patch notes, boys. Waiting for patch notes. Will Minion Pack survive? I think it will, guys. I think it will.
All right, I'm back. Ads seem to be done. Hope everybody has gotten their drops at some point during that stream. Where were we? Graphics from Spectre, also like the taunt because I lose this. So unique combinations, and it can only be a maximum of 2. And this needs to, what am I looking for here in terms of support, I guess? Are you looking at for damage or for defense? For what kind of, if it's for damage, what kind of build are you going for? You know, stuff like that. AG Merc build you're cooking. I need sauce, the cooked. Like I replaced Sentinel from Guardian with Merc, which is like Sentinel on steroids. Yes. And then I don't think there's still any way to like fix block without like maybe changing your shield to like Svalin or something, which I don't think you want to do. But you get way more what's it called? You get way more from Mercs than you do Sentinel. Just because like 2 free auras, a potential like Warcry that gives endurance charges, potentially fortification as well. There's a lot going on there. Well, Mask of the Tribunal. Hey Ricky, I know that's a stat stacker helm. It could be. You don't have a passive tree, which is a source of a lot of like attributes on any attribute stacker. But nearby allies have chance to block AD, so you're trying to give them a lot of strength. You have certain items that can give you a lot of strength, you know. You off the top of my head, you'd have to have unique belts, potentially unique boots. Actually, no, rare boots would work because you can get increased strength on rare boots. So unique belts, unique helm, and then a whole lot of strength. That could work. Well, I don't know how much you'd be able to give them that where it would matter. Dexterity int. You know, I don't know how. Like for this to matter, you need like 1,000 strength. I don't know how much strength you can push without a tree. Like in theory, maybe I would say maybe 500, maybe 7. Like I don't know. Does that make sense? I just don't know what big strength items you're going to give. You're going to give him that will give you a lot of block. What's that?
How long till TLR?
3 hours.
Okay.
So it's by 9-hour time. Yeah, pretty much.
So late, man.
Yep.
To play for like an hour and a half. What is that? Just campaign?
You can finish campaign in that time if you're efficient.
Yeah.
So you could be in T1, T2 by then, theory, which is good progress, I think.
Surely I tank the night and just gig our player out. Fuck
Not-
my whole weekend up.
Not if you're going in person, that's for sure. Be fucking miserable. Does the nerc need to be strength or int? For this, it's has strength, it has int. So anybody that does not have dex as an attribute can wear this. Well, that's not true. Anybody that doesn't have dex hybrid can wear this. So a complete strength mercenary can wear this. A complete int mercenary can wear this. A strength int mercenary can wear this. But a dex int cannot wear this. A dex strength cannot wear this. A pure dex cannot wear this. Can a dex strength mercenary wear it? I don't think so. Maybe. No, they can't. Because if they are hybrid, if they're like strength ints, then the items they cannot use are the ones from the other attributes. So from strength, they can use anything that has strength. For ints, they can use anything that has int. But if it's strength ints, they cannot use anything that has dex. That's how that works for mercenaries specifically. So striker should be fine because it's pure strength. He can wear that. Pure ints, so like kinetics can obviously wear it, obviously, but strength int can wear it. But toxicologist can't wear it. Bastion can't wear it because it has int, and this is a strength dex mercenary. Does that make sense? So that's how that works. I do want to finish this because I haven't gone through everything. Let's start from the bottom. Oh wait, I'll actually finish it. Spellcaster skills. Let's go over that because I missed that entirely. And also, before we do anything, let's look at the ascendancy again.
But
Astramentus. Astramentus is a good choice though. Astramentus would be a very good choice because then you get, what is Astramentus, 100? All attributes, so at the very least, it's 1% chance to block and 6 to 8% crit multi. I think it's still a stretch, but like if you're adding whatever you get from mask to the other effects your merc is giving you, probably should be decent. But I don't think you get to 1,000 strength to get like even 10%, you know, AD block chance, which is not bad, I guess. Like it's fine to a degree. What I'm thinking about in terms of this build, I have been constantly thinking about if there's any stackers that I can play on the Luminary Ascendancy with Mercenaries and AG. And obviously the first one that comes to mind is Life Stacker, because if I'm a Life Stacker, I can give my AG, you know, the typical life stuff, which is going to get nerfed today. So, you know, there's that. But we can give them life stuff and potentially give the mercenary life stuff as well. Flame link is good, but like realistically, I think I'll just go crit link, scale my own crit, make sure both of these guys are perma-critting, and then work off of that. You know, I could easily do a not tripanon. I don't think I like tripanon, but could do something along those lines. Go crits, make sure these two have crits, and work backwards from there. Aside crits, what could I give both of them that would work? Rallying Cry would be the best support for both of them, because I could just give both of them flat damage. Minion would be a bit harder because then he needs to get increased damage from somewhere, and that somewhere has to be, you know, we have to find the source. It's an easy source of increase would be the life stacker package. Aside that, we're going to be giving them flasks as well, which would be nice. And Hallowed Monarch only works on minions, I think, right? Or does it? Okay, random link minion. So it would only give my AG. I guess this will only give my AG the mod. It won't give him. But like that's also fine, I think. Maybe in the process, I would end up going for maybe in the process I end up going for, I'd say the bestiary bloodline, because that allows me to have one specter that has even more affixes. Maybe, who knows. Per multi plus cast speed for absolution is good. I mean, it would be decent, but this is increased cast speed. So this is literally, if for 100 int, you'd be getting the cast speed equivalent to 1 12 passive cluster node. That's not good for bang for your buck. It really isn't. Crit multi, maybe because it's a lot scarcer. But like, yeah, like crit multi is like the only one that I think it makes sense to scale on this item. But dex stacking is, I don't know how much dex you can give him. You know, especially on a merc that would have to use like hybrid strength and dex stuff. But I guess now you can replace strength modifiers with dex. Maybe it works, especially when you give them like proper rings. All right. Link.
Sure. Your DMs.
Thank you. I'll post this in chat. We got patch notes. Let's see. You are welcome. We have the Curse of the Flame, new content, exceptional skill gems, cast a pact empowering your damage over time spells but burgeoning you with an affliction. The skill grants this for a duration, causing flesh render to trigger periodically. Cast a pact empowering spells that fire projectiles. Cast a pact empowering your damaging vow spells but burning you with an affliction. They deal more damage and have less soaking prevention duration. Holy, isn't this insane for absolution? And refund souls on use. This is insane for absolution, is it not? Because they would technically count as vow spells, I think. Well, maybe not. They should, I think. The actual cast, I think, is considered a spell, so this part should still affect them. This is for Katash. I don't think Katash is in here, but I can check. No, it is not. Okay, cool. Trigger falling crystal on head, causing the giant crystal of abyssal soul to fall from our foe, falling down on target location. Yada yada yada. Cannot be triggered. Divine Blast of Radiance. Project a beam of holy light from your shield to a targeted location, causing an implosion of holy energy. As an orb, periodically releasing larger explosions. Affect the rate at which explosions occur. I feel like this could be an interesting build. Holy Hammers of Spiral. Holy Sweep of Hammer Falls. Waves of Holy Hammers for a duration. When playing a party, any player is now able to interact with Expedition Detonators, Eldritch Altars, Harvest Plus. Shell will get an PoE2 and people can click Expedition thing, right? When you die.
Surely.
Airline King's March, Nico in mine, and this unable to identify items for you. Crafting bench in every town from Act 2 onwards. Holy, the tech is here. That is nice. The audio for most race specters should now be quieter. The ultimate fucking buff. Holy. Let's go. Frostbearers are very loud with their minds. Regifilers with their constant. Oh, they're fucking there. I think even Oak just be shouting.
So wait, the specters are gonna be quieter in general. That's huge.
Yeah. Finally, I can play with Mercenaries core. We have 3 Thratan Scarabs. Wild Rogue Exiles have 50% chance by accompanied by a Wild Mercenary. They have increased difficulty for each mercenary in area. All equipment are unique, and then 2 they are infamous and are accompanied by 2 wild mercenaries. Cool. Then we have the Abyss stuff, Legion revamp, gem socket changes, at least 4 non-white sockets, 75 chromatic orbs. All right, so this is where unique items start getting changes. Triad grip unique gloves now have the following modifiers. Minion convert 25% of fist to fire per red, per cold, per green. Oh, fuck. They still managed to keep us down with fucking Triad grip, yo.
Oh.
The Triad grip now has the following modifier. Converts 25% of phase to fire per socketed red gem, not socket. They now care about the gem. And then for chaos, they need to be empty sockets. Holy, on the already socket starved build. The easiest version to itemize is now the worst for Triad's grip. Because before you had 4 white sockets, so you could just put anything and you'd be fine. But now they want you to have it empty. Literally empty. What? What do you mean? Jesus. I thought they said you judge it. Ha, holy. Oh fucking 7 Triad's grip. I guess we're not using it for chaos is all that means.
It's just not happening for chaos anymore, that's what that means. That
but like there's only 2 ways of getting chaos. Unholy Might or that. And there's very few ways to get Unholy Might.
You know what to do if you want to play chaos minions.
I mean, chaos caster minions can use the abyssal gloves, but like that's it. Only casters. Not attacks. 07. 07. 12% increase max life and mana if your equipped staff has a red and blue socket. So they reduce the max life potential and the max mana potential, but then they made it so you only need red and blue, which is a lot easier to hit, which I guess is okay. They removed enchantments on body armor for only one socket color. You roll a bench that reforges the colors of socket on an item using the outcome with the greatest number of non-white socket colors.
Doriani Merc might not be dead.
It is. What do you mean?
Well, we know we can't spec into it, but like one of the scarab literally gives it all mercenary items are unique.
Yeah, so you have to farm,
scarabs.
but you'd have to farm a good
You would have to
merc.
literally drop one, but there's also a chance that
You have
There's a
to
chance they enabled it to be maybe as soon as you make it yours, it wipes out all their gear.
I doubt they would do that because that'd be weird. But what could
This
easily
This
happen?
is a half-ass change, if so. Not really. It's rare as fuck. Like, can you imagine a merc having Doriani's prototype? I don't know if you even saw that.
It's not
on
even.
Merc League.
I probably did, but I don't know if I did actually thinking about it. But
It's a rare unique.
it is. But here's the thing: on top of Doriani's prototype, you have to drop. He has to have Doriani's prototype, but it also has to be a good base. Otherwise, you know. Now, granted, you can favor a mercenary, like a strength mercenary as an example of the tree, so that you only see things that can actually use Doriani's prototype, and maybe you get lucky on that regard. You know, now you're forcing uniques instead of seeing rares, so like, you know, maybe, but we don't know how it's going to work. Can you explain Crown of the Tyrant? Is it like socket on that item, or Crown of the Tyrant only cares about the socket on the Crown of the Tyrant helmet? So that one socket on the Crown of the Tyrant helmet, that is the socket that matters, and that is the one that gives your nearby allies base damage. So you recolor that to what you want. And you know, go from there. Did they change that item? Surely they didn't, right? I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it. Talisman revamp.
Minion MS on episode Jewels now instead of 10.
50% is actually very
15,
notable.
yeah.
Oh, I got my hopes up for a second. That's not bad, I guess. Is that in the Abyss section?
Yeah.
Minions have increased move speed. 8% chance to gain. This is for you to gain Unholy Might, though. None of these are from Ghastly Ijos specifically. So I don't think we've seen many changes in that regard. An Abyssal Crystal.
That doesn't drop any tank. Like, that's actually so fucking sad.
When you kill Atziri?
Yeah.
07.
Like 0, bro.
Yeah, it happens. Rarely, but it happens. Because like even in those situations, like one thing is typically enough to like just make it so it's not none. You know?
Yeah.
All right, league changes. We've seen this. Volatile Valobs are going to Sanctum. Rancor is going to its own anomaly thing. While channeling Verisium, or you cannot be damaged or stunned. Thank you. You know, it's been a long time coming. Ultimatum is now the exclusive source of catalysts. They've been removed from heist. They've been removed from expedition. They've been removed from ritual rewards. Holy. You wanted catalyst? I mean, they're going to be more expensive is what that means, especially without I feel like they did come from 2yen, a decent, like not a decent, like it was there.
No, they've nuked 2gen so much that I don't know. What else should you have in this window now?
Surely he's going to be able to give us currency. Do I think it's better? Better than what is the question? It's a good helmet, and I use it on certain builds, but it's typically between that or like an influence helmet or a defensive helmet like Mask of the Stitch Demon. So like what are we comparing it to? Average number of monsters in Breach monster packs has been reduced. The number of packs spawned by unstable breaches have been reduced. The progress for killing breach has been increased to compensate for the reduced number of monsters. So the nerf breach. The max number of breaches that can be opened at once has been reduced to 2 from 3. Yeah, they nerf breaches. Holy. Atlas anomalies. What is this about reflect? Reflect map modifiers have been reworked. Instead of causing monsters to reflect a percent of phase or early hit damage dealt to them, they instead cause rare monsters to have physical or elemental thorns. Oh? The elemental thorns activate when hit by elemental damage and last for 5 seconds. While active, it reflects a fixed amount of elemental damage each time the monster receives an elemental hit, dealing damage of the highest elemental damage type in the received hit. Monsters cannot gain elemental thorns more than once every 10 seconds. You can only take elemental damage, thorn damage once every 0.1 seconds. So you can't get shotgunned by all the thorns, but it still hurts if you do big hits on like a pack, I guess. And it's not like instant. Maybe. In red maps, it's going to be reflecting 800 fizz and 1500 elemental damage. No, reflect no longer appears in corrupted side areas. Toxic sewer, my love, is back. GG. That's all I needed to see. So long as I think my league is always fine, so long as I have toxic sewers and strand. That is my home. Like those two maps, they have everything I want. I need a closed map, I have toxic sewer. If I need an open map, I have city square. Is city square here? It's fine. Cool. We're safe. I forgot about city square. City square. And if I need a linear layout, that's strand. That's all I need. Untainted Paradise can no longer be obtained. But it's a random node on the Atlas. Okay. It's a random tree. Okay. Pit of the Chimera now only spawns 1 wave of enemy per phase. Thank you.
Who is Pit of the Chimera again?
Baba that used to hide in that Coliseum.
1 wave per phase? How many?
Do you know
okay.
how many?
Instead of 1, 2, 3.
Do you know how many ways to fight people? Oh.
That single reason not to farm sheep against just him was enough.
What? Like his shit was always more expensive because nobody wanted to run that shit. Reflecting Mist now has a much higher chance for reflecting Mist currency. Requesting a channel redeemed to. Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, what did they do to mirror gear?
I didn't hear that part. I heard them say, I think it's just the top end. I think because maybe Volatile Valorb, maybe you can mirror that. Maybe that's what they meant. I don't really know what, if they changed anything there.
Because they removed a lot of the implicits, the synth implicits. That's what I understood from what they said.
I know they're talking about synth. They're talking about synth items when they mentioned it. I just didn't catch what they said, so I don't fully know. Added the Altered Prophecy cluster. Tier 14 plus maps have a 4% chance to drop a Scrying Orb on completion. Surely there are Scrying Orb farms where you just city square, kill boss, leave. City square, kill boss, leave. City square, kill boss, leave. We now have a new boss rush node. But that's the Scrying currency. Breach Atlas now has ultimatum boss drops. Wait. The Brave the Tower Atlas. Ultimatum boss drops 10 of a random catalyst. Previously a full stack of random catalysts because they improved the stack size of catalyst, I think. So they had to make sure they didn't unintentionally buff this. Beautiful Soldier Atlas passive now also grants blueprints found in maps has a 15% chance to have special implicits. So we still have the special implicit Atlas blueprints. The Conic is a tyrant. I mean, I'm gonna be a tyrant if I get to run Toxic Sewer. Just saying, there's toxic in the name. Sources of chance to avoid all damage from hits are now additive, with sources of avoiding damage of a specific type from hits. I don't know that matters. Lower the life of various monsters when used as specters. In general, no specter should have more that life than a meat sack. Some of the monsters that have had their life reduced include the unholy okay. I blame you guys. I blame you, Minion Pack gamers.
Oh, it's fine. Holy shit. So wait. Control of Minion Pack. Did they actually survive because of that?
I don't know. They shall lower the life of specters. So unholy aberrations from Unholy Trinity boss fight has been nerfed. Originator influenced monsters and robot monsters found in the hidden area in the refinery. All I blame you, Minion Pack gamers. I blame you guys.
Actually, I just control F10 and it's kind of cool actually.
Oh, all non-spectre minions can no longer pause while attacking. Many minions already didn't pause while attacking and are unaffected by the change. This change will be significant damage per second increase for the following types of minions: Dawn Blow, Raised Zombies, Stone, the Golems, Raging Spirits, and Skeletons. Pause while attacking? The fuck does that mean? Oh, something comes off cooldown, did they cancel the ability to do it maybe? I don't know. That's what I noticed with Dawn Blow, but I think that's about it. Who knows? Skills, items, and modifiers that once stated increases to spell damage also apply to AD have been replaced with a new Arcane Might keyword. This is purely a descriptive change. Wait until they say you can't stack it, which is where it's going most likely. The Ritual of Awakening now does 3% more damage per totem. Previously 5 to the nerfed Hierophant, some damage per totem. Inquis got base spell equal to main hand weapon. They nerfed his Fanatic charges. Yeah, they nerfed Instrumental Zeal. Like they very decent amount. Then we have Reliquarian in here. This is my first. I don't think I've seen patches with pictures before. First time for everything. Reservation efficiency of spells. Is that different verbiage from like this guy? This says skills. What do you mean about reservation of spells? Spell Singer? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Most spells that have received base damage increases also have higher base damage growth with each gem level. Divine Ire deals 27% more damage at level 20, but it deals 37% more damage at level 30. Shadow themed physical spells and pure cold hit spells have higher crit chance, while pure fire generally have lower crit chance. Time to get ready to leave work. Tuning for TLI. All right, sounds good. Good luck on your drive home. Stay safe. All right, time to start skipping a whole lot of stuff I do not care about. Did they do anything to Baleful of Theratos? No. They buffed it. What did they change on Minion Pack?
Oh, you want me to just say it?
I'll get to it, I guess.
Oh, okay, well.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It got. No, I don't mind waiting.
Dark Bargain. Divine Ire. EK. Flame Dash. Forbidden Right now deals 14% of max life as base chaos. Ooh, so they buffed Forbidden Rights. Surely Totem Gaming. Um, now has 150% arcane might and 40% less damage. So they nerfed kinetic blast, I think.
And they have feast allowed quite a bit too.
That's a big base attack speed nerf. But the base duration being low, I think, is better for you guys, is it not?
Yeah, conceptually, yeah. It's probably. I mean, it just
It reduces the nerf a bit.
This is the nerf because you actually wanted less duration. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I don't know enough to be, but I watched Palstron look at it really quick before he went to bed and be like, it's probably fine.
Okay. I figured it didn't look anything crazy. No minion changes in these patch notes for skills, it looks like. Like I didn't see a single minion change. No anime guardian, no specters. I guess we're chilling on the skill gems. Looks like it. Val gem changes. We have changes to the spell parts of it. So BV had this crit chance buffed. By the way, I think BV was probably buffed. Increased hit rate for each blade. That was nerfed. 30% from 35. 30% more damage for each blade, but then it has crit chance to compensate. And then Val BV also has a crit chance change. Probably still a net buff if you weren't capping your crit before. Companionship no longer has minions from supported skills have more max life if they are your only minion. Now has minions from supported skills take 24 to 28% less damage. Holy, the Michio treatment.
Holy.
You test 60% more life. How about you just take less damage instead? Minion Pact has been reworked. It's now called Communion Support. Holy. It supports spell skills that hit enemies and it cannot modify the skills of minions. Supported spells deal added physical damage for each permanent minion at gem level 3. Has a reservation and cost multi of 150. 20 to 30 added phase for each perma minion. What does it currently? That means it's obviously a nuke, but let me pull it up to see what he actually currently does. Minion Pact. Gain added. Oh, so it was just added phase, but again, added phase equal to 2 to 2.8% of sacrifice minions life, and then you're just sacrificing you would sacrifice a minion that has like 1,000,000 health or something, so you would then gain like 20k added fizz. So in this case, it's encouraging you to have a minion army rather than one big juicy minion, pretty much.
How about voices?
Congrats. You didn't drop it?
I'm still gonna be farming it, but I kind of wanted to increase my Blink CD, so I just wanted to get it now.
Okay.
I will still be IGing because I expect if I ever do hit that to just hit a, net negative, net, what is it?
Net negative. Unique items, Breath of the Council. Is there anything that I care about here? Powerborn Ghost right now has your max ES is 35%, so they nerfed that. The Grey Spire unique staff. Where is the Grey Wind? That's the one I want to see. Attacks have added damage equal to 6 to 10% of players' max life from 8 to 12. That's a notable nerf, but it should still be fine. It should still be fine, I think.
They fucking nuked Breach.
Yeah, they big nerf Breach.
Like pack size, number of packs, number of unstable breaches. What the fuck are we doing? Do we even give a fuck?
I thought you were here when I said when I was talking about the Breach changes.
I was here. I just didn't process. I was like, I guess I'd be like, fuck, man.
The mercenaries have base attributes. Did they?
She was.
I think they had like barely.
It's not even as good pack size as it could be before.
What do you mean?
I just feel like we had more pack size before. And now, like, it was, I don't feel like this was even better pack size than we had before in Breach. So it's kind of crazy to me.
I mean, so it's all the strats that came out that were farming with Breach, mirrors, and all that. So that's what that's the actual thing they're targeting. But yeah, it feels bad situation. I mean, I got a mirror from Breach.
Fuck you, dude. You actually did. You actually did. I didn't, because I was thinking about me, but you did.
And the worst part was I was just using it to level up. Grey Wind got nerfed. The gold got nerfed. What am I thinking about when it comes to life stacking? Helmets. Helmet probably wouldn't get touched, which is Crown of Eyes. I don't think it's here. What other thing was there in the life stacking passage or package? Shield. What's the shield again? Ratpith. Is Ratpith here? Yeah, of course it is. Why would it be here? Why wouldn't it be? Let's see. 3% increased spell crits per 100 life and 3% increased spell damage per 100 life. So they nerfed it by 2% on the
That's interesting. So
spell crit.
Want you to have the volatile to get
And
all
this
the numbers now.
and the same for Foulborn. I mean, if you get 20% more on this 3%, you're not getting to 4%. That's for fucking sure. It's stuck at 3%. So Foulborn is also 3%.
I'm talking about volatile.
Yeah, Water Volume is 1.2. It can give you 1.2 multiplier. You give you 1.2 at 3%, you're still getting
losing like getting nerfed there when Shrine is in the game. If Shrine was in the game, I did that, I would get it. Without Shrine, I'm not sure. Like actually.
Without Shrine? Like you mean Shrine
granted,
belts?
with all the spell buffs we have, maybe it's like the context of that change is like more than just, oh, it's a nerf, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because you're like getting a whole lot of base crits, so the increased crit should be more impactful in theory. So
do we really want an assassin holding that shit? Probably not.
But I mean, the Shrine Belt will come back eventually. But for now, I guess you can use it on Reliquarian. Cosplay, killing, what's Mr. Barria's name? That guy. I guess you might be able to Fireborn into a 4% actually. Because 10% of 3 is 0.3, and so 20% will be 0.6. So and then it will round up to 4. So you have to get like at least a 0.1517 ish. Does Grey Wind nerf? Grey Wind, Ratpith, they both be nerfed. So much less scaling from player health. I expected those items to get touched, if I'm being very honest. And I think it's still going to be playable. It's going to be lower ceilings. But considering now you can have a Merc and an AG both benefiting from your life, I think it's still going to be very strong. It's just to find a good Merc that can actually use Ratpith, which has an int. Which is int, I think, actually. That's something I should check. And it can be a two-handed Merc. So Ratpith is pure int. So it has to be an int-based character to use the Fireborn version if you're going for mercenaries. I guess it could be strength int too. No. Can strength int use it? Yeah, they can. They can. So it has to be strength int or pure int. I guess Dex int, but like nobody's about to do Dex int for that. Were there any good strength ints? Oh yeah, War Priest and them were. You're going to get a lot of fire damage and increased fire damage. Okay. If I remember correctly, there wasn't any mercenary that had minions that we actually cared about, right? You know, I think this guy had some decent ones. Like I think these three were fine. The Fallen Bishop, the Fallen. I think you actually wanted a specific one. I just don't remember which one and why. I do not remember what they did. Or is it one of those cases where I knew this because I just didn't see the minion entirely, like period? It might have been, to be honest. I don't remember. I do not remember. Anyways, that's Ratpith and Farborn Ratpith. By the way, Roman, Mask of the Tribunal. Okay, it got enough from the best one for your setup, so it's fine. Mask of the Stitch Demon now has regen 1% of life per 500 player max ES. Why? AG was minding his business and he just caught a big stray. Because
you're getting an AG window without any repercussions, right?
Because why?
For every 10 people that click the wrong thing, that leave AG on their bar and replace their helmet by mistake when mapping. Y'all are not getting away with this scot-free.
I'm stunned. I am actually stunned.
Nerf the fuck out of them. Make them have to drop sockets that they already can't drop too for Tyrant Script too.
What the fuck? I guess no more Mask of the Stitch Demon now. I guess. Like, why? Okay. I guess. Okay.
Any other supporter packs interesting to you?
I mean, I was kind of half working, half paying attention, so like I didn't look at anyone too much, but I did find the interaction between both supporter packs interesting, where one creates plague and the other burns it, and then the pet that eats the goblin.
Fight each other?
Yeah, like one as you start
in the first day of the league.
Yeah, I heard about the minion pause buff. How much do I think it is? I don't actually know. I can't say I noticed the pausing to like reducing my damage so much on dominating blow, but also assume what they mean is more so along the lines of maybe interrupting their skills because something comes off cooldown, or I think you might actually just be impressed by the quality of life simply because things will be more responsive to getting hits. So I think you will notice it. For DPS, I don't know that you're going to notice any insane. Maybe, who knows? You know, maybe. You really thought minions could go have? I mean, I don't know what I thought, but I don't know a build that's aside minions that's using Mask of the fucking Stitch Demon. I don't know a single other build that's using Mask of the Stitch Demon. There's probably some niche ones out there, but like, why?
I think those kind of changes just like we need to see what else got added, right? Maybe it was a counter to something else that would make players use it, which at that point,
it's not a nerf. It's a nerf to AG because this doesn't. This doesn't say it doesn't reduce the amount of regen. It's still the same amount of regen. It just specifies player max ES, no longer max ES. So even if there's an item it's trying to counter for players, it's doing a poor job at countering it because it's no effective change for players.
AG life stacking builds using it.
Not that I know, they wanted to use Crown of Eyes.
Oh yeah, they did.
Just for free. No, nobody asked for this. Okay. Okay. I guess. Okay. I don't know what else I meant to say. Okay.
Okay.
Like there's literally no reason for it. It's so unnecessary. Because literally all it does for AGs, we weren't doing it for any nasty anything. There wasn't any exploitation going on. It's literally just to help keep AGs alive. That is the one and only use case that it is currently used for. Nothing else. You can make the argument, oh, they are now mercenaries. Maybe they would use it. Who was using it on mercenaries? Mercenaries were like players. You weren't really using it. It's like, why?
I feel like it's a pre-fire change, right? Because we know that there wasn't a crazy use case, so
They better be.
I mean, we would know if there was something giga broken with it, right? Like it just be a thing. It's one of those uniques that if it's broken, everyone's gonna want to mess with it. But AG didn't need that lastly with life so
AG still needed it because not everybody was life stacking. So only support AGs used it.
I'm just talking about like the strongest build, right? In context.
Yeah, but
the
it ain't.
strongest AG builds that we were seeing didn't, like AG focused builds, didn't care about that. So I wonder if it is actually like a pre-fire.
They didn't care about it, but like he shouldn't be in the equation when deciding to nerf it or not. But they weren't using it. The people that are using it were the ethical AG users, the ones using it for support. We got AG window, they want to get rid of AG. Is it to prevent some swap unique affix until the random unique bullshittery? Maybe I don't know. Because if that was the case, they would nerf it, they wouldn't make it player. You know, it's like if
this is a straight up AG is not allowed to use anymore.
Yeah, this is literally targeted at AG. It's not one of those things where like, oh, was there something that we got caught in the crossfire? No, this one looked at AG and said, I'm nerfing you in particular. You are getting nerfed, and I want you to know that you're the one getting nerfed and nobody else. That is what this nerf is, and I'm so confused as to why. Because it makes no sense to me. Like, Jesus. It's so uncalled for. Like, if it was literally anything else, and it's not even like it has opportunity cost. Once you go Master of the Stitch Demon, you're not going Crown of the Tyrant or Lear Cast or Influence Helmets. So there were other reasons you wouldn't even go for it normally. And you would only go for it when there's no other solution for keeping your AG alive consistently. And then they're like, oh, yeah, let's just remove that. All right?
I read what Scrying Orb does and thought that was so funny.
Is it random?
It's a new currency item that stores the map that the currency item was found in and then allows you to scry to it.
Oh.
So good for trade changes, like because but like
it means you have a reason to farm less played maps. So like you can't just spam City Square because then you get City Square scrying orbs. You would then have to farm the map you want to scrying from and apply to the map you want to scry to. But now you are not going to go for it. Oh, you know it. What the Okay.
Just got a boss rush since it drops a completion.
Yeah, basically. You go for boss rush strats and you just spam whatever map you're on and you try to learn the layout to get to the boss ASAP. I'll be honest, that nerf stun locked me because like
yeah, we could tell.
What? Okay. I guess. I thought I genuinely thought we were home free. Genuinely. We didn't see anything on the spell gems. We saw some on the items, but like I was like, yeah, it's a specific AG build that it's very strong. I can understand that. And then they just come from left field and take our legs out. Because you know what this means? Effectively for a lot of setups, it is now very, very awkward to run Explode AG. Because the way you would typically run Explode AG, you would use Mask of the State to handle your defenses. You'd use your chest as your explode. You'd use weapon as your explode. You'd use Gravebind so you get the kills. And then you'd use like plus curse or scorch boots or whatever. Now, if you do not have access to that regen, your helmets, there's no other helmet that really solves your defenses. Now you have to worry about regen. So now your chest piece can't be exploded anymore. It has to be Grotko's Pelt or Doppelganger. It has to be it. So you wanted to explode AGs? No. No, you ain't getting it. Jesus. What point am I looking to swap off interlocking souls? TLIs in a few hours. We'll calm down then. Because like, what the fuck did I just read? Holy Jesus. That is so ass. When am I swapping off interlocking? I typically swap off of it in about Primarch 4. When we are about to lose Fine Embers as a crafting mat. Then for full ignite, probably around when I can get good, magnificent gem. As for specters, you can run any, to be honest. Care about the mods it has and maybe its rates. So goblins would be preferred. Is there any of that ping I got? No? Alright, back to patch notes. Because I don't see any of that pings. Alright. Nah. Okay. Stasis Prison now has... It no longer has life, but it has increased implicit modifier magnitude. Interesting. Tidebreaker... That's the new unique mace. We went with brine charges and all that. What if we tried to use Tidebreaker? Nah, it wouldn't work. It would work on AG maybe because you can make your AG have your endurance charges, but he doesn't count as the Mercer doesn't count as a party member, so you can't use stuff like ambush charge or stuff to give them your max endurance charge count or something. So that doesn't really work. Non-synthesized item can no longer be obtained through corrupting synthesis unique items to be rare items. That's what the change was, I think. Maybe, I don't know. That doesn't seem like it would nerf top end crafting, I'll be honest. Oh no! That's it! It says non-unique synthesized items can no longer be obtained except through corrupting synthesis unique items to be rare.
Yeah.
So you can't there's no more beasts crafting, and that's a big nerf to top end players.
That's a big nerf to mirrors.
That's a fucking big nerf, because like, what else are you really spending that much currency on? That is actually a huge change to that class of players, because like I know people who love dealing with those levels of min max, which is part of the reason they enjoy TLI, to be honest. But he's going to be so fucking devastated by this. Oh, 07, I guess. Jesus. Harvest crafting option to synthesize has been removed. Bestiary to remove synthesis can now only be applied to unique items. Watch people just saturating for Val orbs at unique items. Val and pray. The beast crafting option to split into 2 has been replaced with a new option that fractures a modifier on a rare talisman with at least 4 modifiers. So free fracture on talisman specifically. Why? And then split 3 has been changed to fractures 2. Eh? You can fracture 2 modifiers on a rare talisman with 6 modifiers.
Makes sense. I mean, you still can't corrupt. Also, don't we have like a lock feature for talismans too? Like eternal orb / lock feature with the beastcraft.
I don't know if you do, maybe, but we do have a lock system in the form of what's it called? The league mechanic. So keep going on your +2 amulets or +2 talismans until you hit both of them on fractures, and then you're about to craft something nasty. I guess that's one way to do it. Ancient orbs can no longer reroll unique items into a unique item of the same name, which was possible with some unique items such as Beacon of Madness and Volker's Guidance. Volatile Valors can now be used on items that have no modifiers that can scale outside of range to be more consistent with Divine Orbs. But why? Why didn't we just change Divine Orbs to not be used on items that can't be divined? Noob trap? Mana and reduced mana costs can no longer be unveiled or crafted on rings. Instead, you can now unveil or craft mana and increase mana cost efficiency on rings. No more reduced mana cost crap, by the way.
Totally. I mean, as long as they actually give good ways to solve it.
Surely they gave, right?
No flat or no reduced?
It just says mana and reduced mana cost can no longer be unveiled or crafted.
Oh shit, that's flat gone. Because there's like reduced general, and then there's
I know.
The flat is the big one, to be honest. The reduced was
People barely use reduced unless you're using like a big mana stacker or something. You wouldn't really use reduce because flat would typically remove more.
Fix. We'll see.
Didn't they also increase the cost of like lightning spells because they are so good? Something like that. Reduced mana cost of attacks can no longer roll as Searing Exarch implicit. This has been replaced by mana cost efficiencies, Searing Exarch implicit on helmets. It seems they're moving to mana cost efficiency. It's there on opponent's cluster, Daring Ideas cluster, new modifier that can roll on Joes. Implicit block on staves no longer explicitly state they require staff. Oh, I just a description change because you can't use an implicit block modifier on a staff without using a staff. Chance to block AD and chance to block spell can now roll on staves. Corresponding crafting benches have also been added. So a lot of block support on staves incoming. I guess now my meme AG build with the Infernal Legion is possible again since mercs are back without any changes that would break it, I think. Yeah, there's no changes that break it, so the defensive layers are now possible again. Moonstone rings now give increased cast speed instead of max ES. Demon Horn, Opal 1, Tornado 1 bases now have increased spell damage instead of added damage. All spell skill gems on staves are now can now roll bigger. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Where were we? Romond with the POB. What's this? What weapon can you give a merc for strength mercenaries? Can I give him any melee weapon? You can give him the weapon he spawns with. So he either is going to spawn with a one-hander or a two-hander. I think Striker is a two-handed weapon user, but I think we can also check. He uses one-handed maces and one-handed axes, so you can give him either of those. But then something like Eruptor is a two-handed axe kind of guy. So 200 axe, 200 maces, etc. And I think for Striker, maybe can you use a shield? I don't think you can if he doesn't say so. So you dual wield with him, if I remember correctly. Who uses a shield? Is a Dex character? I forget his name. I think he's actually at the top. These guys, maybe? No. I think they just might all be able to use shields. Thinking about it. No, this one has shield. Okay, so you do have to be able to use shields to actually use it. Cool. So there you go. That's how you find it out. Let's see the POB. What is this? Oh, for the mercenary? It has 1,000 dex. Oh, that's impressive, actually. That's actually impressive. This is with mirrored items. Fractured dex with all attributes. With attribute quality, increase attributes. 1,000 dex means you're getting 104 crit multi. And you have a pneumatic dagger. This is for Striker, right? So this has to be an axe. You have to change that at least. But yeah, should still be fine. I don't know if you can use shield, but you can just use the same axe craft here to get the same thing. So all the same. So you're trying to go all stats to the best of your abilities. Wherever you get, you know, wherever you don't, like here, you go triple attributes where possible. Horde belt for the anoint, amulets that has anoint as well, and then this guy. Honestly, not bad. Not bad at all, because this gives you 7% block chance alongside the crit multi and the pass speed. All this beside the actual base aura of this mercenary. But this is an int helmet. Okay, it's int strength int. So he can wear everything here. Axe here, axe here. Everything else here is doable. All right. This is pretty good, I think, overall. Though you do have to worry a bit about their survivability, so keep that in mind. Have to figure that out as well. They aren't the squishiest, but it depends on how juiced of content you want to run with them. Because once they die, you can't get them in the same area. You kind of have to wait until the next area to reuse them. They're kind of like AGs in that regard. Deterrent plus you can have 15% aura effect on helmets. On helmets? Dude, you're forgetting about your chest? Your chest can have give me a second. I'm gonna show you. Your body armor, oh jeez, can go Syrian Exarch Eater, and you can have non-curse effects, and you can go for the one that says unique while a unique enemy is in your presence. That's typically a bigger roll range. So like this guy, 36%, because he counts as a unique enemy, not pinnacle boss, unique enemy. So you can use like this one, so you're getting 27% 28% for him at the top end. So that's something you could do. And I mean, kind of the same for this. If there's anyone that actually makes sense for Malevolence, Pride, Zealotry, he has Determination, so Determination Aura Effect. This might actually be the one you want to use Aura Effect for, because this one will give you a bigger multiplier. So you go for this, you get 40% increase effect. You reduce this one because you can have both of them very high. So instead it will be something like this, and then the first one we said would then go down to like this 22% or something. So then from this item alone, you're getting like 60% aura effect. So this is something you can do, and the same can be done on like axes. I don't know axes. I know staves can. Certain items can have aura effect as an influence modifier, so it's worth checking. I know back when I did an AG Infernal Legion build that got to level 31 Infernal Legion, scaled a whole lot. But I don't remember which of these they ended up being. It probably wasn't that one. It's probably this one, maybe. Yeah, I think it was either this one or this one. It was most definitely not this one. What is this? Is AG of Smiting? Oh. I don't remember this POB. Marui Urki. I remember setting this up. Was a rallying cry setup? That's why I never did it, because it was Warcry gameplay and whatnot. Why did I set up this POB? Why did I never run it? I'm sure it's because of the piano that I just never felt good enough to send. And probably the max hits are low. So despite the damage, you know. But I guess this is honestly now fine, because now we can have a Marui Urki on a mercenary who has in front Rallying Cry, Shatter Sword, or Swiftblade. I think Swiftblade was always the choice typically. Marui is a pure strength, so they can use it without any consequence. You can also Giga skill, what's it called? You can try to give them as much Warcry effect as possible, even go so far as to give them the amulet that is the Blight Strangle Scream that gives them like 4 anoints, and then just skill Warcry effects, make it so Rallying Cry affects them. The difference though is Rallying Cry has a modifier that it buffs your own minion, like extra effect on your minion. So it's always better for you as a player to use Rallying Cry over your mercenary using Rallying Cry. I think those were like the reasons I remember doing all of that. So I guess there is always a universe where we do this, and then we use this for Rallying Cry. We put it on left click, and we make it so it's very unintrusive by going something like Warcry speed on ourselves. That's the only Warcry we use. Try to scale some effect, whatnot. Then what do we do? Without, I guess at that point, you can also use offerings on an Arcanist brand, and you can use it offensively. When will POB get updated? It all depends on like what the changes look like. For mercenaries, it won't be a while. It will be a while before we see that. For just like gem changes and all these other things, maybe like during first week of the league, we would see update. For tree changes, that is typically the day of launch, most likely, or the day after, because that's when they get the files to actually, you know, use for the tree and all that. Sometimes before launch, it all depends on GGG when they provide and how much changes and all that. So it varies. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, this one. This is a setup where I was going dot and I used a mercenary that had really high scaled effect on malevolence. So like I got them a staff. I got one that could use a staff, so they could use malevolence on the hunter mod. And we also got them calling strike ball. Malevolence was the big thing. Getting malevolence here, 60% effect. Then we use the same chess piece where it's like giga malevolence effect with some non-curse aura. I don't remember if they're pinnacle bosses. Does he actually work with pinnacle bosses? Maybe I chose the wrong one. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I'll have to check again. Then I also give them an anathema with +1 max power charges on the Eye of Malice, and I give them Eye of Malice so they would giga reduce res by exposure. So yeah, this was a very, very interesting setup. Getting 14 mil DPS on Infernal Legion, that shit took creativity, let's just say, because if I remember correctly, these were the only support gems that even mattered for damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think there's anything else that really boosts the damage of Infernal Legion. Let's see. Is there anything I would imbue if I could? I wouldn't do concentrated effect because I wanted AoE. I could do elemental focus, I guess. And then efficacy is also there, which would also help. So those ones, yeah. So there would be stuff to imbue if needed, but we don't have imbue anymore, so it doesn't matter. And it was also, my problem with that build was I think it had a lack of recovery because I couldn't rely on leech. And I spent so much on getting the damage up that I couldn't really get really good regen either. Like max it I think was fine if I remember correctly, but the recovery was rough. That was the point that felt bad. So if I ever entered a pack that had, like, let's say porcupines, I had Sunblock and I wanted ES/life on block on my shield, but I never actually got it in game. And it was a recon meta to get 3 prefixes on that shield to then go for the suffixes, which was kind of rough. And I just didn't care to keep recombing. So I think that was the sustained part that I just never got around to actually fixing in game, but it's fixed on the POB, of course. But yeah, that was a fun build. Added the following new corruption modifiers: increase aura effect for purity of element on amulets. Oh, max charges on rings, min charges on shield and amulets, max res on shield and boots, max fire code and lightning on shield and one other slot, max all res on shields. Shield just got a lot of corruption modifiers. That's interesting. Versatile combatant and glancing blows. Glancing blows on shield is actually kind of insane for unique shields. Versatile combatant, isn't that the one that is overcap, block AD effects? This one, yeah, it is. Okay, that's also pretty good, especially on uniques. Do you approve of mercenary absolution? Like, they do not count as minions. No, they aren't minions. Does he get buffs from 3? No. You can't scale him in any way, shape, or form from your tree. He's a nearby ally, but that's about it. He's not a party member. He's not a minion. There's many things he is not. You'd scale him by like juicing. If you really wanted to scale him, you'd scale him by like juicing, aura effects, links, stuff like that. And then you give him his own things to DPS with. He doesn't have a tree or anything like that. Unwavering stance on boots. Oh. Multi-proj on staves, early pen on staves, AoE to staves and two-handed. You know, staves, that's not a bad one for this is really good for this is really good for I'm blanking on the names. Phantasms. So Phantasms got buffed with that one. Increased aura effects or specific aura corruption now only rolls on amulets. Holy, that's a nerf to Mercs ish. So only amulets can roll effect of aura. Only amulets. Okay, cool. This was another affix where I was using to get increased effect of malevolence on that same build. Can I get that approval for a build so I can go to sleep? On Mercenary Absolution, like as a build? Oh yeah, 100%. It should be good. Like you're getting, you on your setup took 2 different ascendancies on Guardian. You're replacing those 2 for mercenary stuff. The mercenary is providing way more than you're getting from the Guardian. You lose some block, but like not too much. The only thing I would say is be very mindful of the survivability on the mercenary, because it's very possible you will need to get like 1 or 2 defensive pieces in that setup I saw. Otherwise, he might die in juice content. So just keep that in mind, that it's a possibility. It might not end up being the case because with strength you get life and all that, but just keep that in the back of your mind that this is a possibility. That's of something you might have to troubleshoot. Make sense? Max life corruption. Oh, Roman with the sub. Thank you. Appreciate it. And you are welcome. Always happy to help. Always happy to help. Ancient womb gifts are now rarer compared to other womb gifts in Rootless. The rare monster mod for transforming all items to armor or all items to weapons has been removed. Same as before. Honestly, this is good. Soul Eater now expires faster on non-player, and an eating soul is lost every 0.2 seconds if a soul has not been gained in the last 2 seconds. Holy, A, this is a buff for Burial Chambers. Now it's not going to be paying to kill that 1 map boss every single league. But 2, 07 to AG. You now come with new POB. Sounds good. I'll be sure to look through it when you do show up. Burial Chambers is no longer paying. The exploding orbs from the minions' fire code and lightning explode on death. Rare monster not always explode after its duration. Nothing comes to mind for this orb. I don't know what minions. Is it a circle that's on the ground that explodes? I think it is, right? It has to be. Did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it. And there are a bunch of bugs. I don't think any is going to... Oh, really? Interesting. This would have been good to know to take advantage of. Fix a bug where auras from your skills which affect allies also affect enemies from the rune graph of treachery could still apply some auras with the hand of Frisia unique. What does that mean? Like, you shouldn't be able to apply to enemies, but like, was it applying to enemies anyways? Is that what they're saying, and they fixed that? Or did they change something else weirdly? Is there anything else I really care about? When certain minions could be used to bypass the summon to attempt to same type from cardigans. Yeah. Unholy Mind buff was only granting chance to wither on hit for attacks. So all this time, spell phantasms have just not been benefiting from the convert. Like phantasms and Hoag on Frisia. Interesting. What the fuck? Okay. Overall, pretty good patch notes. Still stunned by the very uncalled for AG nerf. Support AG nerf. I don't see why it was a thing. I don't know why they chose to do that. Like, it makes no sense to me that they chose to do that, but they did, which is, you know, is what it is, I guess. From everything else they changed, some pretty cool stuff is coming. I'm looking forward to Mercenaries. I'm going to Theorycraft probably a lot this season with the new Scion. I forget the name, Luminary or whatever the SNS is called. That is going to be a point to, I want to, with it, simply because it's going to have, where you at, this guy? Because it's going to have permanent link duration from here. I think it's just worth using for if I want to consider using links. I don't like thinking about reapplying this. Now, it's also worth considering that even though it has the infinite duration, you can still break the attachment by leaving line of sight. So that's still a thing. Like, it's not like you have permanent link. You might have to click it at some point in the map, but for the most part, you should be fine. It has infinite attachment duration. I'm going to mess around with a Merc as a main minioner, as like that's my main DPS, and of course for that this is mandatory. This is mandatory, so that's already 6 points, I think. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the extra 2 points can either go here if I'm using Hallowed Monarch, so. But that's assuming I even care about the effects of link skills. Or I can go for like 2 uniques. And odds are for going for the DPS Merc, I will probably just end up using unique, like the 2 points here. I don't know what uniques I would want to have, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Also, this is a lot of damage transfer, can I just say? Like, actually a lot, in case a build just doesn't have the survivability it needs. You can always take this node as well. But I think on this aura buffer, or aura bots, I'm going to want to have a lot of, will be ES scaling most likely. And we ES stacking, potentially using Lightning Blade, Rallying Cry to give, like, this is just me just spitballing here. ES stacking, Lightning Blade, Rallying Cry, so I can Rallying Cry, give my AG a lot of flat lightning and give him a lot of flat lightning, to which he can then use. Let me see the verbiage on Rallying Cry real quick. Added attack damage, so it has to be, they have to be attack users. So whatever the mercenary is would then want to be somebody that can actually benefit from attack. So like Kinetic Blast would benefit from this, like spell attack wonders would work, bow users would work as examples. Or the alternative, if I'm not doing all this, is find a different way to get a lot of, like, you know, like I said, Marui Urki is also an option, so that I can then just give them flat fizz with Warcry. If I'm not doing all that, then it could be a life stacker instead, where they all use my life for their shield and whatnot scaling, and then they both do their thing. There are smite users among these guys, but probably wouldn't use snipe. You find a skill that actually would benefit from the AoE, something that has good clear. Volcanic Fissure Sneaking comes to mind. I don't know if it's still good, but there'll be a lot of flat for it, potentially. Or just in general, some strength guys would be able to use something. Earthquake of Amplification, maybe, you know, Sundial Thratos could be. I don't actually know how these skills work, so I'll have to look at that to even see. But yeah, that is like the first idea for how that's going to work. But there are going to be a lot of variations that come about from this. Very curious to see how it all comes out, or how it all fits. Let me see if the updates for this is actually at least downloadable. If it isn't, then unfortunate. I wasn't able to make a thumbnail for TLI, for my YouTube for TLI just yet, so I do need to work on that as well. Might be a case of I work on it on my side monitor while we look at the reveal, because there are some things I need to actually pick up. Also, I hope this is the updates. I really do. We have an hour 30 minutes till league launch. So there's 2 ways. I can either take a break now, come back in an hour, and then continue and then start streaming, or I could just stay live. I haven't decided which I want to do quite yet. I kind of am leaning on the break side, because YouTube has a thing where it makes saving VODs over 12 hours kind of inconsistent. So if I'm staying live till launch, that would mean by 3 a.m., which I would still be live for, most likely. That would be 12 hours, and I would still be, you know. So I am leaning towards taking a break for like an hour and then coming back. That also gives me the time to actually make the thumbnail and all those other things that I actually need to do in preparation for league starts. So, something to do. For any people who are AFK, there's some things I actually want to check out. So, I guess if I'm here an hour before, like 30 minutes before league launch, I can still check out the things I want to on PoE. Because I still need to check out the... Let's look at this first.
Only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new Ascendancy class, the Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclast. Luminaries can have up to...
Wait, hold up. While you have this passive allocated, you will have the option to permanently hire mercenaries. Permanently hired mercenaries and minions deal less damage than temporarily hired mercenaries. But you can change what gear they have equipped. Passes that affect your mercenary do not affect temporarily hired mercenaries. Permanent mercenaries will only follow luminaries with this passive allocated.
Any mercenary they find in Rayclast. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques. While the legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added...
So they should just decide. So basically with that, they actually just showed all the nodes here. So that's pretty cool.
Full Atlas Tree and Scarab support.
I wanted to see if there was something I didn't see before, but that's just a regular KB mercenary. Less chance to be ints, but then there's 2 others, so like for each one, and then this is House Keita, Templars and Marauder. Oh,
mercenaries you want.
So you can really farm for that KB mercenary, and you can make sure they're infamous by using a scarab. So like literally, it should be much cheaper finding a mercenary of choice. And when you find that one, I don't know if you can hire it and also sell it. You can't, because if you choose the option that makes them drop the thing, I don't think it comes with hiring.
Showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items. And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters.
Dorian the Azadin Explorer. I wonder if he's going to be using a fishing rod or something.
In rare Curse of the Allflame.
It looks like he's using a thrusting sword and a dagger. So he's probably a Dex, maybe Int character. No, he'll probably be a triple attribute character if I'm being honest. I think he'll probably be triple int or triple attribute. I don't know what affixes or auras he will have.
Encounters.
But
Sellswords of Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however.
so let's go back a bit more from the luminary to the actual mercenaries, because there's stuff I needed to understand
Trathan
there.
mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you. While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area.
Wait,
Preventing you from fighting
there's a should recruit button here. So
their warrant. If you don't
you can recruit them and still oh.
like anything the warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date.
Yeah, she's following. Okay. So when you get a really, really good mercenary, you can still sell it. Oh, okay, okay.
Action that calls
That's
that
nice.
specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathus League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters. Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I
Okay, so that's pretty much what I needed to know. That's fine.
found?
There was one more thing I wanted to do before. This is the new crafting system, which is just so insane. So they never mentioned what happens if you get to 100 of the currency. They never did mention that. I wanted to see some of these.
Incubate a new type of reward for all your equipment every few maps. Instead, we will be adding a new type
Cannot be frozen Alberon's warpath.
of reward exclusive to
But you can't get it on replica Alberons.
vestigial unique items.
Increase spell damage.
Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, Enshrouding Crystal.
Enshrouds different items.
These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of Timeless Conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of Timeless Conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagaro's Virtuosity, but now the Malagaro's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it,
EV per
in the
int.
form of a vestigial implicit modifier. As you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another. Here are some more examples of vestigial unique items. Helmets.
Wait.
Boots.
Bruh. Where did I click before? It wasn't pausing.
Unique items. Helmets.
So yeah, it's the on killing a rare monster, a random link minion gains its modifiers for 20 seconds. Wait, for 20 seconds? Is Hallowed Monarch only 20 seconds? Is it really? No, it was 60, so it's a worse version. Okay, cool. Has one abyssal sockets. Oh, the sightless helmet, right?
Boots.
That's cool. Yo, MS is 150% of its base value without the downside of those boots, but of its base value. Never mind, that's the downside. Level 30 purity of lightning.
Gloves.
Gonna cook up some Defiler League start this season. I'm not getting baited into anything else. Yes, I will be updating my Defilers and Absolution guide. Though on the note of Absolution, I'm still undecided on the Ascendancy, because I think the best Ascendancy for Absolution is going to be unironically Reliquarian. I think that might be the best Ascendancy for it. Did you finish your Iris doc from yesterday? Oh yeah, I did. I can link it. This is what that looks like if I can find it there. That's the Iris doc for Fire Magi. This is going to be so good for Litz. He can now get Hemophilia with the bleeding enemies explode on a different item that is not Hemophilia. You are welcome. What will you be league starting? Haven't decided. Minions didn't see much of a shakeup. Dumbblue was buffed, so I think I'm actually gonna go Defilers. I think I'll go Defilers as my league start, and then we'll pivot into something else potentially. We'll see.
Shields.
Oh, we have ads going. Corrupted Soul. Figured I can farm Ubers on Defilers and try something fun. Oh, 100%. Defiler should be able to farm anything and everything. And it's been Yako with the Prime. Thank you very much. How you doing? Looking forward to next season. Yeah, ads are going through. They'll be done in about 2 minutes. So unfortunate. But let's see something. Ads are going on, so let's actually just pull this to the side once it actually eventually opens. Maybe I can actually just make my thumbnail right now and it's not going to interrupt my stream in any way, shape, or form, hopefully. There. Cool. Yeah. I don't know what that thinks Adobe is just buggy AF. Like, actually just buggy AF. Let me ask Richter if he has any images for the new league. What do they call those things again? All right, then we're going to be adjusting this guy. There. Are we done with ads? Okay, we're done with ads. We can continue watching.
And body armors. In addition to vestigial items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter, breaking out all the key monsters, chests, and the...
So that is what I think I cared for. Corrupted Soul on a shield would come from what? Mahuzoto?
Small improvements.
I think. This would come from Mahuzoto, I think. I can't think of anybody else that would have Corrupted Soul. And Elemental Aegis. Honestly, Elemental Aegis isn't bad. That is not a bad skill to have on a different shield, especially on an Aegis Aurora. That is not bad.
And body armors.
I think this would be an insane outcome that would actually be worth so fucking much. Being able to get your, what's his face? What's the name of that fire chest again? Cloak of Flame. Cloak of Flame to this. I kind of just forgot. Okay, ads are done. You took the weekend off. Didn't see anything that you really want to do. I'm looking forward to it as well. I didn't take next weekend off, but I am going to be off on Tuesday after, so I can have an extended league launch weekend. Are you going to be playing TLI? Do you personally stick with Absolution for a while? Do you go Frostbearer or just straight to Defilers? Tempted to Absol into Defilers. When I league start this, I am typically in a rush to go perma minions. So sometimes I do Absol into Defilers. Other times I do Absol into what's the name of this? Act 4 Spectre. Slave drivers. Sometimes I do Absol into slave drivers into Defilers. I think last 2 seasons, when I started Rush Defilers, I went Absol into slave drivers into Defilers. And I remember being the person to supply the market with the Defilers because I just tanked my early game upgrades and I just said, yeah, I'm getting Defilers right now. And that was such a nice upgrade for me. Was that an insane outcome for the right one? I didn't even look at the ribbons. All sockets are linked. Oh, that's tabula rasa. I think that's tabula rasa. I don't know what else it could be. Maybe Skin of the Loyals, but like I would hope that is plus level or something, not all sockets are linked. But I think that might be it might actually be, let me see. Skin. No, it has 6 link sockets just hidden. And same with Skin of the Lords, right? Skin of the Lords. Yeah. Tabula, maybe. Has 6 linked white sockets. So also not exactly. So who has this modifier? I don't know what unique this is. Lifestacker AG saw some nerfs, but like it will still be fine, I think. And if anything, you technically got buffed because now you have access to a new ascendancy that can also benefit from your Lifestacker antics. In the form of the Luminary, you can go life stacking AG with a merc that's using the same thing that cares about your life, and then just, you know, scale both of them at the same time. It's like having 2 life stacker AGs, except one has probably a decent kit alongside and some jewelry as well. Says it's there. Change the command AG. Chains of Command AG says Life Stacker is dead. Who? Only person I know that's like Chains of Command is like maybe Russell. Is that his name? Something like that. Russell says it's dead. Why? Was he using the Mask of the Stitch Demon for his setup? Because like that was really good for sustain. Yeah, Mask of the Stitch Demon nerf was insane. That's I disapprove. I don't know why they did it. It's crazy that they did it. I was stunned when I saw it. But yeah, like once you said like he said that it's bad, I assumed it was Mask of the Stitch. I think for Life Stacker is still fine. That I think is still fine. It's everybody else on the AG setups that just killed, that just, you know, had their AG ripped out from under them. Give your AG no crits. The problem is not the no crits, it's that Mask of the Stitch was the reason your AG could get to like 10k, 20k life regen, so his survivability was okay. So then you had the option of actually having a really offensive chest piece or setup in general, so you could just, you know, the helmet was doing heavy lifting. Now you just yoink that helmet away. No crit isn't going to give your AG the regen it needs to survive. This is an AG that's going to stand in a lot of shit because it's an AG. It's still going to stand in shit and change the command. And if it dies, you can't play that map, which kind of sucks. So you really want your AG to not die, which is why Mask of the Stitch Demon is really good. You really don't want your AG dying for change of command. Sucks big time. So I can see why he feels it's dead. Because now, think about it. Now that you don't have the defensive helmet in the Mask of the Stitch, you don't have regen, you have to figure that out. That means you're going for chest pieces that you probably wouldn't have otherwise. Like Grotcall's Pelt, which is not nearly as good as the helmet, but like you're desperate at this point. Like you do it because you're desperate, but then your damage is still going to suffer a lot from it. You don't actually have the explode that you wanted before because now your chest piece is gone. The weapon was also gone because you had to use a weapon that was good for chains of command. So now you don't really have a reliable source of explode. Whereas chains of command in the past that I was playing, I would always go Mask of the Stitch Demon. So I had explode chance. That's 35% explode chance or thereabout. I would also have a good weapon. So it felt really nice because my AG would still get the kills, explode tanks to his chest, and Claire was really, really good. Did they touch SRS, Guardian, or Domblo? They buffed Domblo. They buffed Domblow's AI, but no, they didn't touch any of the other. Like, they didn't touch minion skills. Like, all the skills, nothing got changed on a gem level, at least. Domblo, they removed a pause that happens in with its AI somehow. It's not something that I would say I have particularly noticed, but it's something they did remove. So should probably be an increase in DPS is all that means. Would be very surprised if it isn't. You know, at this point, I'm probably just going to be live until it's time to stream TLI. Is all this means. Because we've used 30 minutes out of 1 hour would have taken as a break. So yeah, I think you want to play zombies. You know, when I was finally convinced zombies are just atrocious beyond all belief, it's when I POB'd so much for Strength Stacker. I POB'd so much during this 3.28 free share for strength stacking zombies, and the best I could come up with was like 18 mil. Like I could come up with more if I really wanted to, because I could always follow the path I did earlier for strength stacker. The problem with that version is it takes a 12 link and all these other things to get to 30 something million DPS. With all those multipliers, you have no choice but to be at 30 something mil DPS. And I wanted this to be at a budget because it's an event. I wasn't going to play that much. So, and then for context, I then switched to AG and I instantly pumped that 20 mil damage to, like, you know, this is minimal changes. Actually, that's not even this. Is that the right one? No, this is the right one. 60 mil. And it's like, well, all 14 of you zombies are useless. Even with the new, oh, you can have 5 zombies, all the new exceptional gems, you can have more specters, all the yada. Zombies are ass. They really are just terrible. There's no hope for them. They are just terrible. Terrible minions. And I knew they were the first time I POB'd on OG Freesia, and I actually went for strength stacking zombies. Like, I knew they were bad, but I was able to make them work, but I knew they were bad. But like, they are awful. Like, I don't think I can overstate how bad they are. Is there anything else here I cared for? This is the Rancor change. Oh yeah, I kind of missed the start of this section a bit. These Zena one.
Are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus. Cadero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our gold. If you don't like what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost more gold, but hopefully is much more valuable to you. If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Cadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers. Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest. Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas. Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer.
I think this, I actually still remember all of these. I think that was the last point I didn't, that I kind of got distracted by work for. Oh yeah, this one, never mind. There is one more section.
Found a specific Beyond Demon and Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells. But at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though. The rewards will be worth it.
Wait, are these?
For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus. While Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt.
So it's basically from, it's basically Sanctum related debuffs. Like literally Sanctum. So worn sandals. I wonder if you can get the can't see room stuff. That'd be hilarious. Probably a free or probably be a free debuff in that case. If it can roll. Dark Marionettes. Oh, has its own build.
And Pact of Katash do.
We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details.
He said better ways
Next up,
to solve mana. So like, huh? So those mana changes should be buffs, not nerfs, is what I'm gathering from that statement. Even though it kind of really seems like nerfs. But what do I know? Okay. I think I am just going to stay live. Probably that's the play. But I do need like 10 minutes of AFK time, so I will be right back. Did I leave something playing? I could. And honestly, I'm still going to be here. I'm probably just going to be working on my thumbnail. Should just be easier that way. You got Dark Marionettes to 50 mil DPS. Is this using the helmets, more of mischief, or is this like A-bomb? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Is this using more of mischief, or is this using just base explode? All right, let's make sure we can actually do this comfortably. Oh, that's better. Cool. Huh. Oh shit, did they give assets for every single hero? Surely new Iris assets are in here. Oh. Oh. Nah. Okay. Oh, the new motor looks clean. Holy. Hmm. Base explode. Do you have a POB? I am quite curious now. Oh, wait, this is. Oh. Hmm. You know, now that I think about the actual video, they didn't say anything about temporary mercenaries only lasting for one map. So I have to hope they actually do last more than one map, because this one map would be so ass that it's just like it's never worth engaging with. Honestly.
Yes.
What did you miss? Currently dealing with my taillight thumbnail. I was supposed to take a break, but decided to just no, I'm still alive. Decided to just instead of that, just have a BRB screen. But I'm still live.
BRB, they can hear.
Yeah, they can hear.
Damn it. The dogs.
Lol.
Nothing much here. I went to eat and shower. Because I'll probably just play Taillight and then so I can go to bed right after.
Yeah. Looking forward to it?
Do you want the answer? Do you want the truth or?
Of course. You're free to not be looking forward to
I'm
it.
not saying what the truth. Uh, it takes a while for Taillight to actually become fun. So I know how I remember objectively when I thought about okay, you know what, the passion notes weren't the most exciting, but whatever. Honestly, POB as well. Cat like the spell changes were kind of underwhelming as fuck. Like Winter Orb got a nice buff, but like in terms of like the numerical spell numbers, also we still have flat mana costs. We only lost reduced mana costs on
Okay.
the rings. We still have flat Elrion craft. They didn't say they took away Elrion or whatever person is. There were a couple things about the like yeah, like I didn't feel like spells actually got that much better numbers. Like a lot
Did
of
we
the buffs
actually
I saw
see the
for spells,
numbers?
yeah, they're in the patch notes. A lot of the buffs are like for a lot of skills were like cast speed and you know like some more top end damage. But like I'd love for some of these spells to just be more fun to level. Right? They nerfed rolling magma for leveling.
Okay.
Totally fair. It's the most dominant skill forever. But like I'd love a reason to click another spell.
I
I
kind
still
of
don't
didn't
see a
want them
reason to click
to.
another spell.
Kind of didn't want them to nerf it if they're not going to like you buff other
Same.
shits.
I was really hoping that like, yo, what's the reason to click Fireball? And Fireball did get some buffs, but like mechanically not anything changed. So it just feels bad. And I don't actually see a Fireball Transfigure gem or anything. So like some things better than others. I'm excited for, I know I'm not set TLI yet, but I'm excited this one is more fresh in my memory.
Okay.
I'm excited for a couple things. Like I'm actually excited for the new corruption changes because like I feel like my Val Temple strat I like doing is actually only getting better with those changes, right?
Corruption changes.
Yeah, like the list of all the new modifiers, corrupted jewelry and weapons and other things get that were in the patch notes. Like that was kind of
Yeah.
exciting to see because then
But what
I actually look at that and I'm like, yo, Val Temple week one's actually gonna be fun.
you plan on going Vault Temple week 1?
I think yeah. Well, like I don't know what else I'd want to do. In terms of the way things has changed, I feel like I'd rather just like I'm hyped about Val Temple because I know how Val Temple will be. right? And at the same time, Wall Temple is pretty hard. Like I actually need to build a good character for it because you're skilling a lot of quant, and if you can't handle that, you're gonna die. You need to be tanky enough for the boxes so you can AFK them pretty much and just be clicking them.
Yeah.
So it still requires a good character, and I'm excited for the potential of that, but not necessarily like other things like Breach. I don't really get happier. I know how broken it was lastly. Yes, I don't really get happier seeing Breach lose pack size because it didn't have as much pack size as it did pre the change. So in my
Yes.
head, I'm like, okay, like sounds good. It's fine. And then I reflect on that some more, and I don't also like Abyss. I will check out for sure, but yeah, there's still unknowns about that and the rewards of that. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
just curious. I like right now. All I look at in terms of like what am I looking forward to doing, like Foul Temple, some cool corruption outcomes, and it's kind of it really. For TLI, I don't really know what I'm hyped for TLI in terms of like I don't know what I'm gonna be farming later. I know that I really disliked how Cube felt. Like I mean I did multiple Cube tests in the late game that felt really 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 bad.
I did cube
And
test, but it kind of felt.
you had some good runs, right?
Yeah, I had like a run of like 100 that went really well. Like a
I
run
think I
I
had like
definitely
the
can't comp. Like I did
I think
100 and I felt like yeah I can do this if I really want
I
to.
didn't feel like I could. I broke even. So like that felt frustrating. Um and I don't know what I'm gonna like. I'm hoping Lunaria is cool, and creation. Because if like we can do creation farm, like I will just try to sit there and get Kong. I think.
Oh
So
yeah,
I've got
this isn't his
some
Kong. I
things,
forgot.
but yeah, I've got some things, but really it's like it's gonna be a while, and I don't know if I'll get there by with the amount of time I play. I don't know if I'll be able to get there by the time PoE is out. So I'm just showing up with like not a lot of expectations, which I think is obviously
The
the
smart thing
iconic
to
way.
do. Did you just say fucking in the iconic way?
Am I wrong?
I mean, no, but like at the same time. But I mean, you're not wrong
What are you
though.
doing in the
Like,
league?
I mean, I'm logging in and I'm just like, yeah, well, wherever we get to by next week, we will get to, and then we move to PoE1, and then we'll come back later,
That's
I
not what I
guess.
do, right? Because I like I noticed this last PoE1 league. I don't know if you remember, I was kind of doomer last PoE1 league. Um, after the announcement, I noticed it, so I actually tried to be cautious this time to be like, what a what are you looking for? Like, why are you even feeling such strong emotions? Like, what were you
Mm-hmm.
searching for that was disappointing? Um, there's cool stuff in this one, too. Like cool stuff. Like the league mechanic could be cool. I don't really understand what the fun will be in it till I'm actually like going through it. But there's cool shit. So I'm a little bit more based in like, yo, it's an ARPG. Like even if the patch notes and other things are not that exciting, you'll still have fun logging in.
Yeah.
Like even D4, like you see the patch notes and there's doing nothing change, you can still get a bit of fun, and none of these games are that. So my perspective on that is a bit different because of that.
Makes sense. Well, not base suffix, no. I think, yeah, like real. This is T0? No, T2. I think realistically, there's always fun to be had. Like, genuinely. That's one of the things I really enjoy about just logging into most ARPGs, because, well, unless it's D4, then I don't actually know that there'll be fun to be had. But I just log in with zero expectations and hope I have a good time, and I build whatever I want to build. And it's when I try to build something that I would consider myself like, that I think, oh, this should be fun, and then I try to build it, and then the game is like for one reason or the other, no, you can't do that, either through bugs, or that is where the time I'm having starts taking a quick dip. At least
Yeah.
that's what I very quickly notice.
I'm leaning towards slams for starting in PoE again, to be honest. I really enjoyed them. I was hoping for spell stuff because I was a fan of spells, but because I wasn't super happy with the spell changes, like I just feel like Bleed Slayer into actually being able to go champ after
Yeah,
this time would be kind of cool and cool for the content I want to do. So that's kind of what I'm thinking.
not a bad
And if
idea.
something as more things pop up, we'll reroll. But you know, it's a week, and I have ADHD, so people will probably cook insane shit that I'll look at and be like, "Well, fuck, that looks kind of crazy. I've never seen that. We have never had that interaction before, or we used to have that interaction, and then I really wanted it, and then they took it away. You know, all the things that you feel when, at least I feel when someone releases it. I keep seeing guides to make me feel indecisive.
Yeah, like the like when you found the stacker from last league.
The life stacker.
Yeah.
Yeah, life stacker was sick.
Do I want to have rare rings? What chest do I want to have? Probably Fortress, Endless Fortress, I'm thinking. We're like 0 there.
I got a +3 blink gem with voices. And my blink cooldown is 0.3 seconds in map.
Holy.
It's like getting that genuinely made my character. It feels like 15 to 20% faster, which is crazy.
What does Endless Fortress do again? I know it's bond related. I just don't fully remember. That means you can blink 3 times a second.
It's insane. Like actually, that's what max cajoles rejuvenation, right?
Yeah.
But like it's sitting at max while mapping. So I'm kind of just enjoying doing Vol Tempo as I farm that right now. It's like this is the perfect speed for Vol Tempo blasting. So fuck it. And in the meantime, I'm just uncovering more biomes for a big city run after. Try some more city mechanics, maybe Abyss or something.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm quite done with this league. Like, you know, like when you check out of a game, like I'm probably gonna check out because like, you know, there's literally no one else playing. Literally no one else playing, right? So I don't think I'm quite done. So depending on how much TLI grabs, I might either play more of this or till PoE1 or, you know. So I feel like playing something new is always going to be kind of exciting, right? Even like D4, you kind of want to at least see the new thing. And as soon as you experience it, you're out.
Yeah.
There's nothing else.
Kind of going rare here.
You see me in your chat yesterday when you picked Iris 1, and I was like, boom.
I saw. You really want to be at Iris too?
They did last league, bro.
I played Iris 1 last league, yeah.
That's what I said. You're supposed to switch it up.
Why?
It's your job as a content creator.
Is it? Is it really? Can I just not pick anything here? Bruh. Can I unpick it? No? The fuck? Okay. We'll try again. Arcane House.
Do I have?
He says you have a point, but you know it's lit, so he just anti me pretty much.
This is your favorite hate watcher.
Pretty much at this point.
He doesn't really hate you. He kind of hates PoE2 more.
Oh no, he doesn't. He doesn't hate me like actual hate watchers. Definitely not. He has a 145 stream streak. He hit 145 today, so it's definitely not How about I tell you? I'll put it this way: if I decided to go Iris 2, you would have said I should go Iris 1. That's what I'm gonna say, and you know it's true.
Same with Fury 2, Fury 1.
Nah,
So maybe after we play
he's-
Fury 1, let's gonna hop on Fury 2. Experience the greatness that is Division.
Lit will literally riot. I think we go for an early skill area and then we just go for res. And then boots. But this should be SS13. Oh my god. Can someone explain to me why it wasn't SS13 by default? Because what the fuck? So all that work just gone. And then they wonder why I don't deal with sites like this. Okay. Now I would say stop play spect.
Are you starting Retrofilers?
Yeah, I think I'm starting Retrofilers. Nothing else has...
Nothing much changed there, right?
Yeah. Looking at that AG change, like what the fuck, but that's besides the point. That means I actually have to make changes to the AG setup on the high end defilers. Defilers don't actually go that. It's Absolution that gets hit by that. Absolution and Dominating Blow. Those two I think actually use they actually use Master the Stitch, so I'll have to figure that out. That means just we crit AGs or explode AG is just not really as much of a thing anymore. So that is all that means, which is unfortunate. Who knew one change could change so much? Nah. The more I think about it, the more I'm just like, the fuck.
Why did they do that?
But yeah. Add Endless Fortress, Fiend Crown, Horn Ring, no Horn Ring. What else is cheap that I would want to use? Rare gloves, chests, amulet, Warden's Breastpin. Who else? Who else? Mind Infusion potentially. Okay, I'll just... Now this is supposed to be a mid-game type of thing, so Light Hunter. Because I don't really want to build this like it was Traveler, because at the end of the day, the reason I'm doing this is because I need people to know that before you go for Vorax build, you go for Light Hunter. So I don't want this to be like very low budget, but I also don't want it to be like end game budget, because I think I already have a page for that. I have to craft that weapon again. Two-handed sword, Black Pass Claymore, Ignite, Reap, Ranked. What is Breastplate having int is kind of very awkward. Like, why does he have crit? Why does he have int? It like that one mod could make it so I just entirely scale int instead of strength like I wanted to do. But like there's a node on the tree I'm going to be going, which is like increased minion damage per strength, which is not the biggest deal because we have a lot of increased minion damage elsewhere. But like it's a bonus that I would have had that int just wouldn't have. Um, crits, early damage, I think was the last guy. Where's Spirit Ring? There. Championed. Life. Bro, it's 85. The fuck? Okay, I guess that doesn't matter. Keep in mind, I can't even use this planner to... I can't use this planner for my skill section anymore because I think they've added some restriction to where you can no longer use passive skills on active slots, which means Iris just like you can't actually show that someone fire Magi is going here because they half-assed it, so now they didn't put the exception for Iris, so now you just can't see it as a minion entirely. So like how much time until league starts? TLI 29 minutes roughly. 29-ish minutes. Early on, the goal is to get as much crits as we can. Maybe crit rating. What advance should we go? Crit damage is not bad. And then strength. I think early on we definitely want to go int is all that means. Because I'm not about to limit myself to finding at least one dexterity slate and having to nah. Nah, we ain't doing all that. We ain't doing all that. Late game, maybe. I think that's both advanced affixes, so we just go res as the last one. Bruh. Okay, equip, copy, equip. Boots, gloves, all rare. ES, minion damage. And then the advanced affixes would be your area because there's nothing else I would want. Probably just res. Actually, we want damage, so we'll go for self crits. And then finally boots. You can look at the profiles. Okay, before you do, let me just take a look. So this is just a ninja. It doesn't have a there. Was it just me or did I just not see the POB export link early? Kind of threw me off. So this is Giga life stacking, I assume. Axiom Warden res. Wait, how much life did they get with just one Axiom Warden? Let's go marionettes. Where is the life? 500% increased minion damage is not bad. So it's with a recommed shield, I assume. Where is the life. Well, that's a lot of life. Well, not it can be more, but this is a big life value. What is the damage center around? Call to the slaughter for MS. How does he handle them dying? What is the degen to speed run its life? Because this looks tanky. I guess not tanky because it does have minus res. But he's also getting res from somewhere? Respected quality. So I guess you would just Inferno? Doesn't this mean it takes a few seconds for them to actually die? Why is he a 5 link? Did they remove a gem? Oh. It just isn't here for some reason. Huh? Inferno Legion. It takes about, I want to say, 3-ish, well, 2 point something seconds for it to die. I feel like there was somewhere that would show how long it took to time until death. This was just with hits. It doesn't take into account dots. There is nothing here for time until death, but it's like 2 point something seconds. It's annoying in hideouts. Is this because technically your minion is dying, so the game doesn't properly tell the API that it's still functioning or something? I assume not. That'd be weird. Some cool tech I like using on builds like this is using stuff like Fortress Covenant here, which would make it so all these notables increase the amount of damage my minions take. That's something I played around with. And I think something I should honestly look into. This is on what ascendancy? It's on Necromancer, so more life, bone barrier, yada yada. But it could be doable on Reliquarian if I'm being honest, because Reliquarian, I mean, this doesn't have life, which is just very unfortunate. But Reliquarian, you can get to 100% conversion, so you can convert all your resistances to I was gonna say to fire res and then go from there, but like fire is the one element you do want to kill your minions with, because then I was going to give my minions bone meld and then they'll get my resistances, but then that means they get 90 fire res, which is not what the goal, especially seeing as the goal is to kill them with Infernal Legion. Okay. Yeah, no, I know. Losing 20% more life is pretty, noticeable. Hmm. Give
What is the
me a
state of
quick
our farms in
second.
PoE really without Mirage?
I guess we'll find out.
The Val have many unseen eyes.
Like Jenny,
Guess
that
so.
it's a case we'll find out. And we'll either be disappointed
Because I
or it'll
actually
be
I didn't see
okay.
that many like other mechanic buffs reflecting on it. That's why I was asking. Also, I was kind of surprised that they moved shit like the Volatile Val to Sanctum. Like, even just pure Beyond farming could have actually loved that. Because you don't really have a reason to go pure Beyond apart from day 2 in the game, day 3. So that surprised me.
Yeah.
But I know they want to give Sanctum something, so it's fine. That shit'll be bunny. That's what that means.
Yeah, I mean, I have bias against Sanctum, so you know, no, can't really speak to that heavy bias, very heavy bias. But at least I recognize it, and I know I don't want, and I do, and I know I would have rather it wasn't on Sanctum, but like it's fine, I guess. You won't catch me farming it. Can I give Iris a dark background? Oh, right. Yeah. Need to change the color of the text to a bit of reddish. Let's see if this works. Actually, no. All right. 3:40 a.m. Oh, that is definitely the time to call it, Siako. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'll see you next time. Have a good night. I didn't explain Reap in my guide. I probably should. Make a build mechanic page or something, but we only have like 15 minutes. That I need to explain, I just realized. Before we do that, let me finish with this. Mm. Need to reduce the space. Did they move where it is to find the distance between texts? I assume not, unless... Why is this not working? Yeah, it's just not working. Huh. Interesting. Okay, cool. This I think is fine. And then need to make the live thumbnail. And then once that's done, we should open the game now. Hmm. It feels like with every single patch, Photoshop becomes worse somehow. I don't get it. Because it goes from, oh, yeah, you can always open any document you have, to all of a sudden, now you can't, it's itself showing you the cloud where you stay, where you have everything saved. It's trying to show you your local drive. Like, the fuck? This is a fully updated Photoshop. Why are you doing that? This is me off to no end.
My friend just sent me a screenshot of Popgun playing Rayhan 2, which he's playing.
Oh,
So
07.
he's like, fuck. They all RMT.
I can't even imagine the horror.
Bro, he actually just felt fear. Everyone's playing Rahan 2, even Ben. Holy.
Jesus.
I mean, Rahan 2 was pretty much untouched, I guess.
You know, the funny thing is, I have a friend who was considering going to Rehan, so I had him decide. I hope he decided not to go. That's all I can say. I hope he decided not to go. Am I hyped? Oh, you know it. I'm just waiting for this to be done and to finish with the thumbnail I'm currently editing for YouTube, which I was supposed to do off stream, but we didn't have the time to. So here we are. I don't really like the Afterlight logo that's here.
That sheet you sent me.
What's that? Oh, the one from way back when.
If I can find it. Oh, it's still down. Okay. Does the Wooxie person actually like stream or anything?
Not really. They say their PC is too bad to stream.
But do you lie?
Mm-hmm.
Holy.
Yeah, this image, as much as it's fine, it's probably better off with what I had before, which is this, I think. Yeah, I think this is better. But then again, it's still better. All right, we export this. If it allows us, I guess. Also you. Huh?
You wanted to hit day one.
You wanted to what now? Season is up.
Yeah.
Just in time because I finished the thumbnail.
Iris 2.
Yep, I need to switch games and everything, so I don't know why you said Iris 2 there, but
That's who I'm playing.
good luck. Oh yeah.
So I just clocked. They changed Iris 1's picture, but not Iris 2?
Iris
Aren't
2
they
is a
the
lot
same
more
base character?
Iris 2 is is a lot newer.
Yeah, but aren't they the same base character model?
Like you mean the face? Or what do you mean?
Yeah.
Not
It's
really.
like imagine someone changed Bing 1 but not Bing 2.
They are kind of
still Bing.
they have similarities, but like if you look at their faces, they actually are very different.
Holy, is that what they turned Moto into? Bro's
Bro's not a
what
dwarf
happened?
anymore. Bro is no longer a dwarf.
There's
Shit
probably
is so
nothing small about Moto right now. That's for damn sure.
it's so weird, but I saw him. I was like, isn't he supposed to be like a dwarf?
Ego looks like some shit Asian game character. Fucking pisses me off. They actually, I think these changes are ass, but that's fine. I guess Moto 2 exists and he basically is still a dwarf, so it's fine.
Hmm.
They changed the screen again. Do both motos start with spider tanks?
I believe so. You don't have to worry about that.
I need to mule it.
No, you shouldn't have to mule it.
Well, I need to mule to Iris.
Oh. Yeah, you can. It's something I would have done, but I don't think I think Iris 1 actually starts with a good Magi. But I think Iris 2, from what I hear, can also just switch. So there's that.
Where are you, bro?
Me? I'm about to log in, but I had a lot to do with changing stream and all of that. All right, where were we? Now we can actually get in. Iris. Holy, she's on some dark elf shit. I mean, I'm all for it. But like, I would not have guessed from this image right here that she was Iris. Or Iris 1. She looks dark elfy, which is not bad because this one is very she's very cheerful in the Iris 2. Iris 1 is very almost doom and gloom, if you will. So it makes sense.
Is she?
She is actually.
Okay, we got spider tanks.
I wanted to pull Firelight, but like should have just not let cooperated.
So spider tank is better than Rock Mega starting?
Do you like your minion just throwing left and rights to kill? I mean, you can do it for the first pack and see.
Totally. I haven't played a click to move game in a minute. Felt weird.
Why do you think I just instantly picked up my controller? He is procrastinating because he wants to play TLI and he had too much salivated over peer review. I hate that you're not wrong, but that's a different conversation.
Did you like the reveal?
I think the review was fine. I don't have anything that's necessarily too new for me, but I'm excited about Luminary from a supports character kind of, you know. I like the idea of being able to build an AGE Luminary version, and the fact that it has perma links removes the one thing I really hated about links, which means, you know, I think that is the most exciting part. Because now I can actually play link skill and not hate it.
Yeah, fair.
How did you like the rocks? They
I
are.
didn't even get to move forward with them. I literally just milled tank and milled spider tanks and.
Oh, you didn't
used
even,
it as a
you didn't even
whole.
see the thing? What it looks like?
Oh no. I think
Why?
I've seen it before. I played Iris last week. Remember, I started Iris.
You say RS1. RS1 doesn't do. RS1 doesn't get rock first. I get thunder, which is a lot easier. Or it's a lot better level 1. But I think you can start thunder if you want to. I think if you go into your menu, you can actually choose a different from rock, from what I saw, or from what people told me, I should say.
Told you?
Yeah. I haven't actually needed to, because the one season I went Iris, I kind of just, I think I don't know if I used you as a mule. I used someone in any case.
I'm assuming the code in this.
What's your T7 time? 2.5 hours? Oh, I wish. My campaign time is typically like an hour 20. Well, actually, last time was like an hour. Was it? It was sub 2 hours. I don't actually remember what the exact time was. It wasn't. It was like an hour 50. Now that I think about it, thereabouts. So nothing crazy. I haven't practiced so much that I can do it in sub 130. I think I haven't done that yet.
Dude, they changed what. Yeah, the sounds are all over the place. What the fuck are those drop sounds? What the fuck? Shit was loud.
Holy.
Upgrade all skills. Holy.
The tech.
It's back.
I do need to take up my volume though. Oh shit, a lot of the interface has changed. Kind of forgot about that.
Options.
Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck? Iris 2 is a dwarf.
How? What do you mean?
Is this a bug or is this? It's a screenshot I just DM'd you how it always is. Is she that short?
I mean, the character model is also kind of just zoomed out. Like, this is not how the menu looked like before. Also, I can't see my entire inventory in one screen. That's... Do I need to change something? Where's this zoom thing?
Change. Elemental duo goaded. Hey, can I not use that on? Oh shit. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Guess we use frigid transmission or blink, whichever.
Why a rapidly fading life should dream every day. I've had all those dreams. We are growing, and it was an incredible process. Don't worry, we're still making.
Now we have elemental duo, but I think what I should be doing is using. Does this work? I don't think this works. Yeah, it doesn't work. So I don't actually have another Magi I can use alongside this. So we'll go like this for now.
Does elemental duo just make you use 2 of the same one?
Yeah. I was kind of. Eventually, I'll be able to use 3. But that's Iris 1 stuff.
The cannon fire. These goblins were killed by the Agutos before they could even escape. I hear fighting ahead, partner. Let's go over there.
I think the most awkward part about TLI is the starting area where you can't allocate the actual keybinds you want. Like, I know what I'm used to for movement skills, but I just have to tank it for like 20 levels before I can actually put it on the skill I want.
It's pretty frustrating.
And the point is, I feel it's every single league.
Torchlight, the bridge is... I thought a broken bridge could stop you from giving your lies away. Tell me, why are moths always attracted to the flame?
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We grow like
Don't keep too late. Okay.
the barrier around Ember's Rest won't last for long. We must turn off those turrets now. The cannons are still raining fire down on the highway.
It's the remains of a bulwark cannon! Help me! That thing can even take out a dragon! Oh my goodness. The bulwark cannons! They've come to life too!
Actually, shit. Let me look at the store.
We must destroy them immediately.
Never mind. You can't look at the store this early. It would be bad for business.
Mm-hmm.
We've destroyed the turret. We did it, partner.
I kind of wish I could skip menu options on controller, because you press the down arrow and the first one there's like talent points, and like I kind of want to focus on upgrading my skills yet first.
Bulwark cannons have overloaded! What do we do? We should run!
The hideout is behind us. We can't turn back. hear deafening cannon fire coming from the bulwark's core. Partner, if I'm gone, you can get a new crow. Our homes are behind us. There's no turning back.
The torch will go out, struggling. My goodness. Once upon a time,
Is it time for fire?
dwarves defeated countless dragons, and there remained
Mm.
This land. Painful memories of the dragons still linger here.
Flame golems are very ugly. Are they really that ugly?
see those monsters.
What a very ugly.
Flame golems, apparently.
I will protect you.
Surely.
They're not as ugly as Frost, I can tell you that much. Frost motivated me to buy a skin in this game. Before I had Clockwork 6 or anything, Frost was like, yeah. Put the skin in the bag, little bro.
Take good care of yourself first. For a long time now.
Kind of funny.
So long.
Madame Usher. Usher. Oh shit, Flame Golems. Let's go. Level 7? Oh yeah, I am.
Well done, partner. Let's go deeper.
Favored one of the 6 gods.
Like in a game that literally has pay for power, I paid for cosmetic because of Ice Golem. Says a lot.
Early, you might get AoE. Oh shit, yeah. AoE over Savage go for sure then.
Yeah. Do I even have it? Yeah, I do actually. Cool. Now in prioritize minion damage, seen as that is going to be the case.
I can hear the heartbeat of the mountains. Getting close to the Dwarven Kingdom.
Don't worry. We're still making preparations.
Boss actually shotgun to me in campaign. That's crazy.
All right, time for first treasure trove.
We are growing, and it is an incredible.
Oh god.
Perhaps we don't worry. We're still making preparations.
How many times do you clear this? First one.
Typically until my levels get close to, like, I lose 100% effectiveness on levels. Which genuinely takes a bit, but it's a lot of power to get. And then from there you just skip what looks like a lot of zones.
Don't worry. We're still making preparations. We witnessed. incredible process. Don't worry, that world is not scary. It's just a long, long time.
What is my next note again? Honestly, probably you.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We grow like the mist, the mountain forests, and
Okay, this is my last clear of the zone.
the winds will blow away all traces of your existence. We witnessed
I don't remember where.
I will never use the spark to fulfill my own selfish desires.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. These monsters born from the dragon bones are becoming more and
Did I go Bond first?
I early enough, it's actually is probably worth to go Bond over Jetta one. Simply because you don't have a lot of increase.
Right?
Yeah.
Because that's your first big multiplier.
Yeah, because like you don't have a lot of increased damage, so Bond early is pretty good because it's 120% increase just like that. It's a lot of increase when we get it.
Your monsters just stop hitting for 100, like like that.
Just like that.
This mining track leads straight to the center of the Dwarven Kingdom, heart of Kasan.
So we don't see Bond
Oh, let's see this
on
shop.
the. Oh no, we do. I think.
Alright, so no legendary pack spirit. Box.
I was nearly venturing. Yet, thanks for rescuing me. You're almost as brave as I
Dude, the round 2 skin is like just out there, bro.
What do you mean?
Oh, like you can just purchase it.
Did you think you wouldn't be able to?
I wasn't sure. Sometimes they look some skins behind like.
Oh yeah, I don't like those ones. Where it's like, oh yeah, this one, yeah, you might get the helmet, you might get the thing, you might get this, you might get this.
Okay,
It's like, bruh, I hate that. What's that?
You might get an elixir of oblivion.
Yeah, I think you're guaranteed to get like 1 every 10, but like, yeah, it's us. Shit is actually us.
How do I know? It tells me the general bond stacks. Okay.
Yeah.
For millennia, those who wish to travel to the heart of the kingdom must pass through this path covered in traps.
We must figure out your brother's plans first. Like, what is he planning to do with the spark?
You're right. We should ask someone.
14, you go dazzling. Oh, dazzling bloom is okay.
For you, it should be mobility if you can already merge. Before being able to merge, so
it's just
okay. Then yeah, just
oh shit, it'll be mobility for me after. Wait, will that be? There's no way I swapped that early, right? To merge? I assume I'm just like flame golden leveling till maps.
Yeah, you're not swapping to. You're not touching rocks for a while.
Damn. I was like, that would be fun.
But I think it's going to start rock slapping from campaign.
No, I didn't think of that.
You didn't? The fuck was that movement?
automatons is daunting. We're here.
I'm just now realizing
The Dwarven Kingdom.
that pack spirits clothing choice in the code.
What are you talking about?
Sun was the first king of the Dwarven Kingdom.
I mean, just wait for your next loading screen, I guess. The one on the bike.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I mean, I guess you'll know when I see it.
It's just interesting
Beautiful
clothing
nature.
choice,
Beautiful nature.
especially for the weather.
Admiring.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, appreciator of beauty and all that.
I feel like some of these UI changes are actually like kind of annoying because like, look at shit like the journey. Like, you guys just made this shit look half
haven't-
shaded. So it doesn't actually look different. The functionality doesn't change in any way. It's not necessarily also improved. It's just like, yeah, now our journey menu has a shader.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked, but yeah, like the inventory menu is not like it's any better. It's just, yeah, now we're zoomed in for some reason. Like just, yeah, you were zoomed in for reasons. You want to see the entire inventory? Yeah, you don't need to. Why do you need to see all that?
I'm not coming with you. I need some time alone. Take care. That was no easy battle. You don't look very well.
First pack spirit. Who the hell is it gonna be?
Are you asking?
Probably just Veil, right?
Yeah, it's real. It's not like you get the legendary modifier anyways. You don't get that for a while.
Oh yeah. Cause it's just it's just mini damage.
Gonna take all the MS I can fit.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
It's done. As expected of Torchlight.
Don't worry. Come see me once you're ready.
Actually, I know.
You ready?
Controller in this game is really bad and needs some upgrades. Oh yes, it has so many upgrades it needs. From not being able to skip certain choices when you on this quick drop to oh, league mechanic. Surely we try for the first time, right? Like we usually do and die.
Who's we?
I mean, I do.
I walked past that shit like it didn't exist. Like I'm playing standard.
No.
Oh shit, you got bond gaining on the tree, yeah?
Yep. That's why bond is actually good. Because you get most of it on the tree.
On tree, do I want to start going for like chance for them to use enhanced skills? If I'm gonna be
Probably.
leveling with fire.
You want to go ultimate damage because you're going to be entering your mages to click.
Do I still enter them even in campaign? I assume maybe I was clicking something completely different or something.
No, you still enter them in campaign. On bosses, on
Just not
mostly
the long,
bosses. Like when you get to a boss fight, you merge, you use ulti, and you unmerge.
I wonder what that's gonna feel like. I'm kind of interested in seeing.
You blow up the bosses.
It's kind of hard not to in this game, but all you gotta do is run to a treasure trove and you love the bosses.
I
Even
mean,
that someone could probably play the game without treasure trove. They'd be having that classic RPG experience. A And by the time they enter maps, totally.
You'll hear it.
No multipliers.
Why are you bugging me? Is that what you want me to do? I didn't know what treasure troves was till I completed the campaign since the conic didn't tell me. This guy.
Who said that, please? Who said that?
What do you think said it? Take a guess. Treasure troves are your one-stop shop for leveling, pretty much. You run through everything until you get to a treasure trove, and then you spend treasure troves leveling.
Imagine PoE2 stole the system for alts.
Can you imagine?
Cold day, cold day.
Freezing day.
I still be having those kind of thoughts. I still might have one more character in me.
Really? I mean, you do have a week to PoE1, I guess.
I do.
Oh,
Oh my
these are
god,
some
I
new
just
mobs.
transformed.
Oh, oh shit! I have my trade. I've actually just completely blanked on that.
I was like, why is my environment just... Wait, am I just walking around with fire? Can I die?
Your fire.
Wait, what's the downside?
Your minion is constantly depleting health as you're in there, so you're going to literally run, like, it's going to empty his life, and then he's going to have to regenerate that life and in that time he can't do anything. So it's just downtime. But yeah, you still take damage for yourself. It's like you use your Magi's health bar. You're still you.
I body swapped.
That's Iris 2. That's what Iris 2 does.
Holy.
But you didn't know?
You know what I was thinking about? I was thinking about the reap mechanic in Tail Eye and how we don't have that in other ARPGs for dot mechanics, and that's actually generally a unique system.
Yeah, instant damage. I mean, we kind of do on PoE2 now with the whole blood loss and all these other things where you hit a certain amount of build up and it executes.
Fair. Yeah. PoE2 actually has a version of that right now.
Yeah.
Just open Irish chats. Have that shit on the side.
These shield fuckers they hurt so much, it's ridiculous when they decide to just close on you. The good news is I know what they look like, so I play around it, but like, Jesus. The amount of times they killed me in the past few seasons, typically maps when I'm not paying as much attention, and then all of a sudden I run into a pack of like 10, and then they just say, oh yeah, we're going to show you what map modifiers you took today.
Just cool as fuck. So I'm basically just actually a walking RF right now.
Yeah.
What do I know my alt is?
By the name typically, but
that's the alt. those were some big numbers. What the fuck?
Yep. I don't think I get access to my alt until way later.
Someone asks, has anyone tried the speed nerf on
Rock?
On Rock on standard? And then someone said, yeah, it's like no attack speed. On Gear they had T1 attack speed and cast speed mod with isomorphic arms, and you know, let's just say it is what it is.
Why am I using nourishment right now when I can't get to the next stage? Give me Dazzling Bloom, please. I'm actually just straight trolling.
So fast they die.
I told you.
Guys, log into Iris too. Don't get baited by this content creator.
Let's do this. Mine experiences Iris 2 for the first time.
Why's my ultimate going to like other places? It's not going where I'm aiming.
Are you on controller?
Weird. No, I'm not. Controller.
I don't know why I wouldn't go where you're aiming.
It's weird.
Elevation?
Like,
Finally, I can move my mobility to what I want it to be. You go there. I actually don't know what I want here. Honestly, probably just take Scorch.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
I need to switch this with Scorch.
that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You're really not playing this shit?
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
I'm just curious. Making sure.
Yeah, I've not played it. Why does it surprise you so much? Besides, this is campaign.
Down out of my night because I ain't hitting maps tonight, bro.
Just a long, long time of lonely. Don't worry.
There's a very long path of progression between where we are now and where we're going. So
I mean, that's fine. I don't know if I'm even making it, so I'm just enjoying the moment, you know?
I mean,
That's what it is.
I'm never like thinking of like I think if we're comparing to the video, yeah, there's a long way till then, but I mean, I'm more curious if you will get filtered before then.
By what? By the earlier rock attack speed?
Just by the minion gameplay.
Bro, it doesn't feel like minion gameplay. I'm the minion. What
I
am I
know.
missing?
I know. I said you weren't. You are the minion. You're not always going to be the one doing the damage.
Like early game? Like early map, like mid maps?
Unless you want to.
Is that what you mean?
Are you going rock DPS or are you going erosion? Because if you're going.
Is there a fucking difference?
Yeah.
I thought rock was erosion.
No, erosion.
Oh, I'm fucking done.
Erosion DPS is erosion as DPS. Rock is rock as DPS. You use rock on your erosion, yes, but you're using rock as utility. So all you're doing is you're on rock and you're jumping. You're not doing damage. Your erosion is one doing damage. Can you phase? Whereas the flip side is rock DPS, where you're rock, but rock is DPS. So
I mean, that's fair, I guess. You think of that.
So like right now you're the minion, you're the one doing damage, but you won't always be the one doing damage since you're going erosion unless you don't want mobility from rock. And I don't think you'll care that much because at that point where you were automating anyways.
So wait, what does erosion do? Because the video you showed me was rock. I don't actually know what erosion does. What is the attack erosion is doing? and it's it's dated. It's I said day-to-day gameplay, but you know what I mean.
What does its skill look like?
Yeah, because I could just put it on and find out.
Yeah. It's let me see if I can find, did he send me his video? Like to me personally, that's the first question.
Yeah,
Let's see. I'll send it to you. This is an example of what they can look like.
Thanks for trying to comfort me, but
That is the SS20 kill.
just need some time alone.
That was hard to see. I think I saw that. I just couldn't tell. Let me see.
So
I can't see that. I'm just gonna have to switch myself. It's fine. It's hard to see that. I mean, it's fine to switch, right?
to switch
Let's do it
your,
right now. Fuck it.
no, you don't do erosion now. I mean, you can see what the
Well, I
ultimate
was
looks
see what
like.
the attack is. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine then.
I often dream.
Is that a big AOE overlap? Like,
Yeah, and it hits every enemy nearby. Well, up to 10 enemies or something like that. Go to
I'm
go
gonna
to the
be
middle of
erosion.
go to the middle of a pack and then cast it.
Oh, I was fighting Liv, so it was literally like when all those monsters were coming in, so it was crazy.
Yeah.
Yo, live. Said she was done with my shit.
Whoa, really packs a punch. This antique from the church works like magic. It's an ambush. Partner, we should use the light tower to take them out.
Okay. So erosion, and when I'm attacking with it, it's like a glacial cascade. Is the basic attack, right?
Glacial Cascade basic attack that goes from you to the enemy.
Yeah. Like you're like a bunch of spikes. Sunder.
I think that's more not quite the ultimate. I think that is,
No, that's the attack. That's the.
yeah, like the, I think enhanced probably or something.
And
Yeah,
would I be
enhanced.
spamming
That's
that
enhanced.
in my gameplay? Is that what I'm gonna use to kill monsters?
Yeah, using your
What
ultimates.
the fuck happened to the hideout?
Like your ultimates.
I did. I've seen it. That was helpful. So, all right, thank you. That makes more sense.
You're welcome.
My updated thoughts on it. I don't know.
We need to hurry and find that Vicar Bishop.
I'm assuming the codes don't work
There's no need to
past seasons.
No, they don't.
church today, no matter what.
One of the biggest disservices. But yeah, they got rid of reflect and replace it with thorn, so it's better. You can't get quite a shotgun, and the damage should be more manageable. But yeah, probably still not a mod you would intentionally pick. Despite that.
The winds will blow away all
I know my last
your existence. Maitland?
thing is.
Partner, let's give him a hand.
Slots. The dash in the slot.
Please, keep moving forward.
This place has fallen as well.
Magic dash.
We are creating a breeze that cannot be ignored. Don't worry,
They removed magic dash.
preparations.
Death took you. I won't allow that. safe. I'll get you out right now.
Help! Help me and I'll give you something great in return! Who's there? Partner, let's check it out.
Instruct.
Something's going on up ahead. Partner, I'll scout ahead.
I can see your crow friend is still a doer.
Don't worry. That we grow like the mist, the mountain forests, and everything else in the world.
I am back.
Don't worry. We're still making
Who's there?
I'm sorry. The residential area is
All right, alchemist time.
Perhaps we can be.
Is that where we are? Oh.
Don't worry.
Why didn't you let me go to the next place? The fuck?
Be careful.
Weird.
The traps in these alleys are perilous.
Don't worry. That world is not scary. It's just a long.
That's an alarm of the church. Make sure to stay away from it. The other option is heavily guarded, but free of traps.
So
Don't worry. We're still making preparations.
I can probably get away with not having a
Mighty Guard as the next talent.
Growth, yeah. Growth and levels.
Because we want to grow.
Yeah, because that plus nourishing bloom will give you the next stage, which is enhanced skill. But that's, I don't know how long you use enhanced skill. I don't think you probably even need it on I2 for long. The real question is, can we out leech it? I mean, kind of can, but like leech is also capped to 10. Is it 10% or 20% of your life per second? So, and we don't have over leech, so I don't think, like, in terms of leech or thorns, we're not the biggest concern here. Should be able to easily out leech it. The problem is the minions taking damage. Would they be able to out leech it? Wait, empty skill slot, does that mean I actually have aura? Oh.
Unholy intruders, your evil deeds end here. Light never fades.
But yeah, I don't think fire magi look ugly, if I'm being honest. Like I just remembered to check now. I'm just like, yeah, I don't think I have many issues with what they look like. Frost was a very, yeah, I think I need to change very soon. Even the attack animation was not great. In terms of, in the looks department at least.
Makes sense. Dance on me, dance on me.
That's it. Now no one will stop us. Let's get down from the wall over there.
Well, this is doing its thing, skipping. Let me go find what's our faces. This Ceruses. Good filter.
Link.
Paint on Iris. I don't.
Paint on Iris?
Paint on Iris, yeah.
So the filters carry over, but the builds don't?
Yeah.
Great.
It's actually a pretty decent weapon.
Don't worry, that world is not scary. It's just a long, long time.
Keep moving. Don't let the turret lock onto you.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
What a bunch of posers. But I'll cover you. You find a way to take out that guy controlling the drone.
My first pieces of fine ember.
We're still making preparations. Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust. Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We've witnessed many final moments. Don't. We grow like the mist, the mountain forests, and everything else in the world.
Owe you a chance to use enhanced skill once. Actually, it will be a while before I think you get your once you get your first trait. If you're going for the less skill mages damage, I think you switch from I think from at that point you're going to switch from enhanced skill to ultimate, but I don't know if that's what the guides currently recommend. What I did back then. It does mean that there's downtime in your DPS because they will. Oh my goodness. Why is the red on the side? The red shouldn't be on the side. Wait, what? Why is this? That's. Oh my god, what the fuck? There. Jesus.
We are growing, and it is an incredible process. The winds will blow away all traces of your existence. Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We grow like the mist, the mountain forests, and everything else in the world.
Oh shit, this is out of survival. Let's go.
Moments like that.
So
It took me
black,
this
man.
long to get it. I hate that they be switching the position of the resets treasure trove portal from left to right to left to right. Because like sometimes it's left, sometimes it's right, and I know they change it when I accidentally click on the exit and like, oh, this time I almost clicked it, then I was like, oh, then I went the other way. Then the next time I clicked it, I'm like, okay, they definitely switch it.
We've witnessed many
We get born in fire here as well,
some were
and we've just not been getting it.
some are enemies.
Jeez. Okay, we kind of have to do this again, is what that means.
So black, yeah.
We grow like the mist.
It is no longer efficient to be here, but I don't know that I have a choice.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
I want that born in fire. It means I just kept getting feline steps, which is kind of annoying. If I don't get it, I don't get it, I guess. I don't think I'm going to run this one more time. Yeah, we'll just leave.
Any final moment.
But you not get the RF too?
What do you mean? Yeah, you get to
On
use the
farming,
skill,
it's-
but you have to use the skill.
Preparations. Don't worry, look at all the guards
It's an empower skill that makes it,
nearby.
that puts it for a duration.
That makes sense. I feel like I was doing the damage.
Lol.
I'm walking around without clicking at this whole time. I was like, damn, I feel like I only feel the damage when I'm ulting and when my second dude comes close.
Alley of Flames. This is where we should find Elsa.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
Reveal your strength. Let's enjoy this self-defense.
What is that timer beneath the boss's bar? Can you just die? This is Ignog Dog, but doesn't want to freaking stop riding.
The church hideout seems to be a good option. I'm very
still making preparations.
Oh, they were very close to the legendary Pack Spirit thing.
Let's go smash the parish courtyard. That's not necessary.
Nothing can stop me.
I'm here to stop you.
Finally found it.
He already has the swap. What else is he looking for?
Trespassers! May the light condemn your filthy soul!
Bum 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 bum.
I'm really starting to...
Oh yeah, I have auras. I forgot. Charge flames. I guess I could also look at spell lamp, but I think they're about the same, so it doesn't really matter. Oh sure. There we go. Drops are done.
Winds will blow away all traces.
What's going on? There's no use in talking to your partner. We have to take them down if we want to move forward.
Who is my next one? Am I ready for Anubis? Probably not. Probably not. I'd have to get rid of all my strengths. Where am I getting strength from? Here. That's not happening. So I'll go Anubis. He has many good nodes on the way there, I think. Nah, I don't need. I'll go Drapion or something. I don't think she's any better, to be honest.
Don't worry.
I didn't...
Anubis it is. And then by the time I get to the point where I actually fill out his thing, I'll just hope I have settled my res then for my attributes. That is the goal.
Things are not looking good here. We must be careful. What a horrible sight. What have they done? Look over there. Someone's still alive.
Thank you. Praise the Holy Spirit. Thank you for saving me. Run! Before they surround us!
Don't worry. We're still making preparations.
Oh, the holy.
Thanks to you, they are finally safe. Let's exit there. Wait. Something doesn't feel right. See that? Those guards are now dead. That means
My big brother said, Big brother.
can't believe there's another floor.
I get spell lamp.
Where on earth is Lean hiding?
What'd you say?
He must have prepared.
34.
Things will only get
I was just asking a question.
You don't have spell up?
I was just checking when I get it.
But you do have it, right?
Not yet. I'm 32. It's 34.
Oh, I thought you said 24. I was like,
No, 34.
okay.
Ooh, I'm tired.
And I think this is where we get into locking souls. So it's pretty big. Hopefully we get good rolls actually.
And it is an incredible process. We've witnessed many fine.
Yeah. Bro, what the hell?
Alright, fuck, there's a league back. Okay.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
You're doing league mechanic?
Fuck it.
Lol.
That world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness.
Oh my god. So many enemies. Shit's ass.
I mean, that's TLI league mechanic fashion.
So many, man. Character just got overwhelmed like instantly.
Like here, the challenge portal is on the left. So yeah. It's typically on the left, but then every once in a while they're like, let's put it on the right.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. Perhaps we can be friends once you've returned. We are growing, and it is an incredible process. We've witnessed many.
Oh yeah, this gives strength and end, so that's doubly good for playing Magi.
Grow like the mist, the mountain forests, and everything else. Don't worry, we're still.
Check.
Let me try something.
Holy shit, what the fuck?
What? The drops?
Just gave me a lady tier.
Who did?
Easy, I guess.
The game?
Not my friend.
Lol.
Isn't that crazy? That's
Lady
her?
says really good.
Like rock good? Or
But you're not going to rock anytime soon.
no.
The problem with rock is not because you can't equip the skill. You can always equip the skill. You can't sustain the ultimate, and you don't have enough
What's
attack
it
speed
again?
for it. Are you sustaining your ultimate on fire?
I'll be honest, I've never gotten taken out of it yet. Oh, sustain the ultimate cost. So like you're saying when I use my ultimate, it costs me life.
Yes, and even while you just merge, it's costing you life. Costing you
My
Magi
legacy
life.
doesn't go down.
It's not your life, it's Magi life. Look
Is
at
it
the
the
look at the
green?
yes. That's your Magi's life.
But I'm still the. Oh, is that why I go on full cooldown?
Yes.
Partner, lane's just up ahead. Liv will be there too.
Oh shit, I'm in the wrong area. I don't know where I went. Oh no.
I'm full leaf slam gaming now.
Okay, so when I go on full cooldown,
Your minion died and he's regenerating.
Died and it's regenerated.
Yep. And if you're rock jumping, you would still just go on full cooldown there. Friend Nemesis helps you a lot because it speeds up the regen period, if you will. So like you won't have to be down for longer, but like you'll be a while before you're actually not worried about.
Oh, it wasn't Friend Nemesis, it was Lady's Tears.
What was that?
It wasn't Friend Nemesis, it was Lady's Tears.
I said Friend Nemesis helps. Release it also helps. Because that one also has Reconjure life regen or some shit like that. It also helps.
Oh.
That's
how early do you actually balance out the regen on that shit?
To be perma, you can kind of, you know, cheese it with stuff like vitality. You want to have vitality because it counts. You get it. Oh, your trade 3 is the only way you can sustain, by the way. Or not the only way, but it's the main way you're going to sustain. And you don't have trade 3 until well into maps. You know, it's a level 75 thing. So your trade 3 is going to make it so your regen affects your minions. And so
Did I miss Interlocking Soul?
probably it's a treasure trove thing and it's very common from the drop. Like in that treasure trove, you're not going to not drop it if you run it more than once. So like if you look at where I am, it's this zone that you get it. This theme zone. It looks like kind of like cyberpunk singed in League of Legends. Greenish zone, if that helps.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
But just clear treasure troves and you'll see it when it drops.
What level are you?
I am 42.
Okay, so I mean, I still just want to chill in my fire form though, right? Just walk around up.
I mean, I'm using Leap Slam on what's it called with the Interlocking Souls, but yeah, you could do that. You can do that. You can choose to just merge on bosses. It's up to you, really. With 60% less damage on the trade, it might be worth to always be merged. Because that is a big... No, not less damage, taking less damage. Your trait 1 is one that has the less damage. So it's... You can spam ultimate, which is a very big damaging ability, so it doesn't feel like it has less damage. But all the other abilities will feel it because they don't have quite as big of a base damage as ultimate does. Ultimate is that strong that with 60%, that's why.
CDR.
Yeah, basically. Like basically you're skipping ultimate CDR.
What did you take to end game that didn't work out last week?
Just
the aura?
No.
Fire?
No, I went ice last league. And the thing that didn't work out was just ultimates. I was Iris 1. I was in Iris 2.
I remember you doing fire aura. Was that just for leveling?
Last league was fire or was for leveling. That's always what I do for leveling.
Makes sense.
But I've done fire many leagues ago, like even before Sandlore, like way. Yeah, but like that was since I barely played because I was burnt out from the season prior. So.
You're excited to play fire.
Then probably, yeah. But like, you know. burnt out at all. I just wasn't. I couldn't play it.
You
But yeah,
get burnt out, huh? That's crazy.
back then, I mean, that was it.
Oh, just in general.
That
You do
that
get burnt out from these games.
you don't. You get
I
burnt
wasn't
out.
lying when I say that I check out when other people around me check out because I think the communal part of it is a huge part of why I play. But like, if I didn't have anyone in disc, like if I didn't know you, like I'd probably just be playing shit that we haven't played. It which is just I just keep playing.
That season, I wasn't the reason you stopped. You didn't even
I hated
start.
Arcana though. I hated Arcana though.
You barely started.
Arcana was ass. We were literally dying to so many undeath effects. I logged out so quick. I got to maps and I was out. I didn't know what I leveled.
I just look like I remember you telling. I think I remember you telling me talking about the devil or something or the dots or whatnot. And before I did, Baba wasn't even playing the game.
That shit was ass. That shit was not on me. Hey, Baba.
Why are we at 199 growth, my guy?
Surely I'm not trolling, but I only have you one Born in Fire ring, right?
I mean, I didn't get the second one and I just left. I wasn't about to level again. Like, because I was already down to 80-something% XP and I didn't got to the second one. I'm like, okay, it's not happening.
That's crazy.
To be fair, it dropped from like 99 to 96 to 83. Like, all it takes is one level up. So it's not like it's that rare, but yeah, it wasn't happening.
Since you refuse to change your ways, then just
Was that a spark? It's very strong, but very dangerous too. I'm afraid you'll lose your
Interlocking soul.
at the northeast of the
We're
market.
up. Consumes what?
Highest thanks to you.
Really?
Now that's going to consume your life, not your minion's life.
I'm not even gonna be able to tell because of the regen I have.
Yeah, like I have good regen too, so like I click my passive, it doesn't do anything. But eventually we're going to want to drop stuff like the belts, the Desire Survival belt and whatnot, and then we'll feel it.
Oh, you have the belts.
Desire Survival? You don't have it?
No, I didn't drop a belt.
It's
Is
in
it
an,
dropping this one or is it a while back?
it's a while back. Like
That explains why I felt like I lost damage for a bit there.
it's I want to say it's in the first
another?
zones. Desire of Survival. I probably destroyed the others. I have an interlocking souls.
Thanks, bro.
You're
I was
welcome.
getting the treasure trove using too.
You're welcome.
Shit, yeah.
It's just not 75 though. I'm a throw it
So
on.
now I changed to
Now I can fight by your side. Look, the Partatar River. As they said, it's the Mother River. The Ichi call it the skirt hem of
Oh yeah, that reminds me. This is the point where I switch off of Bond because it's no longer better.
the same. Campaign 54-minute business. Holy.
Holy.
Biz, what the fuck are you doing?
Man, practice for this.
He did actually. Like I've been watching his streams. Like his last title I saw was Surely We Beat 56. And I remember being like, 56 what? DPS? 54 minutes is actually fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Under, by the way. Or just held love click, I guess.
Does he have good pets?
I don't know. Guess that would play a role.
Mm-hmm. At level 6,
Guess the
Anubis plays a
second
big
pet
role.
doesn't really matter, right?
Anubis and Veil do.
Second,
I mean,
Anubis is
Anubis
scale, right? That's what you mean when you say Anubis?
scales original sin. Scales of the original sin. Oh my god, my internet. I am back. At least I'm back on TLI. TLI be using the tiniest bit of internet connection I have to reconnect. Like I'm back on TLI before I'm back on Discord.
How efficient it is.
It always blows my mind. Like you'd almost think it's an offline game. And that's one of the things that I think that most impresses me about TLI.
That sounds like traffic right now.
Nah. Stop it.
I love it.
All right, let's go, Lich. I love how that snake is just floating in the air, completely not even synced with the ground. Just, you know, he was on even level, and then he just slid into the air. I trust snakes. They just be defying the laws of gravity.
Oh, what the fuck? One shot the fuck out of little bro.
Leaf Slam definitely gets stuck on walls a lot more than like even the rock slams. Oh shit, did I just get Bunny Fire? I think I did. GG. I got a second one in a future treasure trove, so it's possible.
Not me literally one-shotting Key in there.
I need a quick decision on this Leap Slam.
So there actually isn't the Pack Spirit exchange. Are we just exchanging? Like everyone's just saying fuck it?
What do you mean?
Fuck exchange dream. Just drop that shit instantly.
I mean, you're free to try
They
and
didn't
see.
give it a rework like City. They just said, yeah, no more.
No, they just removed the tokens. It still has the other items it dropped, but like we all know, it wasn't really dropping those items either.
But did they not boost it? Like the normal things that dropped?
I don't
I don't
know.
understand the change.
I didn't read too deeply into it in the captions. I don't know that I can say, yeah, they did this or they didn't do this. So I can't really say.
Yeah, Lady Obituary is something fucking insane. Y'all are insane for that. Y'all are insane for that.
Is Lady Obituary the one on your bike?
Insane. Yeah. On the snowmobile.
Yeah.
So insane. Ike looks crazy though.
The what?
Ike looks cool. Yeah. Good night, bud.
Going to bed?
Have a good strum.
Aye. Good night. Enjoy your sleep. All right, we leave this. Did you? Yes, I saw the line. They buffed reflected mist drop rate, so it should be cheaper now. But not only should it be cheaper now, it would mean the items, mirrored items, should honestly also be cheaper, which is very, very nice.
Watch out! The statue on the bridge has come to life. There's a power supply center in the northeast corner and northwest corner. They are powering this barrier. Let's turn them off, and we'll see what other tricks King Lionheart has up his sleeves.
We are growing, and it is an incredible process.
These two power supply centers are the last things standing in our way. I can finally meet the great King Lionheart.
Thank you for ending this with me. Father, it's over.
I'm wondering if the
And now we have our first memory. Before we end up destroying it, we lock it. We don't take chances on it. More intelligence, more strength, sure. The fuck? I can't use it yet? I can. The fuck? And now we have 3 Magi.
Is this the ruins of Lacuna?
Or whatever's happening is happening.
symbols of a sword and shield are on the
I've seen the strong and vigorous. They try their best. But what do they get in the end?
Does a queen have to lose something to understand what is truly precious?
Who can be forever you? What lasts forever?
Who is talking with the almost cowboy-like accents?
I used to be the center of the sun and have the world at my feet. Until it died into...
Why try to get everyone?
I have it, right?
If it was
I don't see it on my head.
I would prefer to simply meet the gaze of the person I like.
I don't see it on my head. I believe I have it, but I don't know that I do. Okay, I did. Cool. Can never be too sure of the game.
This arrogant lady is getting on my nerves. How about we smash up her offerings?
Don't work. I used to have everything.
I'm wondering what kind of person my hunter would be. Now I know. It has to be you.
Can you imagine actually leave slamming this fast? The Rihanna swap is going to be so much easier. Yep. Also, we can use it with the new ghost crafting. Then we can make ranks really easy. I think we can.
The mysterious woman is just up
They didn't showcase it, but they showcased fracturing orbs, and I think fracturing orbs are not too far from what refracting orbs would be. It would take a lot of the crafting potential, if you will. Like before you know it, we are probably going to fill up the intangibility, as it's called, or something. Where is world map?
for thousands of years are so eager for battle. So, let's give them a good fight.
I would like to get a quick decision on my attack speed.
So stand out among the rest. A new moon is rising.
Where did my attack speed come from?
Will receive the grace of the sun. You wish to know the meaning of victory? To become the moon rotates to display its initial. Now the moon has dimmed, and you're one step closer to seeing its true roots. I wish to see you, but the dual crescents blind me.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We've witnessed many final moments like that. Some were our friends. Some
That's it. That's more regen, so that's always good. Probably can't. I think we can. I think we'll be able to. You just get 4 chances at the item you want instead of, I want to say 2, but really just you have 2 chances. Maybe it's 4 instead of 1. Seeing as they don't care about each other, actually no. Maybe you can't do it because the difference is with a mirrored item, you're expecting 2 items back instead of 1. That might make it so you actually just can't do it. Possibly.
Tread the road of the sun. Challenge me at my prime.
We've obtained the proof. This place is so eerie. I have a
To enter the ring of the stars, you must cast away your doubts. Cast away your fear.
I feel like Daressa was the motivation for this character. It's the same vibe.
Eliminated from the ring of the moon, and so they've entrusted their fate to the stars. The discontent of defeat burns within them, and it incinerates their minds and flesh. Only the bloody desire for slaughter remains. The benevolent queen bestowed upon these losers the chance to start again, but they must fight for it with their lives. It was not my defeat that brought me here, nor did I lose my way. I willingly abandoned my noble family name and assumed one that is unclean, just to offer up a flawless victory to Her Majesty. Someone has to lose, but not me. Not today.
Okay, Daressa, let's go.
Tread the road of the sun. Challenge me at my prime.
I feel like I haven't seen that big guy being red before. Maybe it's just me not paying attention. Probably just not me not paying attention in previous runs.
Your humbleness is being observed by the mighty sun.
Challenger, you've performed well in the Ring of the Stars and Moon, defeating past versions of me twice. Now, you're qualified to enter the Ring of the Sun.
Can I still not do this? Why? Is that a thing? I'm about to finish a campaign, the fuck? And I still can't do it?
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
I agree. Everyone has someone they want to protect, and that is admirable. Even if that someone is that arrogant queen.
ends here, so you may receive the Queen's grace with a pure body. I once The scorching gold will judge your loyalty to the Queen. Even if you do not look up to the sun, you still can't escape its radiance.
Any moment now.
Only hares flee out of fright. Beasts don't even budge. Sheriff, crowned with the moon of honor,
What the fuck? What's that? You know what? I won't question it. Some shit happened.
no one can resist her. I'm not the first, and I won't be the last.
Don't let that beam touch you. That statue looks weak. The fallen flame corrupted the Einherjar. Monsters have appeared. In the pool corrupted by the sun. The golden water has been sullied by rust.
Oh, such a gorgeous body. I love it. The greater its beauty, the more it should be cherished. Don't worry, I won't spoil her. Perhaps we can be friends. Oh, subjects of mine, offer up your bodies and fight for me.
Lakuma's sun has risen.
Come, let me see how long you can fight to win my grace.
Well then.
You wish for power. Come, are you frozen like a statue by my allure? Why so rude? It's not like the slaughter. Your girl is.
Should I get to put a support gem on my leap slam now? I'm trying not to change its position because I'm very comfortable with the skill I'm pressing, but like literally all I'm doing now is just slowing down my campaign clear time by not doing it. Ooh, bruh, really? So close. I'll do one clear of this treasure trove.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
Oh shit, Color Souls? Kind of hoping for. Ooh. Gonna lock that. We're gonna lock that. And now we sack that treasure trove for a quicker campaign clear time.
Supreme power and endless wealth. Similar troubles will plague you too. My champion, please fight for me once more.
He did. Witness the radiance of the sun.
I am the sun. Witness the radiance of the sun.
Let me out.
Even my eternal body will decay one day.
Time for Kitava. That's the end of the campaign. We all treasure troves done.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
Desire Survivor for the win there. GG. And that is campaign 144. Not bad. Quicker than last season. God damn it, I need to be level 60 for this. I'll post a build code with this.
The void is not truly empty. You can meet your friends there on occasion, but they shatter on contact.
All right, pro builds. Quick builds. I might even follow them. Campaign fire Magi. I guess I should. Iris looks so fucking different. All right. We need to level up a few times. Then we're going for this guy next. This is actually quite cool. I guess use this interface. All right, we have 7 glacial abysses because why not? I'm going to spam. I think this should be pinned in my chat with Arcane. No, please tell me it's pinned in my chat to myself. There we go. It is. Deserted districts. Cool. I'm gonna go pee and then I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Where were we? Oh shit, Zatham, what up? Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. How you doing? Excited for the league?
We grow like the mist, the mountain forests, and everything else in the world.
I think when I level up, my leap slam suddenly speeds up. Until it gets interrupted, of course. Been computerless for a hot minute, so I'm just phone gaming. What happened to your PC? I don't understand why I still can't click this. I don't get it. Do they want me to be 3 socket on? Like, I don't know what they want me to do first. Nothing beats gaming at work. Fair. So that means nothing happened to your PC. You just been gaming a lot out. You just at work? Oh, never mind. Unsure. Honestly, it's just old and probably need some updates. Just had too much going on to be able to fix it. Yeah, I completely understand that. But how you doing? I need to get to level 60. I also need to get my battle pass. So I need to figure that out. You're a moto gamer. I2 is too rough for nearly exclusive phone gaming. Yeah, I2 is not the best control for that. Did you consider I1 or did you go Moto 2? I know people like Moto 2 because of how friendly he is on mobile, so I know he does have some. Is that a beacon? Why did they not pick up?
Don't worry. We're still making preparations. We
Am I level 60 yet? No.
That young girl, you know her? No, you're here for her.
Holy. You hurt. Well, I could tank it, so like, not that show. Buried. All right, come down real quick.
I will sink below until the glacier lifts.
We just dropped Born in Fire. Surely you have better regen than, oh, you're better regen than the left one. Let's go. A decent amount of regen. Lavasi is 3-3, so what is this one? Twisted Valley or Confession Chapel? We're not Confession Chapel, so we'll go Twisted Valley.
We grow like the mist, the mountain forests, and everything else in the world.
This is an eye level, a monster level 67 zone. So I do need to spend some time killing enemies, is what that means.
Don't worry, that world is not scary. It's just a long...
I think to start out, it makes sense to go Resonance, because that's what I'm gonna use to sustain maps. Then we go Embers.
We are growing, and it is an incredible process.
Finally, or not quite what I thought it would be, but MS or damage. Let's go MS for now. Bruh, even you still?
can be friends once you've turned to dust. We grow like the mist, the mountain.
We have access to the trade house.
Anything else, but don't worry. We're still making preparations.
Okay, we also have access to our hero memories, so I'm going to take that. And we are going to be going enhanced skill. We need fire res to the best of our abilities. Do we have any fire res? 6%. I guess that will do for now.
We have many friends.
Int and strength are so close to each other, which is kind of ironic because I'm getting strength in a lot of solo places and int in a lot of solo places. They're literally one off of each other. Warlord? I kind of want to balance them out soon. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I feel like it's going to be... You know what? Let's do the league mechanic. That should be a lot of XP, I think.
Keep up with the lantern. The watch starts now.
Because I hope it's a lot of XP. Got pulled away for a second. Back on the RS1, I see. Yep. This time we're going fire Magi. We're going to be scaling ignites. I'm going to be taking that to the moon, ideally.
Keep up with the lantern. The watch starts now.
So like unlike last season where we went frost, or we eventually swapped out to frost, this season we're staying all the way to fire. And we'll see how that goes. Okay, we have skills now, which means we really should be getting one strength from somewhere or dropping one int from somewhere. That could easily be an interlocking soul we end up dropping. Because I am not ready for... I am not ready to change equipment or anything like that. So we need to find something we have that has only one stat. Never mind, this has strength and it does, it can't be that. Or we drop... This gives me 10 strength, which is fine. 16 int, 16 strength, 16 int. Then there's a strength somewhere I'm not seeing because this is 16 int and this is 16 int. Meanwhile, let's see 10, 16. So there's a 6 strength I'm not seeing somewhere. There's a 6 strength I'm not seeing somewhere. It's here, 5 strength, I think. So if I drop the 5 and then I drop the 1, if I drop 5 strength, which is this guy, I also drop 16 int, which means I can then drop 10 strength here. And I would be net. But I don't want to drop Desire of Survivalism thing. This is literally keeping me alive. That's like my conundrum. Sounds cool. Ignite sounds hipster too. I miss my Iris, but I kind of want to try something new. Makes sense. Yeah, this is... I always try something new like every league. So if it's not like a new character, it's a build I haven't done before. I mean, there are only so many minion builds, so I can't actually be new characters. But I can be new minions within the characters. Watcher's chest armor? Is that what I just saw? There's a beast called Watcher's chest armor. Huh. Would not have guessed. If I take the ints, that would screw up my any hopes I have of matching them. And then from here, I start going embers, I think. Look at that pay to win all those pets. Lamau, I'm the pay to win. I am the pay to win, eh, Zatham? Hmm? Just real quick question. What's your Lunaria pets level? So excited to ditch my level 6 dream. I'm the pay to win. Six? So in the span of how many seconds of conversation, we've established your dream is level 6 and your Lunaria is level 6. This is, of course, we know that there is more level 6, but we're going to just, you know, let's just we don't expose you that much, you know. I put like 70 on the new pet and got the Moto 1 pet and then the new one. The Moto 1 battle pack spirits. +1 level. Nice. And then we take these nodes soon. Or next. Mechanical throne. That's the one that's cares. No, that's the one that both motos like, I think. Not just recently created minions, it's just all of them. Free summon token from the shop means I can get it to 6 if I wanted to. Oppenheimer. I kind of wish they just would let you claim, literally just claim all. Oh, like kinda, I really wish that. Now that we've done that, we need to get our what is it called? What is it called? What is it called? Pass. Activation medium rejuve is there. So we're going to just take that real quick. Use, we take rejuve, confirm, okay. And then we click this, we click this, we click this, we go here. Now we don't have to worry about one button, thank God. And then we still haven't seen the pass, unless I just didn't interpret the pass as the pass. My guy, where's the pass? Like, actually, where's the pass? They make it so difficult finding anything. Be back soonish, workhorse. I. Good luck. Where on earth is the fucking pass? It always makes me feel blind whenever they do this shit. Is someone legendary insignia? That is something I will be taking. You know what? We just take that real quick. Don't ask questions. My guy, you're actually wasting my time. What the fuck? Finally, Jesus. Yeah. Cool. That took way longer than he had any business taking. All right, pack spirits. FE compass should not be that. It should just be. Oh my God, everything is blank. Let's go FE. And let's change this to Captain Shadow. So Lunaria, FE. When starting carjack season, I don't have a season pet, so and I'll leave it at season, but like I don't know. Cloud Oasis is Oasis, Tarots, Frozen, Clockwork Ballet. These are already done. FE Compass, a Cube. Cool.
We are creating a breeze that cannot be ignored. Don't worry, that world is
Oh shit, it actually does give you a passive multiple charges, eh?
we are growing, and it is an incredible process.
Ooh, thank you.
Carry the weight of both honor and shame.
You know not what you have awakened down below. Think. Freeze. Buried. I will sink below until the
All right. We then go this. Time Mark 3. Steel Forge is the one I have the most of, so we'll go Steel Forge. Here, it's going to be Alley of the Lost or Thorny Fields, right? Alley of the Lost.
You know, the void is not truly empty.
We have monster level 69, so we actually don't need to kill anybody. We just boss rush.
We've witnessed men.
I'm going to have to switch to Blink for the Watcher. Desire Survival. Wait, I don't need Desire Survival anymore. I have rejuve. So I dropped this 10. And I dropped this 5. And now they're capped. They're even. So we get 40% more damage. Cool. We should be getting DPS from that. From dropping those two. A healthy amount of DPS at that.
We grow like the mist, the mountain forests, and everything else in the world. What comes,
Holy.
goes. The wind is gathering again.
I literally just took off Desire of Survivor, my guy. Let's just log these just in case. But like that shit should have. Oh wait. Hold up. I know the problem. It's because this guy doesn't have the. How do I not have this one? Okay. Not angry. It makes complete sense somehow. Trust. It does. Terrain of Malice. Instant restoration. I need 3 steel forges. Only afford 1. That's not good.
Keep up with the lantern. The watch starts now. The winds will blow away all traces of your existence. Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We have delivered the souls of tonight. We've witnessed.
Yeah, we run something else then. We do Confession Chapel, I think.
We will go inside. Keep up with the lantern. The watch starts now.
Nice. I don't know how many Netherrealm resonance we got, but we got enough. We are 24. Oh, that's more than enough, my G. All right, we don't need to worry about it for a bit anymore. I need to figure out chance to ignite, I think. I think that's one thing I need to do on my tree that I haven't quite yet. Holy, these guys.
We've witnessed many final moments.
Whew. So I need 2 of these, and I need 1 of this.
We are growing, and it is an incredible process.
For this fight, I need Blink.
These surging red waves shall be the last thing you see.
Spell lamp, spell lamp, spell lamp. That's going to be the next step. Can't quite fit it. Let's move things around so we can actually fit it, shall we? We don't need this just yet. Surely that's enough, right? Nope. Yeah. Enough? Nope. Do you really need this much? Yes. Yes, you do.
With your blood, I shall reforge my edge.
With the number of times I did this fight last season, aside being diffs by controller, it should be relatively simple.
With your blood, I shall reforge my edge. Until the last drop of my blood runs dry.
Cool. Okay, so Steel Forge done. Lava Sea. Can't do anything to ruin the balance of my stats at this point. You would be decently nice, but no. Check out a beacon in the last fight or map.
Flames blaze in your chest, and I will take it with pain that burns the heart. I will make a blade of it. Pain that burns the heart. I will make a blade of it. The flames that burn me remind me.
I think they also just straight up made it harder to cap enhanced skill chance, unless I missed something here. God of Machines. Did I miss anything? Enhanced chance. Yeah, I think they removed the enhanced chance. Yeah, I'd much rather have that. Okay, cool. Do I think I just took away my own attack speed? And that's like 9% attack speed. Do I care for that actually? Yes, we'll see. Probably not the biggest deal. It's not make or break at least. Yeah, I don't feel it. Thank goodness. The fuck? I feel like I shouldn't be using Spellam, but I should be using... What's that AoE spell called again? Domain expansion? That guy? Because it's better clear. Probably makes sense too, dude, to be honest. I think now my resonance stock is enough that I don't have to really worry too much about. Never mind, it's just 27. That was more. I guess since I'm going to be using a two-hander, I might as well keep trying to use Leaf Slam on it, which means I might go for attack speed instead of... I might go for attack speed instead of strength. Was it?
Ripples undulate through this lake that has remained frozen for millennia. Sink. Freeze. Buried.
Woo! My goodness. Ow.
I will sink below until the
Yeah. That takes care of time mark 3. Off to 4 we go. Almost done with this. Once we finish here, we can either do flame sand, which I typically just let I typically let my chalk do any flame sand lifting I actually need, and then I just go straight into God of War. So I think I'm just gonna do God of War once I'm done with Resonance. I think that's the play. Thunder Waste, Steel Forge. These two are still the best. So let's go, or the later. So we're just going to use this. Prayer Sanctuary, was it? Yeah, Prayer Sanctuary. Oh shit, this is Prayer Sanctuary? Oh yeah, the boss rush zone. They made it significantly harder to cap enhanced skill chance to a surprising amount, or to a surprising degree rather. That I wasn't expecting. Let's go try to get 6. Six Honda Waste. 3. That's enough to finish Thunderways, and then we can go to Steel Forge.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
And now that we got God of War, I'm probably going to full clear the map. Well, at least clear a bigger chunk of the map than I typically would. I don't think I'm going to full clear.
We've witnessed.
I guess armor is fine, technically. This one should be increased minion damage until I can figure out my res situation elsewhere. Res? Attribute situation, rather.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
This map might have been completely unnecessary, if I'm being honest. I didn't realize it until I went in.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We've witnessed.
Yeah, that was the 7th kill. Unnecessary.
Don't worry.
All right, Steel Forge next. Hmm.
witnessed.
That puts us at this one. Yeah, past that, I think it's just God of War. I think we just save points to God of War, which I think comes unironically in T7, T5. So, not long from now, actually.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust. We
Yeah, I somehow started with Vigilant Breeze instead of Growing Breeze. Can I still play the same fire build, or what should I do? Level 65. Holy. If you're Iris 2, you can play a similar build. Let me think. I can't say you can play a similar build because some of the multipliers we use are Iris 1 exclusives, like our Nature's Party Revive Memory. You can adjust it for Iris 2. It will probably work pretty well on Iris 2. I spent the longest time trying to decide if I want to go in Iris 2 or Iris 1, and I eventually decided Iris 1. So you can make it work on Iris 2. Just you would have to make adjustments to the guide. Like off the top of my head, big differences include we go ES and low life. Iris 2 doesn't want to go low life at any point, so she will instead go armor, and she'll be on full life, which means she has to make the mana reservation work as is, because she's not going to have as much space to reserve as like Iris 1 does. But yeah, I'm keeping that one. I forgot. Steel Forge. That's just an example of a difference. And that difference would be origin stacking. You still origin stack, but the degree at which you benefit from it is a bit worse than Iris 1. We get nourishment effects, whereas Iris 2 doesn't. It's still not. So where I would go origin effects on what's it called, Kismet, you might want to go aura effects with Lone Walkers, but that's not a big difference really. It does mean you have an easier time capping res in the Lone Walker version, simply because you should have more aura effects. So there are probably some adjustments you can make there for damage. And then your revive memory, you'd go plus max breeze revive memory, which should just be decent. It should be good. Now the cooldown, everywhere I get ultimate cooldown, you're going to have to skip that and get something else as well. That's another difference. So like on Slate, I get ultimate cooldown, you skip that. My traits, you might. Iris 2 cares about trait 3 being level 5 if possible. Trait 2, maybe trait 2, because you get what, 4 Magi on trait 2. you'd want to go erosion Magi with. Do you still want? Do you want Wicked? Wicked gives you one more Magi, which will be good for your second ascendancy. So there's that. But I don't know if converting your erosion damage to not apply at all, your fire damage to not apply at all, would be even smart. I don't know. We switch Lip Slam to Blink. The fact that that is still not available is kind of mind-blowing.
With your blood, I shall reforge my edge.
Why did I go Iris 1 instead of Iris 2? I mean, it was a close call. Really, it boils down to Iris 1 should have like easier scaling factors for like offenses in certain regards. Like Iris 2's biggest. Woo! Oh, I don't die from it. Nice. Iris 2's biggest. Okay. Iris 2's biggest advantage is mobility. I think that is the biggest reason to go Iris 2. Iris 1 is not going to be as mobile, but should have an easier time scaling damage than Iris 2. Twisted Valley Confession Chapel is a Confession Chapel angle. I need to start dropping items.
We've witnessed.
Movement speed. We can get up to 16% MS. We lose int, which means. Oh shit, I just remembered I don't have an amulet right now.
We do not understand why a rapidly fading life should.
That's not great. I need an amulet.
I've had all those dreams.
I think I wear this. If I lose the int here, I have to drop the strength here, which means I need to craft a chest. Which I guess is fine. Is this also T4? Yeah, it is. Fine. We do that. We're going to switch off of the int here. This is where we get all the strength and ints that makes a difference, I think. All right. Let's do this. I'm just looking for firers, ideally. Cool. That's a decent start. What about you? I'm gonna need you to actually give me decent MS. MS. Cool. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, cool. Fina fucking Lee. Leap slam. Quick decision. There's 17%. There's also we don't have access to quick decision. I don't see quick decision. I guess it's just quick mobility. Okay. Servant damage will have to do for now. I need to replace my amulets. Like I get scratched that I need an amulet. We have mobility. We don't have any more reservation. So we're just going to ignore that. Okay. Where were we? We're on Lava Sea. Doing Confession Chapel. Now we're talking. Jesus.
Don't worry. That world is
Literally been trolling.
it's just a long, long time of loneliness. We would
Ooh, almost died there. Okay. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of a noob. There's no way I can adjust that much. Is there a guide I can follow for Iris Vigilant Breeze or am I cooked? There are guides for Iris Vigilant Breeze. It won't be Fire Magi, but there are definitely guides. You can check the Torchlight Discord. The Irish channel should have a pinned Iris 2 guide for you. Is this just your league starter? Can I play this the whole season and do SS20 and other endgame stuff? This is going to be my SS 2021 character. So yes, this is my character. I typically don't do the whole muling thing or farming on one character to the other. So yeah. This is the character I plan to play to SS20. I don't plan on going to 21 this season at least. Last season was probably an exception because of how much time we had. But yeah.
don't worry. We're still making progress.
Bruh. You kidding me?
Greetings. The airship is ready.
Let's start doing Cloud Oasis stuff.
Welcome to Cloud Oasis. Coins and treasures. Here we come. The Oasis card can coordinate all the information here. Start by activating the Oasis card.
I don't have coins, my guy, so That's just not gonna happen. I need 3 lava sea. Hmm.
Oh yeah! Here for some new gear? Or you wanna buy me a drink?
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence. Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We've
We got an extra beacon that we're not using. Satch.
witnessed many.
All right, lava sea time.
You yearn for a baptism of flames. There is no new life within it. Pain that burns the heart. I will make a blade of it.
Don't worry.
Pain that burns the heart. I will make a blade of it. Vicious. The flame
I'm gonna need you to die real quick.
reminds me of
100% I use these gloves. Good. Oh, really good. Fire rest, please. Bro. And that's his start, I guess. Give me minion damage. Bro. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Jesus. Wasn't even looking for anything fancy. All right. That is more energy we can work with. Where should this energy go? Firstly, I mean, I want more mobility. Where's quick decision? There's no way you're gonna tell me there's no quick decision. So let's try something. Cannot support mobility skills. Okay. There. Hmm. Okay. Now that we're here, we are going to move our fire Magi to here. Because we cannot fit another aura. We know we cannot fit another aura, so we switch to here. Servant damage. This allows us to go for an extra empower skill. Something like... Not you. Do we not have oh god, we didn't have nourishment of life. That explains a lot, actually. Preparation for it. Go down there. Extended duration. We'll go the fire res node. This should give us a bit more... What'd you call it? It should give us a bit more in the way of... Where's amulets? The lack of amulets is crazy. But yeah, I think I can finally let these two go now. Honestly, you two. We'll leave it for now, I guess. We'll leave it for now. I don't think there's anything I particularly want here that I don't already have. Guess I can try Magic Dash. I don't think he's gonna do anything, but we'll see. And then in worst case scenario, we're just going to switch that extra gem to our other skill. I forget the name. Oh sure. Oh, we're definitely following this one. I need a resonance.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust.
Once I get full access to God of War, I think I'll switch to Blink. I need my memory, I just realized. I should have my memory at this point. But I didn't just realize it, but I need my memory. I need my memory, bub. This is guaranteed weapons. I need my ISO arm sword, but I think I plan on just switching straight to a T2 sword. I guess let me think. Energy wise, I'm hard gimping myself by staying this micro weapon. Hmm. I actually forget that I have B as a buff button now. Do I care about the weapons? Do I care about the weapons? I feel like I don't care about the weapons. I think that's my final answer. I would very much like. Is it time to change my rings from Burning Fire? I'm going to lose a lot of flat life if I switch from these rings. But what I gain in return is 12% increased minion damage and potentially some flats in the process. We get some minion crit, I guess, as well. But yeah. We only have 14 fine embers anyways. I'll try to craft one, see how it goes. Ooh, T4 fire res. Leave you locked just in case I don't like the swap. But yeah, let's see how that goes.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
Ripples undulate through this lake that has remained frozen for millennia.
Ow.
Sink. Freeze. Buried. I will sink below until the glacier lifts.
Hmm. This should be something else I tried to craft. But I'm out of fine embers. Can't really do it. So I'll keep my current helmet as is. And then we'll see if we drop anything good. Wait. Hold up. This guy is actually not a... Nah, he's actually bad. Never mind. I was going to say, is it like he might be a good starting point, but like there's nothing here I won't have to replace. Literally everything needs to be replaced. So it's like crafting this one. It's not that much better. Now we have decent God of War chance. Not guaranteed, but pretty decent. Now for time mark 5, we're going to start with Lava Sea because we already have 5 of these apparently. And now we should be able to drop our third hero traits memory. So we're hunting for anything that's going to give us that. Yeah, we go Confession Chapel. I don't think it's worth actually going out of my way for.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. The winds will blow away all
Oh wait,
traces of your existence.
we left the God of War that we weren't looking out for.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We are growing, and it is an incredible process. We've
Need to pick this one up. Think. Is it raining?
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Let's see what we get from killing this fucker.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We
Elemental Whisper Belts. Yeah, let's just show all of these. Probably want to do boss conquest soon. Probably. Thought process is simple. If I do boss conquest, I get these guys. Especially Precious Ember. It's going to be very needed. But I also kind of yeah. I need to drop my first FE. I mean, this was an accident, but it was a good accident because I just saw hero memory on kill, on boss kill. We want that.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
deserves the honor.
No, 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 nah, nah, G. We're not doing that here. Okay, yeah. T3, it's now needs precious embers. We do have a decent amount of precious embers, so at least there's that. I need you to drop my third hero memory, right? I need it. It's not even a question. Because if you don't give me, then I just have to keep going raw dogging without it. And I kind of, you know, I kind of don't want to do that. All right. You need to drop.
We've witnessed men.
Saj. All right. We finish this off with the remaining three. We'll clear this sets just so we see what's. Oh no, not this map.
Carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Oh my god, memory of progress. Let's go. You know what? I take that back. Maybe yes, this map. Maybe yes, this map.
We are creating a breeze that cannot be ignored. Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We've witnessed.
That works. That's one way to do it. Confession chapel for the remaining two. We can't use wind rider. Ooh, my first FEs.
Honor and shame.
We can use wind rider and leap slam.
We grow like the
Beautiful.
the mountain forest.
Dude, I clicked it. The fuck? We can't use wind rider and leap slam at the same time, so it kind of is pushing me towards blink, at least right now. Probably not though.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
Probably not.
My blade has been honed in the flames for ages.
Already seen 3.3 M. Beautiful. I guess now that we are here at this turning point, if we're being very honest, what we could, in theory, do. No, we're not doing that. Not yet, at least. We could spec more into CDR. We don't need CDR yet, actually. What am I doing? We don't need CDR. We're fine as we are. I can switch this. And it will probably be more DPS. Single target at least.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Oh. I'm trolling. They changed what fire Magi's look like? They did not look exactly like this last season. So I'm looking at about 6-ish mil DPS. 6.6, 6.7, 6.8 thereabouts. The moment I just do this, it's kind of all she wrote, really. Realistically, I could go so far as to remove this, put things here, do this, put its, there's no alt anything here anymore. Huh. Move this, put it somewhere else, like here. But let's just see. Direct comparison. Yeah, alt looks different too. So Magi in general just also got a touch up. So roughly the same DPS, well, with 0 scaling in this regard. But things we can now do if we're going ultimates is we don't care about growth anymore. We don't care about many of the things that we did before. So no, that's not true. We still care about growth, but like not to the same degree. So we can drop nourishment of life. We can drop growth. We can drop savage growth here for what's a good gem here? Control spell, probably. Quick decision, even. Yeah, probably quick decision. Am I ready to do the big swap then? This is chance for that, but like it's fine too. I guess by big swap, I'm just switching these nodes.
We are creating a breeze that cannot be ignored.
We'll give my minions chance to ignite, and we'll give them fire pen against ignited enemies. Nah. Let's stay enhanced for a bit longer. I prefer to be enhanced for a bit longer. Bruh.
We are creating a breeze that cannot be ignored.
I guess I didn't remove the growth points I was going to. And this would have switched to what's... It can be machine army. Probably still having nourishment if I'm being honest. Would have been elemental shock though. It's fine.
Life should dream every day. We are creating a breeze that cannot be ignored.
All right, that's one. We've started Glacial Abyss, so we might as well finish it. We have 4, so we'll buy 3 and pray we get 1 extra. Glacial Abyss 3, and just pray we'll get 1 extra. I feel like we should do this one. Because we can't use T2 items until I think when we are level 80 something. 82. Nah. We go for speed.
Don't worry, that world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
I'm gonna need you to drop a beacon for me real quick, all right? That when I plan for it, I don't get it. When I don't plan for it, I get the extra.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence. We've witnessed.
All right, Glacial Abyss. What did I say? I have one extra Glacial Abyss tickets.
Ripples undulate through this lake that has remained frozen for millennia. Sink. Freeze. Buried. Sink. Freeze. Buried. I will sink below until the glacier.
What is a good source of early CDR for my Magi? Drapion Lady is a decent source. She's a decent source of some CDR, but I'm pretty sure I already have that. Baseline, my second hero trait will also be 100% multi, right? Okay, for every stack. Okay. Yeah, 100% multi. Let me get water and I'll be right back. Okay. While we're here, let's buy our next weapon, shall we? And just to be sure about prices, Flowing Flames is not on the market. Cool. Right? Wait, it isn't, right? Cool. That means we can't go Ignite yet. Now, because we can't go Ignite just yet, we're still going to buy a two-handed sword. Does it make sense to? I mean, look, let me actually check. We can get... Oh, yeah, let me just save this real quick. Iris 1 mid game. Honestly, this is like, I don't know if you've been T8 here, but this is like my plan for like a mid game setup. But anyways, besides the point. What else does this one have aside Ignite? If I don't want Ignite, I have to go X amount of damage to this element. Or we already have attributes. I guess I could do fist to gear and fire to gear, and then just convert the fist to fire with the warlord node. This one, that would be more damage than, it'll be more damage than a tin staff. So let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. And then we replace those mods with ignite once we have flowing flames. Let me put that in the guide, I guess. Leveling gear. Gear fizz. And then gear fire. Switch to ignite mods after after flowing flames magnificent gem. That's the plan. Other weapon, one-handed sword, no, two-handed sword. Filter, item level 82, 85. Some 1FE shit. Alright. Something that has a stat I'm already looking for. This has Giga Int, which is something I could see myself using, but I still want to cope. I want to cope and say I'm going strength, even though I know deep down that I am not. But we'll take this one. We'll leave this for now. Worst case scenario, we drop all the strength from our gear, which honestly isn't that much. Like if we drop these two, all of a sudden, it's actually, no, it means we need to drop all the decks on our gear. Where do I have decks? I have decks somewhere, I just don't remember where. It's not anything I've crafted, that's for fucking sure. It has to be on the unique. Actually, no, it's not on the unique. It's on this memory. Cool. That's why I kept this memory in case. It's on here, 17 decks. If I unequip this, dex is now 45. Same as here, that's cool. So they're all balanced once we... So that means we just insta swap to intelligence once we're ready to switch. That's fine with me. If we're going to get T2 fire that easy, then sure, I guess. Can I get elemental? Thank you. Then I get crits. Oh yeah. I was gonna go Chris here, but I guess that's fine. We don't have Warden's Breastplate, so we don't have to sweat it too much. But then if we do not get... If we don't get crits here... What would we get? The 2 crit mods are advanced affixes. If we get the 2 crit mods here, we have to get triple basic here. Which it was meant to be this and this. But then gear, fizz, and fire replacing them. I guess crit rating isn't... Okay, so that's where I fucked up. Didn't plan for that. So crit rating is an advanced affix. Both of them. Oh, crit, yeah, this crit rating is crit damage. Cool. They're both advanced, so I have 3 advanced here, which is not something that can happen. So we either go for gear elemental or we go for increased fizz. And I think the play is honestly increased fizz. Or because fizz is only going to affect the gear fizz we have here, so it's not the greatest, but like kind of also just beats the alternative, I guess, which is gear cold or erosion or anything like that. Without Warden's Breastplate, the crit isn't as valuable, so I'm more happy to drop it. No. Yeah, I need to be level 84. Okay, cool. We have 4 levels still then. Thunder Waste it is. Ooh. Thunder Waste has this. Don't mind if I do.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
It's probably just more damage going for Rod and what's it called? Going for Rod and offhand. Bro, can you leave me alone? Bruh. Dude. Because I don't want to craft a full T2 item, then go ahead and switch to a different full T2 item, you know? I like crafting my one item and then going with that. Holy sound. Memory of progress, attack speed. I guess that's also fine for what I'm doing, but I'll be honest, I don't know what the base affix on what I currently have is. Let me check what I currently have. Oh, it's MS. Never mind. That's not going anywhere until I get MS of a better tier, I guess. I don't care about that. Prayer Sanctuary it is.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust.
Kind of forgot my passive off there, which is why that fight took so long. Prayer Sanctuary. Oh, Monster Fire Res? We need to switch that. That also explains it, some parts of that, I guess. Just wait until I get my Warlord node. You're not gonna have any fire res, my guy. Promise you that. There.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Weave with
Once I try Leap Slam with the sword, I feel like I'm not going to want to Leap Slam as much. In which case... What am I... Am I on Thunder Waste? I'm on Thunder Waste. Prayer Sanctuary. I just remembered. I was like, where am I?
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
the winds will blow away
He did. Glorious journey. I don't think I need to keep this.
Why a rapidly fading life should dream every day.
So that's we're now guaranteed to have God of War, which means I can finally take off my jump. Technically. Filthy Forest is the one here, right? Let me just confirm. Yes, Filthy Forest. So now we go Blink instead of Leaf Slam.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. Keep up with the management. The watch starts now. Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust. It's not time to leave all of you yet. Don't worry, we're still making preparations. Let the guiding lantern burn brightly. We have delivered the souls of Demet.
And enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Where am I getting Affliction from?
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Filthy Forest some more.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
I think I should honestly increase my skills a bit because like I don't be seeing where my passive is up at all. Unless I'm missing something and it's not that setting? Question mark?
We can be friends once you've turned to dust.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. Let me just see. Oh shit, they changed it. That's why it's not visible. Yeah, I was thinking I just had my visibility off. They actually just changed it. Okay. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. I think I only need 2. I think I need 3, but I'm kind of hoping I'll get. Well, never mind. I don't need a 2. Okay. Ooh. Never mind. Oh god, no Arcana. Please don't block my path. Thank you. Appreciate you. Oh wait, why are you off? Yo, the way this thing thinks always throws me off. I'm like, yo, did I get something insane? No. No, I did not. Any other question? There.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
We are growing, and it is an incredible process.
I really like what they did with the graphics of the Fire Magi. Like, I think its Empower aura looks sick now. I think its base ultimate looks really nice. I'm very curious to see what its Snow Paper ultimate looks like. Melting Explosion. The one we're actually building around, you know? That guy. Look at how cool that circle looks like. I got 2 FE. Are they bound? No, just 2 FE. For what? I have zero idea what. All right, but that's that. Now we get to flex a bit with our points. Morning, Roman. We'll go a bit of Flame Sand Sheds, and then we'll go Sandlord, I think. Alley of the Lost. Less aura effect is something I do not want.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
There.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor shade.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We
It's so trippy that I can't actually see my passive. I'm still not used to it. Ooh, FEs. We're up to 3 FE now. That's actually very lucky. Bro, what? We aren't going to be doing full ES shenanigans just anytime too soon until we solve. I think we go full ES after our 5 Magi setup. That is the ideal point where we want to full ES, because then we can actually have ES regen and that's comfy. Actually, no, we can't. Dude, what the fuck is that damage? We can do it a bit earlier with Light Hunter. It just will be a bit so-so. It'll be worse than life regen with Flask, that's for sure. We're on Steel Forge. We'll buy 2. I was right. Cool.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
I'm back. The void refuses to take me.
Bruh. I don't know what that boss does in terms of hits, which is why I keep dying to it. I mean, that and of course, but we are kind of squishy. Our trait makes us take more damage, which is not great to start, but like, you know. Beggars can be choosers. We need the damage, and as you can see, we got a lot of damage right now. And that's the price we pay for said damage. If anything, we need more damage so he doesn't even have the chance to kill us. That's the big brain move we're going for. This fucker is gonna kill me if I touch his laser beams this time around.
Surging red waves shall be the last thing you see. With your blood, I shall reforge my edge.
It's easy to see my passive here. Is it because we're not in a map and there are no other random effects?
With your blood, I shall reforge my edge.
Get fucked.
Till the last drop of my blood runs dry.
Royal boots to 25% MS.
We do not understand why a rapidly fading life should dream.
That is all for time mark 5. On to time mark 6. We start with Steel Forge. I guess. We're too broke to be doing that. All right, time mark 6 time.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Don't worry. Don't worry. We're still making preparations. We've witnessed.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Ooh, nice. Finally getting coins. We needed. Ooh, okay, let's not die. Are you gonna kill me? Okay, good. We killed it before he killed me. Oof. Command Spirit Ring. This is a T3 ring. I will lock it.
The mine is where you can find ingots and magic crystals needed for construction and trade. Start your
Upgrade mine to unlock ingot production.
work on the production line.
Sign a laborer in this.
Look, the laborers have started to produce ingots for you.
Upgrade the ports.
Improving after you bring in, you can trade with others to exchange the resources produced by your oasis for other types of wealth. It's time to show off your savviness for business. Try your hand at trading now.
And then it goes instantly, comes back, and then I get to turn that in. And that kind of concludes the tutorial. Fully concludes the tutorial, but it decentralized the tutorial. Why is the text so big? Give me a quick second. All right, I am back. What the hell is this? Okay. Why does this place look so freaking zoomed in? What the hell? Like, actually. Is it the UI change? Or is it like a setting? Because like it didn't make no sense.
We do not understand why a rapidly fading life should dream every day. I've had all those dreams.
All right. Where were we? We were doing Steel Forge? Yeah, Steel Forge.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Seeing as there are going to be enemies in here that have shields, I have to think about that when choosing a build, I guess. But I think this setup should honestly not have the... I don't think it will have an issue with bubbles, but it's also not a melee build, and melee builds are the ones that are typically... Like, if I try to kill the enemies there, no, it doesn't really work unless they go in, I think. What? Okay. Getting my bosses down. Huh. Is there a universe? Even just one where there's stuff I might want that's just hidden? Okay, cool. No. The answer to that question is no.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
Need to steel forge time mark 6.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Bruh. To think we are supposed to also still take horn rings eventually, which would make us even squishier for more damage. I honestly might skip the horn ring upgrade. It's a big DPS step, but like, how worth it is it? Against Traveler, it's really worth though, because you're not supposed to take damage from him anyways. So if you're going from not taking damage and not taking damage, you know, doing more damage is just better.
With your blood, I shall reforge my edge.
I feel like this might be a pain in the ass because one of them is going to be moving too fast. Okay, not bad.
With your blood, I shall reforge my edge.
I'm fucked. I am fucked. I am fucked. Ooh. I live. Kill him. The swords still do damage after the fact? Like they haven't fixed it still? Okay. Okay. Glacial Abyss next. Oh. Yes. I'm gonna be taking that legendary. We need all the Netherrealm resonance we can get if we're going to see a literal card that's going to give me 40 over the course, like 20 over the course of 2 maps, basically give me 40 total. We're gonna take it. I think I'd have liked to fit in more bosses, but beggars can be choosers. It is what it is. Oh, my passive is off. That kind of explains some parts of the damage or lack thereof. Nice.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
2 more levels. Do I think it's worth waiting till 84 until you get your until you replace interlocking souls? No, I don't think it's worth it. I think you want to replace it eye level with 84 like T4 weapons, and then you want to replace the T4 weapons with T2. I think that's what you want to do. But I'm committed. I've crafted my weapon already, so it ain't going nowhere. Deserted district. Jesus. What do I think this is? Am I rich? No, we don't do that. Almost spent unnecessary. Ooh, FEs.
Don't worry. That world is not scary. Don't worry. We're still making preparations. We've witnessed many.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust.
What is that constant sound? Is that flame sound? Does flame sound have a sound? Am I ready? Ready for what? Cinema? What do you mean? What's happening? Ow. Oh, the POB? I can't check it too in-depthly, but I'll take a peek after this map.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
Don't worry. We're still making preparations.
I need to get a second pair of rings. Or a second ring for this guy. I also need to replace this belt too. The belt isn't the most necessary. Armor. All right, let's look at this POB before we forget. Holy, I'm seeing Ralakesh. All right, so we have the special ascendancy. 90% auras, Fizz, 20k. You have your ascendancy, but you're not configuring it right. Nearby allies have crit multi, crit chance, or cast speed. So this is the helmet. D-term, no aura effects. 50% increase aura effect from D-term. Is it 50%? Where are you getting 50% from? Is it the chest piece? Because what I like to do personally is I will check D-term, check the aura effect, which is currently 1.9, because you have a sublime vision that's currently affecting it. So take this and then use that to, you know, take the difference or use the difference on it. It's on Merc. Yo, what I mean is, like, if you say 50%, does that mean your Merc has 90%? If your Merc has 90%, then it's accurate. If your Merc has 50%, then it's inaccurate, and you would need to put 10% in the config to match the 40% you already have that is affected determination. Does that make sense? What do you do for block? Your block is pretty good. You have Watcher's Eye, you have Reckless Defense. So you went block chance while affected by D-term. You went Reckless Defense. I remember Reckless. That is, there's a downside to it. What was it? Increased crit chance against you, so you have to have reduced crit damage taken. You see here?
You know, the void is not truly empty. You can meet your
Yeah, I forgotten where crit avoid is, or reduce damage from crits. 186 mil combined DPS with Sentinel of Absolution. That's crazy. Fix Spectres? How so? Let's see. It's not perfectly configured yet, so keep that in mind. So what I mean by it's not perfectly configured is the way you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to copy paste this, and you're supposed to have one gem for every spectre. You have 4 spectres, so you should have 4 gems like this. So Spirit of Fortune takes this top one, and then Forest Tiger. Why so? Because POB might not consider some of them unless they are allocated their own gem. It's POB jank. Like, notice the increase in DPS. It's because it wasn't properly configured. Before, this was like 190 something. Now they each have their own gems, so like it actually is properly calculating everybody at the same time. Does that make sense? Now, to avoid the warning, what I would typically do is I would remove the body armor from here, and now it shouldn't have any warning. Save it. All right. Do I need to save it, or do I just export it? There you go. I did good crit multi. What crit multi? Paint artist. Paint artist is here. Zealotry. Crit multi. Perfect paint artist is here. It wasn't there because it wasn't in its own gem. Does that make sense? So like now it's properly configured. So now you can go to the config and remove the thing. Delete from config. This guy. Which Spectre is this? 20% fizz as extra lightning. 20% fizz as extra lightning. All right. Which Spectre has its fizz as extra lightning? None come to mind that does that to your nearby minions or allies. Unless it is the Sentinel buff or something. But then it will have to be a DPS absolution, which isn't great. Where was I? Glacial Abyss. We're at 5/6. Oh, sure. Almost done. We're almost in T7. Honestly, pretty chill. Once we get to T7, we'll create a boss rushing tree. And then we start printing. Two more levels and then my damage skyrockets.
Ripples undulate through this lake that has remained frozen for millennia.
What was that swipe?
Sink. Freeze. Buried. Sink. Freeze. Buried. Nowhere to hide.
How do you just start your breath attack with no one in Magi? No. Fuck. You did it one more time than you should have.
I will sink below until the glacier.
Permits? You can send POB links without permits, but I'll permit you for something that is not POB or pubbing. I think PoE Wiki should be safe. Oh, Baronite Clerics? Oh, I know Baronite Clerics. Don't they have like a small circle or something around them that can be the damages extra effects? It's a very small radius, so just keep that in mind. It might not always be up. Like, it's a pretty small circle. So we've done Glacial. The next best to do is you, because you have 4 already.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Oh, my passive is off. I keep forgetting to turn on my passive, yo. Never mind. That can go. God of Machines. I mean, beggars can be choosers. We're gonna install it. So overall, it's okay. The POB looked good on first glance. What is your current AG setup? I guess that's one thing that could surprise you in terms of efficiency. Have you saw for its recovery layer? Now that Mask of the Stage Demon is not in the greatest spot, to say the least, you need to account for regen even more. All right, let me see. Kingmaker is good. Glimpse of Chaos. Okay. So he has reduced res coming from there. Yeah, you're going to need to give it a bit of sustain. Does he have sustain from the tree? I feel like that's a no. It just has a consecrated ground, which it may or may not have via what's it called? Rational Doctrine. That is its only source of regen. That may feel a bit awkward. The con ground will help, but seeing that it's only going to be up for 4 seconds, so you have to make sure you stop moving every 4 seconds, otherwise your AG dies. There's definitely a bit of junk in there.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
I think we went guard for the action speed. For the action speed. Jesus. He has a lot of extra life from the tree, also block and suppress. The thing with AG is life is good, but AG is going to take damage. AG is going to take a lot of damage, right? It's not about how much life he has, because he doesn't have so much life that he's going to take damage and still be at like 2-3 mil HP or something. The problem is he's going to stand in shit. He's going to stand in a lot of shit that he shouldn't be standing in. He's going to stand in dots. He's going to stand in hits. He's going to stand in you name it. He's going to be in there chilling. And without a good source of recovery, in those situations, he might die. And in the current state of the game where one AG death means he's not spawning in the same area. And Glacial Abyss, right? I think we're in Glacial Abyss. God damn it, man. Waste of currency. We're in Lava Sea. I wish you could access the trader from here. More like Merc will know, since he has like 2 ton skills. What about ton skills? Like the Merc, like the AG won't take as much damage? Or what do you mean? It's not going to take as much damage, but it's going to take damage, a lot of it. It's still going to be a lot of damage, because it's not that, it's less about enemies trying to kill the AG. I mean, they are trying to try to kill the AG, but it's more about him just being hit by stuff. They might be targeting you, they might be targeting your Merc, they could be targeting anyone. Doesn't really matter. The point is the targets. Like, he's going to eat the shit, he's going to stand in the shit. Like, if, like, let's just say you do T17 Katarina, the moment the fight starts, she's doing big AoE slams that you're probably getting out of the way, but AG is just tanking, eating a face full of big slams. Ralakesh on AG. AG's mitigation layer is probably fine. We're talking about recovery here. He needs to have recovery. Regen. So, you know, stuff like Grotcall spells. Doppelgangers, guys. What else other than that good? Okay. Doppelgangers, guys. Grotcall spells, and then just like life regen on the tree. What else is a decent life? Maybe some corrupt here or there, you know, like just basically regen. Vitality from Merc with extra effect. Vitality isn't percent life regen, it's flat life regen. That is not good for AG because AG will have like 70k, 800k life. 400 life regen is a drop in the ocean compared to that. You would want him to have percent life regen. Grudcall spell is 10% at all times. Doppelgangers is 10% after you've been hit recently. Stuff like that.
You don't seem ready to be turned to ash.
Life on block is an okay option. It will leave him vulnerable to dots, but like at the very least, against hits he'll be a lot more durable. Because like without recovery, areas like T7, he can't survive in a T17. He's going to run into. Why are you off? I was like, where's my damage? But my passive was just off. I haven't gotten an amulet. Let's. We're a level from the required level. We'll buy the amulets after we level up one more time.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
How reliable is Forest Tiger's Frenzy generation? There will be downtime, but it can get you to 3 frenzies semi-reliably. It's not as reliable as Carnage Chieftain, but it's okay. Like it's not something you're going to put on and not know it's there. You will have those charges. It's just it's very RNG because of the simple fact that it's on hits. So he has to be hitting, which means while traversing the map, it's not really on hit. The blood dance? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, an EG item? Okay, I'm gonna check. PoE wiki. The blood dance. MS per frenzy charge. Regen life per frenzy charge. What is your AG's weapon again? It's a two-hander Kingmaker. If it was a one-hander, I could have recommended Victario's Charity. Maybe do you know about exceptional gems? Like, are you using Congregation as an example? Okay, you are. All right. If you can fit in a Carnage Shifting, then I would say it's probably reliable enough that you can use it. Probably. It's so hard to tell when my passive is off now that it just merges into the background. 3 Void Land, T6 Watchers. I am so tired. I keep accidentally putting mods there. The good news is I'm not so tired I don't remember to remove it.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. We've witnessed.
I set up as long as I can, but still go work later today. Good luck with the build. Thank you. Thank you for spending as long as you did. That is you've been here a while. Appreciate it. Hope you had fun. And you have a good night. I will be live for... I'm trying to be live until I kill Traveler. So... Once we hit T7, it all depends on how good the currency farming ends up being. Then we'll see. We'll be boss rushing, so... You know, all reliable and all. Filthy forests. Where have you touched this league mechanic? I've probably done overall more than I've done the league mechanic. Just in hope that maybe, just maybe, a prison would decide it feels like dropping. Because, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take and all. Oh my god. My brain couldn't process where the safe zone was. I saw the left side, I saw the right side. I thought I saw a top side. But apparently it was a bottom side. What's up, Heliax? Ooh, 2 FE. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, and then we roll it 37. Ooh. All right. I'll see you. Easy game. Let's see if we can get this a bit higher. This guy wants to be used. I will not disappoint.
We are creating a breeze that cannot be ignored.
All right, that's Voidlands now. Once I take this big node, I think I don't know if I'm going to keep investing into Space Pirates, into this. We might go. We'll see. We'll see. You are the only one left. Prayer Sanctuary it is.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
The chest piece was a big damage boost. Dropping it, that is some insane luck. Any clue on the Merc Ascendancy, or is it tier light time right now? Any clue, like in terms of how to make the Merc Ascendancy work, or
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
overall undercooked? I mean, we didn't POB in depth, but I would imagine it is pretty okay. Like, you can scale it the same way you can scale the AG, in that you can do player life, scale good life stacking, give it and the AG the same package more or less. Find a good skilled merc that is using like VFOS, like volcanic facial snaking or something, that hits pretty well. And then, you know, you're golden pretty much. Aura amp, aura amp, aura amp. Then if I'm not sold, I'm going back to Golem Necro. I mean, I don't think it's going to be something you want to league start. It's definitely a league starter because you're going to need the uniques for your merc, you're going to need the uniques for your AG, you're going to need the items for yourself. It is not a league start character. It is a proper second build and profit kind of character.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Ooh, our first compass. Of course it is, I will show. I mean, if you're gonna go through all that punishment, you know, I guess I will give you and admire the determination and power to you, but that's the best you're getting from me. Like, that literally just sounds like torture. Oh shit, MS. We are not yet 84. We need to be 84. items I have there are like day 2. I mean, you're waiting all the way till day 2 to have those items. Isn't that like Act 4? I mean, if you're bad, just say so. Holy. Can you imagine? Can't even, not even the level requirements for the items, but like, you know, you obviously have it. But what is really good? I mean, it is really good. You just... Is the helmet craft will be much better with new crafts. True. But... You also have to face the... You also have to meet... I guess what's what I'm looking for here. At some point, you would have capped out on your league mechanic implicit, and you have to stop using the league mechanic, or what's it called? You either just don't use the league mechanic on that item, or you RNG recom to refresh the items, the base essentially. So I think it's one of those things where if you're going for an absolute like complete item, I don't think you would use the league mechanic, simply because, well, you could use it at the end, I guess. But the problem with using it at the end is it gives you 4 items that are like you use that currency, which means you've used the currency, so you could brick your item. You could exalt 4 times and not all are bricks. So it's probably better for you to use it earlier in that process, in the crafting process, for expensive crafts like those. But it'll be interesting to see. Impossible to miss Orb of Dominance. It should. How do you miss an Orb of Dominance? You mean like you use it and getting like low strands or something? Yeah, I saw that coming. Oh, Orb of Dominance. Oh, yeah. That one. I thought you meant like for some reason when I said Orb of Dominance, I thought you were saying one of the new currencies from Zeta Influence, Orb of Unraveling, in those guys. Orb of Dominance, it should be very hard, but I mean it's not impossible to fail the craft, to fail it 4 times in a row. Statistically unlikely, but never impossible. With this, we hit... We'll put it here. With this, we are officially in T7. T7, let's make a boss rush 3, shall we? Firstly, let's check the price of resonance. A 100 is 1 FE. Almost 2 FE. These are worthless. But 100 will give you 2 FE, which we don't get 100 easy. Winding keys are 100 for 5 FE, but we're not getting 100 anytime too soon, at least. Embers, though. Embers are 100 for 5 FE. These are the real money. So we want to juice as much in the way of embers as we can. We don't care as much about flame sand. Like, I think it's fine. Am I forgetting any other key pieces to boss rushing? I can't put God of War because it ain't gonna work. Mystery chest or Oblivion? Probably do this for now. That was 6. Still need to rank the best minion bossing builds for PoE. The best minion bossing builds. AG should be high up there in terms of best bossing builds because AG just ooh. Say less. AG is really good for it. Its Claire can be on the so-so side, but if there's one thing AG does well, it's bossing. Now, the kind of AG you'd go for, it's probably honestly life stacking still. Life stacking AG should still be very good. How long did it take us to get to 5 hours, eh? To get to T7, but we're still waiting to rush in. So we spent about like 3-ish hours going from end of campaign to here. How did my oh kill him. Thank you. I mean, I wasn't rushing, but yeah. Could have been much better. Shamed. The fuck is shamed. Something we don't care about. It could have been quicker. How much is this going for? 100 to give me 2 FE. And I'm already at 30 thanks to good old purple card over here. How do you predict the amount of shock I would put on enemies with absolution? With that level of investment, you should be putting in 50% shocks at that point. Jesus. I don't think it's worth killing this guy, if I'm being honest. Was that worth? No. No, it was not. Oh, we leveled up. Yay. Finally. Took so long. All right, we are ready to... We are ready for the upgrade. Let's finish this map and then we can actually go do it. I think there is no universe where I should still be using Interlocking Souls by T7. I should not have waited this long. But alas, I did. All right, let's go drop items in stash that we're not going to use. So Interlocking Souls. Maybe one Burning Fire. Everything else, I don't care about. Yeah, you don't care about any of these. Oh, you I do. I need to replace the dexterity anyway, so getting minion crits, I'll take it. Now we have how much energy? Enough. Now we can do this. Cooldown, duration. For this, we need AoE. For this, we need duration, I think. For this, we need hypermetabolism. Do we have anything for this guy? Blink. Blink already has magic dash. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here we need to do. So we can take away Blink Zone. We can save on the mana reservation efficiency. But I don't know what I would do with that, so we're not doing anything there. One of these can get 4, and I think it's typically the curse that I would make 4. Why 4 on the curse would be so I can then run preparation. So that's one less button for me. I can focus on convocation. I think convocation is the button I need to press now. We convert to Fizz. With the new craft mechanic, somehow I trade with Hinekora's luck. I mean, you probably can do it. Oh. I was so confused as to what happened to my damage. I'm like, yo, what the hell? Yeah, I forgot to ISO arms it. There we go. It was not making sense to me. I'm like, yo, what? How I forgot ISO arms, I know not, but yeah, I think if you apply a Hinekora's lock on an item, you probably can just, it will apply on the 4 items, same results, but then you can use like 4 different outcomes with your one Hinekora's lock, which will likely be, you know, pretty strong. Especially if what you're looking for is relatively common. Yoink.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. Don't worry, that world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness. We've
I'm going to cook early and end game variants of this build. How many subs for a consultation? I guess it depends on when. If I'm deep in TLI like day 1, then I don't know. I'm not greedy, so I'm just going to say 1 sub. If it's like day 3 and you know it's less mentally, I don't need to be as like pay as much attention, then probably no subs, I guess. And realistically, I would probably do it for 100 subs. He said. I mean, I would say no to 100 subs. Don't do it. Unless you can afford it, then by all means. Snow paper fragments. How many did we get from those 4 maps? What am I seeing? Romond 15. 15. You sold yourself, gee. Holy. Thank you so much, Romond. Appreciate it. Oh, wait. No. Gifting 5. Still appreciate it. I misread it. I saw the total 15. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Set it up high and then let yourself get bargain to go lower. I mean, so you, I mean, I didn't say 50. I didn't say 15. I read 15 because the channels are 15 subs, but it was 5 and I appreciate it. So I guess let me know what if you have any questions, even though you could have done that before as well. What were we doing? We're checking snow paper. Roman. Okay, now I have nothing to say. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. 10 more subs to round out the 15. All-time record shattered. I mean, yes, it has been. The fuck? That is crazy. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Holy. So like I said, let me know if you have any questions or what you want out of the consultation in quotes. So we made 2 FE from this. Well, technically like 3 FE. So that's nice. With the monies, we're gonna buy, what is this? Oh. Level 4 hype train by 1 person. Insane. Actually insane. What was that? Was that a brain? Oh no. Okay, cool. Red Lotus. I appreciate it so much. Are the alerts done? Okay. We still had at least one more. Done now? There. I wanted to buy an amulet. I need an amulet. It's criminal that I do not have my amulets. Trinkets. Can I get my warden's breastpin real quick? Curious. Maybe not that. Can only deal elemental damage. No. No. Okay. Just confirming. All right, so we go for ladies tier instead. With what are the roll ranges on ladies tier? 16% additional. That's what we're going for. +1, 16% immune to elemental damage. This is a good place to start.